can have a little rummage around in your rubbish.
How do you make money for nothing?
I love that.
The answer could be hiding in the 30 million tonnes of household waste we throw out every year.
So heavy, they don't make them like this anymore. Look at that.
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
I'm a passionate maker, buyer and user of old stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I make new stuff out of old stuff and I sell it for a profit.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers,
Say something nice about it.
My juices are flowing in this one. They are going to be wow.
she can transform her finds into desirable,
Isn't that stunning?
valuable
Oh, wow!
and hopefully saleable items.
That is bonkers.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
Got £350. Whoa!
Today we're at the recycling centre in Walsall, where Sarah is searching for those ever-elusive hidden gems.
Old cardboard, decimated black pack and polystyrene are not going to cut it. I'm after those solid pieces I can attach a serious price tag to.
She's been given special permission to ransack the rubbish tip, and her challenge is to find 3 items she can bring back to life and sell on for a profit.
Is it comfy?
I've no idea. I've never sat in it.
Come on, you've just started. You can't be needing to sit down already. Get a move on.
Your days are numbered.
Scary stuff. Now she's back on her feet, she's spotted a vision in red leather in Zia's car.
Hiya.
Hi.
Getting rid of the sofa?
Yes, we are, yeah.
Oh, it's a chair. I thought it was a sofa. Is it? It's yours? You're just chucking it out? It looks in really good condition.
It is, but the springs have gone.
Okay.
So.
If it's not comfortable, then
No.
yeah, no, I totally understand.
The chair is a red herring. It's the red leather that's caught Sarah's eye.
I really like the idea of using the leather from something like this. So, yeah, definitely, it'd be great to have a look at it. Should we get it out and have a
Yes, absolutely.
So I can have a closer look?
The price tag on leather goods is growing. Repurposing the leather from this sofa could be a real moneymaker.
I think if we might only use the, have a look at the other cushions. I think what I might do is just take the cushions away. I think I should be able to get enough material out of those and then recycle the chair, if that's all right.
That's fine.
Because those are some really lovely cushions. Any ideas what we might make out of them?
I think cushions would be a nice, easy option.
A little too easy, Zia.
I think it'd be great to take those away, if you don't mind.
No problem.
What does Zia think of Sarah scarpering with his cushions?
Hopefully somebody can get some use out of it rather than just throw it in the rubbish bin and go to landfill.
Sarah's going hell for leather to make over this item, but could she be on a hiding to nothing?
Now there, it's just heaps of leather in these cushions. I really want to see what it's like on the inside, but I can't do that without ripping. Oh no, look. Okay, so it's a sort of pink suede on the inside. I'm thinking maybe this would make, loads of handbags out of this, or maybe even a coat. Really good find, because there's just heaps of potential with what we've got here.
And Sarah knows just the man to turn all that potential into profit. When you think bags, think Neil Ragg. From salvaged, unwanted materials, Neil creates everything from handbags to haversacks, and prides himself on the fact that his handmade bespoke bags will last a lifetime.
I love being able to create something from what would be rubbish, I suppose, to other people. You could have, for example, a tent that was at Glastonbury and saw the Rolling Stones, and then now it becomes a bag, and it's seen quite a life already. So everything here has got a personality. All the bags have lived a life, and they're now about to live a second life.
But will Neil be able to raise the old leather cushions from the dead too? One item down, 2 to go. The weather's taken a turn for the worse, but I'm not going to let a little rain dampen my naturally sunny disposition. Will Jamie and his dad Jeff rain on Sarah's parade?
Oh, wow. Hiya. Whose is that then?
My nan's was.
Oh, really? That is a fantastic sofa. So you just...
In the skip.
Really?
Yeah.
I think it looks amazing. I like everything about it, the style of it, the fabric's really retro. This is your...
My mother's.
Your mother's. Okay, do you remember growing up with it? Do you know when she got it or?
Oh yeah, ages ago.
And did she buy it new?
I think she did, yeah.
So was that something like in the 1950s,
60s, wasn't it?
60s? It's a good size, not too big, and it's got that kind of retro look that people are stuffing into their houses again. So if you let me have it, that would make my day.
Yeah.
Absolutely love it.
It looks to me like Sarah might be putting passion before profit on this one.
Jamie, thanks so much for letting me have that. I think that's absolutely made my day. I love it.
Wow, that's going to take some work.
I have got the most amazing upholsterer lined up. They are original, funky, they're going to breathe new life into this, and there's going to be money to be made.
Welcome to the world of Anthony Devine. Anthony's unique and quirky upholstery has earned him the reputation as one of the most imaginative craftspeople around. Anthony can upholster almost anything, but he loves a good chair.
Some chairs you just know, that this is the one, and you just know you're onto a winner. You can look beyond the kind of the dirt and the holes and the grime, and you think, yes, we've got a gem here. And then it's a matter of teaming it up with the right fabric. And then from ugly ducklings are beautiful swans.
Well, Anthony, can you transform this into a beautiful swan? Two items found for Neil and Anthony. Now, Sarah has to find an item that she can get to grips with. There's all sorts flying about, but will Sarah like the look of what's in Frank's boot?
Excuse me, you're chucking them all?
Yeah, you can have those if you want, yeah.
But are they all broken or are they?
No, they all work, yeah. It's just
Really?
Just that nobody wants them anymore.
So where are they from?
They're from out of the cigarette machines, so all these were taken out and we're just dumping them.
I've no idea if I can do something with them, but they just look amazing. It'll be a very special thing if I can make something.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Sarah's face has lit up now she's got a little bundle of joy. What does Frank think she'll do with his old fluorescent tubes?
Something artistic, I think. Yeah, I think that's what she's going to do.
You're not wrong there, Frank.
I'm thinking maybe a big chandelier, perhaps a whole wall of lights, or maybe just using them with something in front to light up, but really cool stuff. I just need to have a bright idea about what to make out.
Oh yeah, I see what you did there. Success! Sarah has all three items. Neil will repurpose the red leather. Anthony will get busy bringing the old-fashioned sofa bang up to date. And as for Sarah's lights, she'll need to be switched on to make them saleable.
It never ceases to amaze me what people throw away, and I'm so pleased I was here today to save a couple of pieces that I think are dump diamonds that will bring home big bucks.
Nestled between Salford and Manchester is master upholsterer Anthony Devine's workshop, which he runs with his partner Susie Milner. He's got an amazing track record of transforming crumpled couches into sexy sofas. Hopefully, he'll appreciate what Sarah's dragging in.
When the doors are open and you get the first glimpse, you see one and you just know you're onto a winner. Some things just kind of click.
Auntie!
You've brought a sofa.
Tell me you love it.
I love it.
Come on,
Yes.
let's get it in. Let's do the business.
Yes, now you're listening to what I want.
Anthony clearly wants very strange things.
Not too heavy.
Oh, It's perfect. Up we go.
This is one of my favourite finds.
I could hug you. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. This needs to be sharp and crisp. Oh, the potential.
Huge, isn't it?
Yeah, we could do a bit of chintz on here, some flowers up, a patchwork on it.
Just taking the mickey now. There is just something about it. The 70s-ness of it is oozing out of it. It's like the Star Wars sofa.
I'm not sure oozing is a desirable trait in a discarded sofa, unless Jabba the Hutt's the target market.
It's going to be a nice one to do. We are at the absolute top end. Everything has to be thread perfect on it if we're looking at the penthouse.
OK, so this is now going to be called the penthouse sofa.
Yet just don't tell its glamorous new owners that it was nearly the skip sofa when they buy it.
Now, colours, design. Bear with me on this.
Go on.
I was thinking, you're going to love this. OK, pink.
Right.
I'm thinking quartz pink, rose quartz. It's bang on trend. It works beautifully with gold. I think it would look beautiful in it. What do you think?
Anthony's clearly delighted. Can't hold back his enthusiasm for Sarah's artistic vision.
Yes.
Don't worry, Anthony. Sarah knows exactly what she's doing. But can she afford it?
I'm thinking around the £12.50 mark. We'd give enough good fabric, and it gives me enough to be able to put everything back and make a little bit for me.
Wow. With that huge budget, the pressure's going to be on for Anthony to deliver, and deliver big.
I would see a very strong profit in this.
I hope so. That's more than a new sofa.
Hopefully I'll be able to sell it and hand over a good wad of cash to the people who dropped it off. This is where we're aiming at. We're up there.
Nothing like aiming for the stars. It'll be quite a transformation.
Loving your work. Oh, I've done it again. That really is one of my favourite skip finds. The transformation is going to be amazing. Anthony has taken on board some of the things I've suggested, and I'm just hoping that I've made the right call on it.
And Anthony, how does he feel about Sarah's suggestions?
This one, I really like. Between you and me, I'm a big fan of this one. I'm just going to enjoy making it rather than kind of selecting the fabrics and the outcome of it.
It's almost as if he's distancing himself from the design.
Yeah. Pink. That's going to be all kinds of interesting.
With labour costs of £1,000 and another £250 for fabric, Sarah will be expecting something pretty spectacular for her £1,250 spend. I hope Anthony can pull it off, regardless of the colour. Sarah's next stop is Marlow near High Wycombe in Buckinghamshire, where Neil Ragg is on a mission to rescue pretty much anything from offcuts to inner tubes and turn them into beautiful handcrafted bags.
Sarah's coming today and we shall see what she brings. Hopefully it'll be something that I can sew together that doesn't break too many needles. It's very difficult making a bag from paving slabs.
You're in luck, Neil. They're not made of concrete and she's not after much.
Now, in my wildest dreams, I would like these tired red sofa cushions turned into a whole range of designer luggage. I hope Neil likes the challenge.
Yeah, me too.
Hello.
Hi Sarah, how are you doing?
I'm really well. I've got presents for you.
Right, I'm looking worried.
There's loads here, aren't there?
Right, well we've got some funky red cushions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Do you know something? I thought that there was more than enough here to make something out of. So you must be able to make a purse out of this lot, Neil. Come on.
I think we can do more than a carry bag, yeah.
So we're game on for a bag then, you reckon?
Yes. You brought me something that I can sew, and it's not alive.
Yes, it would be awkward if one of the cushions started to move. Time for Sarah to drop the bombshell.
I was hoping for a bespoke range of designer luggage. That's not difficult, is it?
Luggage I can do. It's just the design.
I absolutely love the messenger bags that you make. So I was wondering about maybe one of those out of it.
Easily, yep.
And a big, usable, expensive weekend bag out of.
Okay, well, we can do that as well. But the idea is that things will last a lifetime, so we've got a good start with the fabric.
I love what you're saying because this has already had its life. So now, if we can make luggage out of it, another 50 years of wear, that's brilliant.
Phew, that went better than expected. Neil seems pretty unflappable, but there's always a snag.
I don't like the colour, and I'm worried that it's not as saleable in this colour. So I'm wondering if you've ever dyed stuff before, or if you think you might be able to make it a bit more stylish, a bit darker, a bit richer.
Well, that will be a journey, won't it? We have enough fabric. We can do some tests. We can give it a go.
Not the most confidence-inspiring answer from Neil. I'm not sure dyeing is something he's keen on. And there's still the matter of the material for the lining.
The ethos of what I do is to make things out of something that would end up in landfill. So this used to be an old scout tent. It's heavy-duty canvas, so I think we use that as lining.
That is right up my street. Scout canvas, perfect.
Great.
That has now got a nose-to-tail kind of story.
Once upon a time, there were some manky tents and a smelly old sofa. Is that the kind of story, Sarah?
So I think I'm sold. I've got messenger bag on one shoulder, I've got beautiful, scrunchy, rich-looking holdall on the other. How much is that going to cost me to make me two of those?
Okay. We're looking at £95 for the messenger bag, and then the holdall, we could say the same thing.
Thank you ever so much. I hope the dyeing goes well.
Part of the journey.
Well, that is another load of old rubbish off my mind and into Neil's. And if he gets it right, I should be making bags of money.
It wouldn't be Sarah if there wasn't something awkward. She wants me to recolour it, so that's going to be the challenge. So we'll see.
That's £95 for Neil's tried and tested messenger bag design, and the same again for a completely new holdall design. In total, that's £190 committed. With a new dyeing technique to master and some worn-out leather to work with, I do hope Neil can pull it off. With the knackered old blue sofa and those red leather cushions in safe hands, Sarah has travelled back home to Sussex to turn those lighting tubes into treasure.
Sometimes I pick things up at the recycling centre and then I start to work on them and I think, why did I choose these?
We're all in the dark here. Illuminate us, Sarah.
I've decided that I can use them as droplets for a chandelier, and managed to scavenge one of these for 20 quid, which is nothing, to hang them all on.
OK, and then they all light up, right?
I'm going to take each one and then wrap it in fabric.
I see. So she's planning to use them as very fragile decorative poles. Typically, Sarah's getting floral. First, Sarah grabs some vintage offcuts from her fabric store. Then she rips them into strips and glues them directly onto the tubes.
This is just PVA glue, the kind of stuff you get for doing craft with children.
But with delicate glass like this, I'd recommend keeping the kids well away.
I like this because if the fragile tubes ever were broken, they'd be completely contained inside this fabric. That's the first one done. Just another 30 to go.
You've only got yourself to blame, Sarah. You could have found something else, anything else. But she seems to be getting into the swing of things.
I love this purple because it works really well with the gold. I think I'll probably end up using all the same material. It's actually really old, it's probably from 1940, something like that. I think it's going to look good. It's going to be huge, isn't it?
Well, put it this way, I don't think it'll fit into my house. At the moment, I'm not sure I'd want it in my house. That old light fixture came with some of the original glass. Perhaps that'll improve matters.
Chandelier really should have a little bit of sparkle to it, shouldn't it?
Good try, Sarah, but if you can make that saleable, I'll eat my hat. Sarah spent £35 on that used chandelier, glue and bulbs, and she'll need to pay another £30 to her electrician for wiring and safety testing, making a total of £65 in costs. Let's hope the added sparkle from those glass pieces rubs off on the rest of it so she can turn a profit. In Manchester, Anthony's having a rip-roaring time with the sofa, with partner Susie and daughter Poppy watching on. The plan is to finish it in this season's luxury pink and sell it for millions. Luckily, Anthony enjoys this bit.
To be honest, stripping's never a chore.
Crikey, I thought this was a child-friendly show. I think this one's trying to warn us.
It'll be nice when you can start to help. Oh, money, 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 money. Ah, money for nothing.
Well, Sarah's hoping to make a bit more than that. With its innards exposed, Anthony can get a good look at its bottom.
This has probably had thousands of hours of people sitting on it, and, you know, looks all good, nicely intact. Things were just built to last.
Until you get your hands on them, Anthony.
It doesn't look great. Most people will be thinking, oh my God, look. But this is how a sofa looks.
Yeah. Let's hide those ragged bits of wood and springs ASAP. First, Anthony covers the base with Hessian and then glues new foam onto the arms.
If you want to be bang on trend, you need bang on tools. Sharp knife, sharp results.
Are you trying to create like a catchphrase for yourself?
Yeah.
Starting with one of the arms, Anthony's making a base layer of calico shaped to fit snugly.
This bit's kind of critical, really. This one's the one that provides the shape, almost the foundations putting the top fabric on, and the overall look. So far, so good.
Oi, I'll do the puns, thanks. I'm sure Sarah will be tickled pink with the progress.
So the fabric's arrived?
I can't wait to see that specific shade of rose quartz Sarah was going on about.
We were struggling to find the rose pink quartz, so we just decided to go for this more subtle, bright gold all over.
Clearly a new definition of the word subtle.
Sarah knows nothing about this at this stage, and she is probably going to kill me.
I think Sarah might go from pink to incandescent crimson when she hears about this.
This is going to go in here like so. Then we have to sew a piece of pipe in round to here like so, and then sew the actual arm itself, pull it on, and hopefully, and it'll be as crisp as a cucumber. Cucumber's crisp.
Yep, I'd say so. With a lot still to do, Anthony's going for gold.
You are going to work, arm. You are going to work. A very naughty boy.
I think it'll be you that gets a spanking when Sarah hears about the new colour scheme.
Yeah, that's what I mean by as crisp as a cucumber.
Very nice, Anthony. Just the other arm, the back, the base, the cushions and the buttons still to do. Oh, and shouldn't it be pink? In Marlow, Neil's getting to grips with all that lovely red leather that he's transforming into a messenger bag and hold-all. And he has lofty ambitions for his work.
These bags don't just hold stuff, they save the planet, you see.
Introducing Super Bags. First, Neil cuts the leather to his ready-made templates.
Sometimes it's quite cool to keep these seams in so that it looks like it was a sofa.
Sarah's also asked that these leather-clad superheroes transform from Superman Red to Batman Black.
Don't mind us.
Oh, look, Catwoman. Dyeing can be a messy business, so Neil's moved outside with the leather pieces he has cut to size and cleaned. He's painting an oil-based dye directly onto the surface until it soaks in, being careful to keep it even. They need 24 hours to dry, but here are some he made earlier.
Get a few coats, buff it up, and finish it off with some cream.
Despite all that fuss, it looks like this dyeing malarkey is not so scary after all. With the leather now ready, Neil's choosing and cutting parts of the Scout tent canvas he's using for lining.
You don't know where it's already been. It could have been a tent that saw the stones at Glastonbury. It could have been a tent that has done a trek to the Himalayas.
Or perhaps more likely, it housed loads of freezing children.
You don't want to lose their personality. So we might keep in some of the old writing or labels. We can keep some of these in, which makes it look very tent-like. So the only problem with doing this is it's going to make some of parts of it really thick.
Luckily, his heavy-duty sewing machine, nicknamed the Blaster, is up to the task. And it's important to Neil that his bags are fit for purpose too.
Nowadays you've got laptops, iPads, tablets, but there's so much to carry. People just want to carry something that's going to last.
Neil clips and sews the gusset and the back pieces using the Blaster.
I have to use the clips because you can't use pins with the leather because you'll end up with holes all over the place. You're sewing everything inside out so there's no stitching being shown. So this is the body of the bag. See if you've sewn everything upside down, back to front, inside out. So we've got one pocket there, which is obviously the old tent. One pocket there for your tablet, one pocket there for your mobile phone. Ready to get on? Next phase.
That messenger bag still needs a flap, and he's also got to make the holdall, and Neil's never made one before.
I need to attach it to the top first, and then I can turn it right side out afterwards.
Shall we just leave him to it? In Manchester, Anthony's also hit a bit of a snag.
I've put a halt on the sofa. It's starting to show scuffs. I'm a little bit concerned about the strength of the fabric. That's unfortunate, and it's a decision I don't want to take, but I really think we're going to have to try and think of something new on this one.
I thought that gold finish was something new. But with Sarah after the top end of the market, a scuffed finish isn't really going to cut the mustard. Back to the drawing board, Anthony. In Sussex, Sarah's putting the finishing touches to her glamorous fluorescent tube chandelier extravaganza. You know the one.
Well, this is definitely coming together. I'm just finishing off the last bits and getting the crystals in between. And then hopefully I've made something that somebody would want to buy.
Hopefully, but I'll reserve judgment until the great switch on.
Moment of truth. Oh, I'd say that works.
Before, those used glass tubes were fit for nothing. Now, combined with a tired old lighting fixture and some plumbing bits, Sarah has transformed them into a dramatic and original centrepiece blazing with light. It'll need a heck of a hallway to house it.
Now the lights are on, I think the crystals could do with a little bit of a clean, but I think when that's done and dusted, this should be a moneymaker.
At the skip, Sarah lit up when she saw what was in Frank's boot.
But nobody wants them, so we're just dumping them.
And Frank had some idea of what she'd do with them.
Something artistic, I think. Yeah, I think that's what she's going to do.
Sarah didn't disappoint with a striking and original transformation that had me eating my hat. It was bought by Morag Smith, a furniture and interiors dealer who trades in Berwick-upon-Tweed.
I haven't seen anything like it before. It's a very innovative design, so it's upcycling at its best.
Now Sarah is back in Walsall to see if she can dazzle Frank with the money she made.
Oh,
Hello
hello
again.
there. All right.
Hi Frank, how you doing?
Nice to meet you again. Yes,
Yeah.
all right.
Come on out so I can talk to you.
Okay, right. Yeah.
Well, I really loved those light tubes that you were dropping off. When we took them away, did you wonder what might happen to them?
Something artistic, I thought. So I don't know. Yeah, I'd be surprised.
Well, they're quite fragile, aren't they? So I
Yes,
had to be
yeah.
quite careful what I did with them. But I have made something out of them. Do you want to see what it was?
Oh yes, I would love to. Yeah.
Here are your light tubes made into a big chandelier.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I've actually got a little bit of profit to hand over to you.
Oh, that's a surprise.
Well, it was sold to a shop in Berwick, and I've actually got 20 quid for your old light bulb, so thank you very much.
That's very kind of you, thank you.
Hopefully you can buy something for yourself or have a treat.
Oh, yeah, that's something for the wife, yeah.
That sounds like a very wise move. Well, it was great to catch up again. Thank you very much for letting me have them and for your time in this freezing cold day.
Oh, your hands are cold.
I know, but my heart's warm. Thank you ever so much. Nice to catch up, Frank. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you, bye. Bye.
Sarah spent £65 transforming the old strip lights, and with a sale of £85, it means Frank's walking away with £20 to treat the wife. In Manchester, Anthony's had a very long night putting the final touches onto what was an old blue sofa and then went gold for a bit. It's anyone's guess what colour it is now.
I think Sarah's going to love it. And you know, on this one, I might have even pleased her because it'll be exactly what she's asked for. And that's just not like me at all.
Sarah's invested heavily in this one, Anthony. I hope you've done the right thing.
I am so excited to see what Anthony has done with that sad 70s sofa. If he's realised its potential, it should be a fantastic interior design piece by now.
Sarah asked Anthony to transform a dilapidated old settee from the 60s into a bang-on trend penthouse sofa. It's now a delicious rose quartz vision. Anthony has given it clean lines and improved its proportions with a single raised cushion. He's added sumptuous piping detailing on the arms, and with flashes of gold on the buttons, he's created exactly the penthouse sofa Sarah was looking for.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh my word.
We're liking it?
It's front cover, isn't it? It's really cool. I can't believe it's the same thing. Isn't it amazing? Where's the enthusiasm? Look at it.
Sorry, I've been up all night.
Look at it.
I think Anthony's got some owning up to do.
Beautiful. I love the little gold.
Just
touches.
a little hint.
Little bit.
A hint, Anthony? Anything to confess?
There was going to be a lot more gold. We were going to have this all over. We got the arm on, we got all the front done, and then we had to call a halt because it just wasn't stable enough.
And Sarah breathes a huge sigh of relief.
Whatever trauma you've been through, I think it's worth it. This is stunning.
You wouldn't say that. And just as a little reminder, we also have a...
Oh.
But the problem is, you'd have just slipped off it.
Wouldn't that have been the same though if the sofa had been in gold?
Oh, it looked amazing.
I know you're tired, okay? I know this is a lot of hard work, but that is stylish. It's got it. You know that thing? That's got it.
Despite the whole experiment in gold, Anthony has also managed to bring the sofa in on budget too.
I'm really pleased that I've come here and it is pink and it worked out. And I'm going to shake your hand and I would like you to properly say, well done. I'm so pleased. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you.
It was all worth it in the end, Anthony.
Wow, that kind of transformation makes a long wet day at the tip really worthwhile. And I know Anthony is not pleased that it's not covered in lame, but as far as I'm concerned, rose quartz means I'm going to be sitting on a gold mine. I just can't believe it's gone from the back of a car to looking like it should be on the front page of a magazine.
To be honest, what I'm going to do from now on is just please people, because that was easy. She fell in love with it. I'm happy. Jobs are good. But it's just not in my nature to do that.
Sarah swooped in on Jamie and his dad
Hiya.
to rescue a threadbare sofa.
Jamie, thanks so much for letting me have that.
She suggested Anthony turn it pink. And after just a little dithering,
Yes?
he did exactly that. Now, Sarah's back in Walsall to update Jamie and Jeff on what became of the dilapidated sofa.
How are you both?
Fine, thanks, I'm fine. Yeah.
So you were clearing out things from your mother's house, is that right?
That's right, yeah. She had an accident, she had a bad fall and she suffered brain damage. She's been in the nursing home now for several months. She was quite happy for it to go to the tip, so that's where it went.
Well, you can't fit somebody else's house into your own, can you? Because we all have our own stuff, and I think...
I've got enough with all these junk.
Excellent, you sound like you're in trouble. Would you like to see some pictures of how it ended up?
Well, would
Take a deep breath, OK?
Go on then. Oh, blimey.
Do you recognise that?
No. It's amazing, that is.
What do you think of it?
Amazing.
Does it look like the sofa you remember?
Nothing like.
Now, I've shared it and I've had lots of interest in it, but I haven't managed to sell it yet.
Right, okay.
But I think there is a buyer out there who's going to love that. And I just need a little bit more time, and then hopefully I'll be back in touch with some profit to share with you.
It isn't about the money anyway. You've done something with it that's, you know, it saved you going to landfill or being burnt. And Mum will be delighted when she sees that.
Really
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Lovely to see you again, and thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
With Anthony's labour and materials coming in at over £1,200 and no sale, that equals a substantial potential loss of £1,250. But once that certain buyer with deep pockets has been found, Sarah will be back with a profit for Jamie and Jeff. In Marlow, Neil's transformed those old red leather cushions into bags, and he's doing the last few stitches ahead of Sarah's visit.
I've enjoyed it. It's been nice to get a really high quality finished product from fairly challenging leather. The transformation has been pretty huge, so I think she'll be pleased. I hope so.
Well, Neil's confident, but will Sarah agree?
I'm back in Marlow to pick up, hopefully, some high-end luggage, but I have been a little bit anxious because the materials I left Neil with were anything but high-end.
Sarah left Neil with some unsightly and worn red cushions, hoping he could make some luggage. They are now two beautiful handcrafted bags. Neil has carefully dyed the leather to give the bags a high-end sheen. The messenger bag has been dyed black and has pockets galore, incorporating charming details from the scout tents he's used as lining. And that holdall, now a dark brown, is almost indestructible with sturdy straps and reinforced corners. Sarah's got to be impressed with these, Neil.
Hiya!
Hey,
how you doing?
I'm very well, how are you?
Yeah, really well.
Good, come on in.
Where are they?
Here they are. So we have what they started off as and what they finished up as.
Neil, they are amazing.
Good, I'm glad you like them.
I'm blown away, honestly.
Good.
I really don't look. I'm really emotional about them. I can't believe, because, sorry, just give me a look at the detail. I've even got little...
Yeah, so you can lock the
Cry,
zips.
stop it. Honestly, I don't often get moved to tears by bits of leather from the tip.
It was fun. The transformation, the dyeing, the changing of the colour. The leather's good enough quality, so it's made a decent bag.
It's actually a work of art. I'm crying, don't look at me. Oh dear. So, and then messenger bag as well.
Yes, so again, slightly different colour. We've gone for black, as much leather as I could use. And we've got the old toggles from the tent. That was a window, which is now magnetic. It's a big journey from the old burgundy sofa.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, great.
Sarah's delighted with Neil's craftsmanship, but has he blown the budget?
I don't even want to talk about money, but I know, I think I left you with £95 per item.
Even though there was some extra designing and some extra dyeing to do, it was straightforward, so they've come within budget.
I should have no problem selling those. Brilliant. Thank you so much. They are just brilliant.
It was a pleasure.
I could not have been more surprised and delighted with what Neil has managed to produce. Two stunning bags on budget. Absolutely amazed.
I didn't expect her to be quite so emotional about a pair of leather bags, but she seemed to be really pleased with them.
At the recycling centre, Zia's leather armchair was being put out to pasture, and his ideas for it were lacking imagination.
Any ideas what we might make out of them?
I think cushions would be a nice, easy option.
But Sarah had bigger ideas for Neil to implement. He gave the old leather a new life as luggage. They were soon bagged by Nick and Kim, who run vintage and retro retailer Smithers of Stamford.
What do you reckon to him?
Yeah, I like him. I love the stitching.
Yeah, apparently. It was made from an old sofa, leather sofa. Doing a good job, isn't he?
Yeah.
Quality.
Now Sarah's back in the Midlands with some cash for Zia.
Hi there. Hi Zia, lovely to see you again.
Nice to see you again.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Now, I last saw you at the tip and you were dropping off your old sofa cushions. Had you had the sofa for ages?
Around 6 or 7 years, and obviously we were about to dispose of them. You know, quite interested to see what you've done with
I
them.
can tell you, they went off to a lovely guy called Neil in Marlow. He specialises in making bags from refound materials. I've got some pictures here of what he made. I want to see what you think.
Okay. Wow, that's amazing. I mean, it looks nothing like the cushions we gave you.
There's more. He made a messenger bag and a going away bag.
That's absolutely amazing.
I was really surprised about how they looked.
I'd have never imagined that they'd turn out like that.
We have actually sold those 2 bags and I've got some profit that I'd like to share with you.
Thank you very
So
much.
I've got £60 here to give to you that came from those bags. So that's
Thank you very much.
Absolute pleasure. Is there anything that £60 is needed for at the moment?
I think I'll treat the kids, really. They've just come back from school, so we'll give them a treat.
Lovely. Thank you ever so much for your time today as well.
No, you're welcome, thank you.
Take care, bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, I think Zia was quite surprised with what we did with his old cushions, and as a transformation, I think it'd be difficult to beat sofa into luxury luggage.
Neil charged a total of £190 for labour and materials for the bags. Sarah sold them for £250, leaving a profit of £60 for Zia and his kids. Sarah took 3 tawdry treasures from the tip in Walsall.
Whose is that then?
Jamie and Jeff's blue settee was transformed into a stunning pink penthouse sofa. Zia's worn leather cushions were dyed and stitched into stylish bags. And Frank's fluorescent tubes were delicately dangled to make a unique chandelier.
Well, I love those transformations from drab old trash into something rather flash. And with the help of Neil and Anthony's amazing talents, I think we've managed to create some pretty classy items. Can I have a little rummage around in your rubbish?
How do you make money for nothing?
I love that.
The answer could be hiding in the 30 million tonnes of household waste we throw out every year.
So heavy, they don't make them like this anymore. Look at that.
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
I'm a passionate maker, buyer and user of old stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I make new stuff out of old stuff and I sell it for a profit.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers,
Say something nice about it.
My juices are flowing in this one. They are going to be wow.
she can transform her finds into desirable,
Isn't that stunning?
valuable
Oh, wow.
and hopefully saleable items.
That is bonkers.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
Got £350. Whoa.
Welcome to Walsall Recycling Centre, a non-stop hive of activity. With the nation becoming more and more aware of the benefits of regenerating unwanted possessions, one woman is on a mission to turn your trash into hard cash.
I love turning a profit where others see trash. Making old stuff that's drab into desirable and fab is just so satisfying.
But before you make a beeline for your local tip, take note. Sarah's been given special permission to seek out 3 items that she can rejuvenate, repurpose and sell on for a profit. And Brian, with his broken up sofa, has caught her eye.
Nice sofa.
It was a nice sofa.
What's happened to it?
We broke it up because it's not very good now, so we just got rid of it.
Have you got the bits or not?
Little bits in there, but they're broken.
Come on, let's see. I like the back of
I've
it.
jumped on it.
Have you?
Yes.
You boys have all the fun, don't you?
I know.
Let's have a look.
For all the rest of it's broken.
Have you got the arm bit? Have you got the other bit?
There somewhere.
Are those its legs?
That's it, those are the legs.
Oh, I'm loving it more by the minute. So that goes on there.
Come on, Sarah, you must be well used to the game of furniture jigsaw by now.
Oh yeah, that bit goes there. Great.
All the cushions are in the back of my car.
Brilliant. So that's 1970, that sofa.
Check out the expert eye. I'm impressed.
It's written all over it. It's got a date on it.
Oh, right.
Expert, you see.
That's cheating.
Now I've got all those bits that you've smashed up. Do you think I could take them away, put them back together and see if I can make it back into a lovely sofa again?
Well, I don't know, because part of it's broken. You could try.
I shall definitely be able to get that fixed.
Fine, let's try.
The question is, what will become of Brian's old sofa?
I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. It'd be good to find out.
I know what you're thinking. She's bonkers.
Correct.
But this is going to be brilliant. I know it's in pieces, but it is going to look fantastic when it's finished. Trust me. Watch.
Oh, we will, Sarah, we will. But who's Sarah picked to help her transform this item? Say hello to Josh and Ollie, designer makers, business partners and best pals. These lads use natural and recycled materials to create bespoke, handcrafted and high-end furnishings.
We've been friends for years, I don't know how long, but ages now.
We teamed up and then it's quite a nice combination of skills that we have.
Yeah, I think we've got a lot of ideas between us, a lot of fresh thinking, and it just works together quite nicely as a team.
The fact that we haven't fallen out completely and we've been working together this long kind of shows it's working.
Yeah.
Here's 2 young lads full of positivity and optimism. Hopefully Sarah and this old sofa won't put an end to all that. One down, 2 to go.
2 speakers. They look a bit modern for me.
Come on, Sarah, you're not that old. There's nothing like a trailer full of potential to get Sarah excited, which is exactly what Derek has to offer.
Because we're moving house, but because we sold so quickly, we haven't got a house to go to.
Well, sometimes you've just got to take the money, haven't you? Really?
And we're moving into our caravan for 4 months because we go to Spain. Get away from the winter.
But before Derek jets away to Spain, there's clearing out to be done, and Sarah dives right in.
That's quite cool. It feels to me like you might have something good in here. No? Golf, putting, no.
That way you can look beautiful with it.
Thank you.
Oh, you charmer, Derek.
I think there might be something in here. I've just got to make sure it doesn't go in there before I spotted it. I love a little rummage.
Really, Sarah? You'd never guess.
That's That's teetering on the retro, isn't it?
It's all very retro. This is.
How long have you had that?
Yeah, about 30 years.
I might have to take that one. Would you mind if I took that?
And if you sell it for 50 quid, you've got to give a donation to charity.
I tell you what, if I sell it for 50 quid, I'm coming back to you and I'll show you what I've done and you can choose a charity.
Item found. A little stool that's been around a long time and will now hopefully be around a lot longer.
Something we bought in the 60s and then got relegated to the garage, and I used to use it to rest things on, spray things on, as you do.
I think I've only saved this because I want to sit down, but the appeal comes with these tapering legs. There's something about them that just makes it look a bit finer than the usual bar stool, and I'm hoping, even though there's only one, it might be quite commercial.
So who will be tasked with transforming potential into profit? Jay Blades has a passion for classic British craftsmanship and adding a little va-va-voom to vintage furniture.
I take a risk every day with design. A lot of people, I've taken a lot of flack for the work that I've done to some furniture. People say, you shouldn't paint that.
Jay loves reworking furniture from a bygone age to bring it bang up to date, pushing the boundaries of contemporary furniture design.
I love a challenge. Even when I'm making mistakes, I enjoy making the mistakes because it teaches me about a process that I never knew. A mistake for me is always about learning.
You like a challenge, do you, Jay? Well, Sarah's got one coming your way. It's all me, me, me with Sarah, but for good reason. It's now time to find a project for herself.
I would say if it's made out of chipboard, I can't do much with it.
And it doesn't take long for Barry to present Sarah with a toy from the good old days.
What's in your bag then? Throwing anything good out?
Well, an old railway station.
That does look cool.
Very old.
Can I have a look at it?
Yes, you can.
So this was yours, was it?
Well, funny enough, I was working in a toy shop.
Right.
In the late 50s.
Right.
And all through these years I've kept them. My children have played with them.
Yeah?
The grandchildren have played with them.
It was a well-loved toy, but for the past few years it's been gathering dust in Barry's attic.
So age-wise, it looks kind of Art Deco or...
It is old, fella.
So it's...
I don't know what...
It's the Tricks Many Ways station set, made in England, number 22. Beautiful cast aluminium, it's lovely. So I definitely don't think that this can go into the metal. No, I would really like to do some research on it and find out if it's collectible, if it's the kind of thing that people are still buying. Yeah, it's lovely. Look at that bit.
Yeah.
That must be the middle of the roof somewhere or something, mustn't it?
Yes.
It's got such lovely styling. Somebody's going to want to buy this. Yeah. Somebody will have all the other bits. I love it.
For Barry, the idea of Sarah breathing new life into a toy so close to his heart is one which he's clearly happy about.
The whole family's played with them. They've enjoyed them. We've fixed them up together. So nice.
How cool is this? I really don't know what I found here. It looks like the kind of thing that might have been made in mass production early in the sort of 30s, but I love the styling on it. I'm loving the aluminium and the fact that it has such great colour on it. I'll have to have a really good think about this because this could go in all sorts of different directions. Quite cool though, isn't it?
Very cool, Sarah. It's been a good day at the dump and Sarah has 3 very different items. Josh and Ollie will be dealing with the broken up sofa, Jay will transform the slinky stool, and Sarah will get creative with the toy railway station set.
Transforming today's eclectic selection of items is going to be just the challenge we love, but there's going to have to be some radical transformation if we're going to really bring the money home.
This is Chichester in West Sussex. A vibrant town with a thriving music, film and arts scene. While it may be forward-thinking, it's hard not to be impressed by the town's illustrious history. Its medieval architecture is striking. This dynamic link between the past and present inspires designers Josh and Ollie to create contemporary bespoke furniture with traditional materials. And if that happens to involve a blowtorch, they're a couple of happy chappies. I wonder what they'll make of the 70s sofa Sarah's wheeling their way.
We love what Sarah does because we're into like restoring old items and keeping things going. So yeah, always interested to see what she's going to bring us.
Yeah, we're kind of on the same page in that respect, aren't we?
Yeah.
So looking forward to seeing what she's going to bring us today.
Hello. Hiya. Come and see my flat pack.
Okay. Wow.
It's not supposed to be flat pack.
Cool.
Yeah?
What is it? Sofa.
1970s, beautiful styling, lovely lines.
Of course.
Should we get it in?
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say first impressions were underwhelming.
It might be easier to get rid of the cushions because I think whatever we do, they're not going to be part of the plan, are they? It has been smashed up.
Yeah.
But I thought it has got 70s style oozing out of every broken pore.
I think, yeah, 70s are back in, but for me, like, the kind of lacquered mahogany look isn't really that fresh at the moment, so maybe we do something with the frame. Like, we love to scorch things, so why not try that? Maybe we could burn it with a blowtorch.
Burn, baby, burn.
Yeah, let's just burn this thing and forget about it.
Yeah.
But no, if we scorch this entire frame, so what you see here will be really nice kind of matte black with a lot of texture going on. And then the idea is to put some like really contrasting, maybe maple or sycamore slats on it and just turn it into like a really clean, crisp, stylish 70s looking seat.
How much is it going to cost to turn this into cool, crisp, high-end luxury living?
Lots.
Lots.
Well, it's going to be a fiddly one, isn't it? There's a lot of things that we've seen already that
think
could
it's one that
cause us
will,
trouble. I'm reckoning about 700.
Yeah, I think so.
How does that sound?
You're going to burn it and charge me 700 quid?
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, if you think you can pull it off, if I can come back here,
in the end, yeah.
I'm going to make profit. Best of luck.
Thank you.
I'm getting a scorched sofa and a 700 quid bill. Let's hope that's the right decision.
I think we're quite excited about this one, actually. Like,
Yeah,
there's a
I-
lot of work to be done. I think it could look really cool at the end.
Yeah, after we've put our touch on it, I think it'll be a nice, sleek-looking seat.
Done a bit of scorching, put a bit of fresh wood on there, bish bash bosh, done.
Josh and Ollie have a whopping £700 to spend on this sofa. Let's hope that budget won't go up in smoke. Welcome to Wolverhampton. The local council have a grand vision for its future, to encourage people to come from far and wide to study, work and shop in a booming independent retail sector. This encouraged Jay to relocate his business from outside London and set up shop in the city. Here's hoping he likes the surprise Sarah has in store for him.
I'm hoping it's something timber-wise, real timber.
Nope. Sorry about that, Jay.
But knowing Sarah, she loves to set me a challenge and tries to trip me up every now and again by bringing me something that I've never worked on before and just say, like, have a go at that, Jay. I thought you would like that. Hello, how we doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm very, very good. Very good. Wow, what have you got me? You good?
Well, something slightly out of the ordinary.
Wow. Okay.
I know it's not wood. Shall I tell you what I'd do with it?
Okay, yeah. Wow.
If this was mine, I think I would probably try and make the legs into like amazing, long, gold, beautiful legs, and then I'd cover the top and the back in a powder puff of Mongolian sheepskin covered in kind of pink tinge.
Wow.
but I thought I'd bring it to you and hear what you do with it. Because I don't think you're the powder puff type, really, are you?
No, I'm not. I like your ideas, though. I do, and I'm holding pink as well. But I do like your idea. It is nice, but not.
He doesn't. He's being polite.
No,
he hates it.
I do like our idea, but I wouldn't do pink fluffy stuff, even though I have a pink duster. I'm not going to do the pink. I'm going to do something different. I'm going to do something interesting. I am going to recover these bits and make that a real focal point. Yeah, we're going to make this one look really, really special. It's going to look the business.
Okay. Does the business cost the fortune?
If I was using pink fluffy stuff, it would cost a fortune. But I could probably, I would say I could do this one for about, it's just a simple recovering, polishing up. I'll do this as a cheap one, to tell the truth, so that'll be about £30 I'll do that one for.
Okay, well, use your 30 quid wisely.
I will do.
And I'll leave it with you.
Okay.
Take care.
Take care.
Well, I'm a teeny tiny bit disappointed that Jay didn't take on my idea of powder puffs and gold legs, but I've got high hopes for my singleton stall.
Sarah's smiling, but Jay's looking somewhat perplexed.
She loves to set a challenge, and here it is. I think the style of the stall and the shape and the form is really, really nice. So hopefully I should be able to do something with the fabric. It's a really simple idea, just recover.
With a budget of £30, will Jay be able to rise to the challenge and meet Sarah's high hopes? Sarah's back home in Sussex after dropping off the sofa and the stall. Once Bramble's been for walkies, Sarah can get started on her item. She picked out the Art Deco style train station set.
Definitely cool. That deco styling is so strong in these pieces. All together now, finally. It's got bags of style.
Sarah had hoped she could sell the well-loved station set as is to a collector, but it's too scuffed and scratched, so she's had a bright idea. Sarah's going to make 5 desk lights. She's already had perspex, which will make up the light housing, made to order, and she'll combine them with pieces from the train set and her LEDs to make lovely little lamps.
So these are the bits back from the fabricators, and these are the windows, the roof and the side sections, and I'm hoping they all fit together with our train set to make a lovely little desk light. But it's not looking very impressive at the moment.
Each perspex light box is made up of 8 separate pieces, which Sarah will have the oh-so-fiddly job of gluing together.
There's one set's worth there. I've got some 2-pack glue with quite a long working time, so I don't have to hurry too much with it. So you just mix these equal quantities together, give it a stir, and then it makes this really strong bond when it's all mixed up.
Let's hope the measurements Sarah supplied to the perspex cutter were right. If not, disaster.
That's a great fit.
I never doubted her for a second.
That's beginning to look quite cool, isn't it?
Here comes the hard bit, though.
Not quite sure how to do this.
She's now got to glue the roof and side sections together.
Those fixed together, and then that goes on there.
I get the feeling this is all a little bit more complicated than Sarah imagined.
This requires precision, dexterity, patience. I don't have any of those, it's a nightmare. This is so fiddly. Next time I go to make something, can you remind me to go the simplest route? Doesn't have to be surprising. Just make a few pounds, that's all I'm after.
Come on now, Sarah, stay positive.
This is easy. This is a walk in the park. This is a great thing to do.
That's more like it. Uh-oh. Sarah has spent £70 on the perspex and LEDs. Let's hope it's money well spent and she actually manages to finish all 5 lights. Near Chichester in Sussex, Josh and Ollie are getting started on the sofa.
All right, should we start with getting these old straps off then?
Yeah, okay.
The lads made their reputation creating bespoke furniture. Transforming the likes of this is a brave new world for them.
I've never done anything like this before. Yeah, once we've worked out how the slats are going to go across, and probably once we've worked out what we're going to do with the legs, I think they're really the two most difficult parts. The rest of it should be all right.
So, aside from the seat part and the legs part, everything else is fine. That's comforting. The sofa frame was constructed using the traditional mortise and tenon method, a technique which has been used for thousands of years, but the mortise holes and tenon tongues are badly damaged.
It's all feeling a little bit rickety, so we've just got to try and work out the best way of getting it back to a state where you can sit on it again.
The only option is to repair the joints. I was a bit cheeky about these boys earlier, but their expertise is beyond reproach. The traditional craftsmanship they use to mend the joints is second to none.
It's nice when you get to the end of it and it's kind of looking fresh again, and you've just got like a nice match and a nice fill in there. So then we can put the tenon back in and glue it just as it was. It should be as strong as it was brand new then.
When the repaired tenon is slotted back into the mended mortise, it's a perfect fit. The lads use strap clamps to hold the sofa in position while the glue dries.
I don't think we're going to make a sofa anymore. It's just a big old sort of bass guitar now, so scrap that idea.
Right then, lads, let's get a groove on. Nice. Let's slow it down. And back up for the big finish. Yeah, man. But it's back to business, and there's some blowtorching to be done. A charred finish is a difficult technique to master, but if they get it right, it will give the sofa a striking look.
It just gives a nice texture to the wood. It also preserves the wood as well. It's like a natural way of doing that. It just brings it back to a nice even matte black finish.
The lads are taking safety precautions against fumes released from the old wood stain. Although Josh could do with pulling up his trousers. Fingers crossed, this gives the sofa the sleek and stylish look they're after. If they get this wrong, it could warp the wood. In Wolverhampton, Jay's trying to add character to this sad and sorry stall.
Birds in flight, trees.
He's been sent a package of fabric offcuts from a designer friend, and he's hoping there might be that special something in here to give the stall an impressive new look.
The plan is basically to look at fabrics, basically to look and see which ones work best together. Now that's nice. I like that.
That's not the only one he likes, though.
Whoa. Now that looks cool. Yes, it is. Ooh la la. Already, it just looks really cool. See, now that looks, to me, that looks really, really gorgeous. I would have the back a little bit darker. If I can get a darker fabric, it might shine it out a bit better.
Decisions, decisions. Jay's spoiled for choice.
See, now that works. I really like that. So it's almost as if you've got the birds above the tree down at the bottom.
When selecting patterns, it's essential to achieve harmony. This doesn't mean they have to match, but they should have some aspects in common, such as colour palette, scale or style. Seems like Jay's made his choice.
Now that does look nice. There was a pink one I had on there before. There's two fabrics. There's one which has got more pink and one that's more white. And it's a toss-up between those two. So I think I preferred the fabric I put on before.
Well, at least we've narrowed it down to two.
But I ain't got another. Oh, man.
Oh, three.
I need to stop. That is gorgeous as well. It's only a £30 job. A really simple thing to do, but it has to look right. It's giving me a bit of a headache.
OK, Jay, let's put the fabric to one side for now and concentrate on the legs. Jay was thinking about leaving the scuffs and scrapes, but has decided to bring back the shine, using metal polish, fine wire wool and a whole load of elbow grease.
I must admit, it's really, really satisfying to see something just change right in front of your eyes. It's almost like magic. It makes you think like, wow, look what this stuff's doing.
I'm still waiting for that magic, Jay. Remember when this was supposed to be a quick and easy job? Back in the Sussex countryside, Sarah's putting the finishing touches to her desk lamps.
Well, that's 5 lights completed. They're quite crisp and clean for me.
This toy train station set provided Sarah with a bright idea, which she has brought stunningly to life. The addition of the toy figures, pinched from her daughter's toy box, lend the platform's scale and perspective and add to the fun. The LED lights are battery powered and remote controlled, so there's no electrical wiring. I can see these being snapped up by a train enthusiast who is still a kid at heart.
Well, they're a little bit play-worn and definitely quirky, but I think somebody will give these a good home.
3 generations of Barry's family had played with the toy train set, so he was happy Sarah saved it.
The whole family's played with them. They've enjoyed them. We've fixed them up together. So nice.
Then it was Sarah's turn to have a play. Makeover complete, all 5 desk lights were snapped up by Mark from Keswick Collectibles, an antique shop in the Lake District.
Oh, wow.
And now Sarah's on her way to Barry's home to show him what became of the toy he was about to sling in the skip.
Hi, Barry.
Hello.
How are you
Nice
doing?
to meet you.
Very
All right,
nice
thank
to
you.
see you. So is this the house where the train set was in the attic?
Yes.
Lovely. Well, it was a lovely piece, but it had been played with by quite a few children. So was that your children or grandchildren?
Yes,
or?
grandchildren, all of them. They've all played with it sometime.
Well, it was my job to take it on, and it was a lovely thing, and I made it into... Are you ready?
Yes.
It has been turned into desk lights.
Smashing.
Put it together on a little block and turned it into 5 individual desk lights.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Really?
Yes.
Because it is
Yes.
such a worry. You take somebody's stuff and you do something to it, and so you approve then?
Yes. Now it's not scrapped or buried. It's of use at last.
They were lovely to work on. And actually somebody has bought them, a collectibles shop. So I've got a little bit of money to give back to you for your old train set. So there, I've got £50 for you. So what might you do with £50?
Well, could I please give it to children in need?
If you'd like to do that, that would be
Please.
that would be lovely.
Yes, very nice. So that's a lot of people. It's done good. Plus, it's the station itself, the old station, has put to good use. I'm happy.
Really?
Yes.
Well, that's
Very
really
happy.
generous of you. There are 5 little lights that'll go off into 5 new houses. Your station is going on another journey.
Brilliant.
It was really good to see you again. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Well, that was really lovely to see Barry's reaction to his old train set, because he and his family had obviously had so much fun using it, and I really enjoyed making it into something else. And I think he was really enthusiastic about the fact it's going on another journey.
Sarah paid £70 for materials. They sold for £120, making a profit of £50, which is now on its way to charity. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Josh and Ollie have got on with the 70s sofa. And I'm not the only one. No, not them. Her.
I left the boys with a massive challenge, a completely smashed up sofa, and I can't wait to see what they've done with it.
It was beat up and broken down, but with Josh and Ollie's help, Sarah hoped it could be brought back to life. Wow, it's been born again like a phoenix from the flames. The scorched wood has been sanded down to create the smooth matte black finish. This contrasts beautifully with the light American maple timber used for the seat. Craftsmanship on display here is second to none. It's unique, bold and super stylish.
Hello?
Oh, hello.
Lads!
Yeah, just having a little coffee break.
Hey!
Hello.
Wow! How cool is that? Let's see it without the rug on it. Oh. Work of art. Did you scorch it?
Yeah, scorched the frame.
It's genius. I don't know what to say. It was so badly broken and beaten up beforehand. It's beautiful. Is it comfortable?
Yeah. Try it out.
Oh, yeah. It's lovely.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Oh, the finish you've got on this.
It's nice and smooth, isn't it?
Yeah, great contrast. It's fantastic.
I mean,
Really
the
good.
actual frame itself is really nice, and there's loads of curves, and it's really well put together. So I think once we actually had it reassembled and fixed up, yeah, it's a really nice shape, isn't it? And then just, I think, sorting out the two colours, I think it just works really well.
But this looks sleek and designer, and the contrast between the dark and the pale is just brilliant. It's such a lovely piece now.
Cool.
Sarah is overjoyed. The boys have done a bang-up job and it's bang on their £700 budget.
Are we calling it sofa? Bench? What are you calling it? What have you been referring it to as?
Indoor bench. I kind of see it in a nice kind of conservatory or something. It's not your sofa, but it's like it's a place where you might sit and read a book or something.
I think we're getting all of the 1970s essence that was, you know, part of its charm, but with a bang up-to-date makeover. It's a very stylish thing now. It's real credit to you.
Thank you very much.
I'm impressed. And more importantly, so is the boss.
Was a bit worried about it when it turned up, but I think we managed to get something quite nice out of it.
Seeing it now, it's like a brand new sofa, isn't it?
Indoor bench, Josh. It's an indoor bench. Sarah spotted the sofa just as Brian was about to chuck it in the skip.
All the rest of it's broken.
He was flummoxed as to what Sarah would do with it.
I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. It'd be good to find out.
Don't worry, Brian, you're about to. Sarah has made her way to Brian's house, where hopefully he'll be as impressed as we are.
Oh, hello.
Hi there.
Right.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
I said that I'd be back in touch if there was something I
Yeah.
could do with your sofa.
Yeah.
Now, you had a good time smashing it up, hadn't you?
I did, yes. I've got to get it loaded on the trailer, so yeah, it was smashed up.
Yeah, it did. It made quite a few people laugh that we had taken something that had been through that process. So, did you think we'd rebuild it? What did you think we were
Well,
going to
not
do
with
with
the
it?
end, the way it had been smashed up. No, I didn't.
Well, I've got some pictures to show you, and brace yourself, because where I took it to some lovely young lads, and they set fire to it.
Oh, right. right.
Okay?
Yes.
But it ended up like this.
Oh, wow.
So this is the bit they burnt.
Yeah.
They scorched the frame to make it black, and it's got a beautiful texture to it and a lovely finish.
Oh, it's lovely.
Yeah. Do you think it's all right?
I do, yes.
Have you ever seen anything like that before?
No, not really, no, but it's good. I like it. Yeah.
Well, I'm
It's
pleased you
very
like
nice,
it.
yes.
Well, it's still for sale. It's out there now, and
Yeah.
I'm sure we're going to get a great buyer for it. So
Yeah.
as soon as I have money, I'll
Yeah.
give you a call and send it over to you.
Great.
I really liked seeing what the boys had done to it.
Yeah.
To see it in the flesh, it's a lovely thing. So I really appreciate you letting us have it.
Great. That's lovely. Thank you very much.
Nice
Thank
to catch
you.
up. Okay, bye
And
bye.
you. Bye now.
Josh and Ollie charged £700 for the makeover, but at present the seat remains unsold. So for now, that remains a loss. But I've no doubt Brian will be seeing a little profit in his pocket sometime soon. In Jay's workshop in Wolverhampton, he's getting prepped for Sarah's arrival.
I'm really hoping Jay's hard work has paid off, because I need my bar stool to be joining the party and not being left on the shelf.
It was drab, dreary and looked oh so lonely. But Jay had plans to make it take flight. Jay's choice of fabric has allowed the stall to soar to new heights. The nature-inspired design lifts the chair. It's now light and airy rather than lifeless and leaden. Jay put in some hard graft, rubbing the rust off the chrome legs and applying metal polish. The stall is now shining bright. Before, it looked rather sad all on its own. Now it's full of character and life. Sarah had high hopes for this stall. Has Jay met them?
Have you been busy?
I've been a little bit busy, just a wee bit.
You've done well there. You've
I have done well. I have done well.
It looks punchy.
It does look punchy, and I was going to leave the legs rusty, but then, it just didn't work.
No,
it
no,
didn't
I'm-
work with the fabric.
I'm amazed how well that's come up. Well, I'm not amazed, but I'm really pleased, because good old chrome comes up well, doesn't it?
A lot of elbow grease, but it does work.
It looks smart and shiny and cool, and it's got a bird on it.
And then we've got a little surprise on the back as well.
Let's have a look at the back. More birds.
You like it?
Yeah, it's really cool.
Jay's come up trumps again, adding some quirky character to this stall. I think it would look brilliant at a breakfast bar in the kitchen. But has he kept a budget?
Budget-wise, walk in the park, or are we over?
The walk in the park, if I remember rightly, the budget for this was £30.
Yeah.
Yeah, so walk in the park, yeah, it's not over. It's £30. It's just elbow grease that you've paid me for, to tell the truth.
That's great. That is a good, solid makeover, and for 30 quid, I couldn't be happier.
You happy, yeah? OK, that's good.
You wrote something really quirky. Look at it.
I think the chair came out a lot better than I anticipated it coming out, to tell the honest truth. I'm really, really happy with the way it looks.
Well, this stall has had just the update it needs. All I've got to do is get this bird a new home.
The sad and solitary stall was almost in the skip.
That's teetering on the retro, isn't it?
It's all very retro.
Derek had sold his home and was having a big clear out in preparation for the big move.
We're moving house, but because we sold so quickly, we haven't got a house to go to.
Really?
And we're moving into our caravan for 4 months because we're going to Spain.
Spain, eh? It's all right for some. And it was all right for the stall too. Jay worked wonders with his nature-inspired design. The stall was snapped up by one of Sarah's regular buyers, Nick, who runs an online shop specialising in retro and recycled furniture. And now, through the wonders of that there interweb thing, Sarah's catching up with Derek in his caravan in sunny Spain.
Morning, how are you?
We're fine, thank you very much.
Is the sun out over there? You look very healthy and relaxed.
Sun is gloriously warm at the moment. We're very healthy and relaxed and enjoy every minute.
Now, I took your bar stool and I've got some pictures I'd like to try and send to you to show you what actually happened to it. So I've just pinged them over to your email address now.
Right.
I don't know if anything's appeared yet.
Here it comes. Oh, yes. Oh, I like the hummingbird. Wow, that's good. Oh, you have certainly made a difference there.
So, do you approve?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm very, very impressed.
I'm really pleased to say that I actually managed to sell it as well. So I've got a little bit of money, £30 here that's coming over to you.
Excellent. Never expected that. Never, once we were going to the tip, I thought that was it.
That's coming your way. So any idea what you might do with 30 quid?
Well, it'll take us out for several good meals here in Spain.
Thank you so much. You go and enjoy the lovely weather out there, and I'll make sure this wings its way to you.
Thank you very much.
Jay charged Sarah £30 for the makeover. Sarah sold the stall for £60, giving Derek £30 profit to enjoy on sun, sea and Spanish cuisine. Sarah saved 3 unwanted items from the skip. And now, rather than being chucked in the landfill, they've been given a new lease of life.
Whilst it's nice to turn a profit, it's not all about the money. I mean, I literally dumped rubbish onto the doorsteps of our artisans, and they picked up the challenge and transformed it into fantastic items. Now that is an achievement. Oh no, I like the look of your rubbish.
How do you make money for nothing?
I love a little rummage.
The answer could be hiding in the 30 million tonnes of household waste we throw out every year.
I think that I might be able to make something out of that.
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
That's wartime. I'm a passionate buyer, user and maker of old stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I make new stuff out of old stuff and I sell it for a profit.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers...
That was brave.
All the potential.
No!
She can transform her finds into desirable...
Work of art.
Valuable... and hopefully saleable items.
Holy moly.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
Thank you, I'm astonished.
Today we're at the recycling centre in Ultringham, Greater Manchester, and lumber lover Sarah's here to stop some waste getting wasted.
Looking round here, you might see lame chairs, battered bureaus and broken sofas, but I see nothing but potential. I'm here to rescue, resuscitate and revive tired things and make some money for nothing along the way.
Unfortunately, we can't all haunt our local recycling centres. Sarah's got special permission for her mission.
What else have you got in there then? Shall I have a quick rummage?
Sarah's mining for 3 rough nuggets, which she'll transform into diamonds.
Sarah in the tip with the lead pipe.
I have no clue, though, what she intends to do with that. It looks like there's something with more potential in Charlotte's boot.
Oh, don't throw those away. Are they going in?
Yep. Fancy them?
You've got 2 of them?
Yeah.
Go on then, let's have a look. I'd love to. So, just had enough of them? Not comfortable, or?
No, never owned them, so they were in the house we've just bought. So
Really?
don't fit with us.
Just left there and...
Yeah. So we've got enough chairs already. So yeah, sadly they've hit the tip.
So when did you move in?
It's a couple of weeks ago.
Is it going all right?
Yeah, hard work.
Yeah, well, you know, it makes you love it even more if you have to do something to it.
Exactly.
I'd quite like to go and try and do something with these. So.
Yeah, very welcome.
Excellent. I think they're quite interesting.
You can have them.
I think they'll only ever be a pair of chairs, but hopefully we can make them into something that you really want to own.
And it's really nice to not have to chuck it in the bin.
Yeah, hopefully I'll be in touch with some progress on them.
Yeah, absolutely. Make us jealous.
Thanks very much.
All right, cheers, bye.
Sarah looks pleased with these finds, but what does Charlotte think she'll do with them?
I don't know, but I'll be excited to see. It'll be interesting. Yeah, and I hope she makes us upset that we've thrown them away.
From the look of these rickety old things, she might struggle. What's the plan, Sarah?
The bad news is they're brown, they're looking a bit boring, especially with this maroon flock material on them. But the good news is, a pair always sells well. They've got some detailing here that I think could be picked out and made marvellous, and that will really help.
Sarah knows exactly the right person to transform those chairs. Award-winning textile and wallpaper designer Daniel Heath is a sustainability guru who relishes the chance to give reclaimed material a new lease of life. He adds his sought-after signature style to create one-off furniture and contemporary design pieces.
I love what I do because of the challenges that come from every project. There's never really 2 projects that are the same. Every brief is different and every client is different and wants me to produce something unique for them. So that obviously has an array of challenges that I have to face every day. Each one that comes along is different, and that's the joy of it.
Daniel says he is a fan of reclaimed rubbish, but he might be put off by the state of those chairs. That's item 1 done, but Sarah's not taking it sitting down. She still has 2 items to uncover, and the sky's the limit.
I'll take anything. This way.
Nice try, Sarah. Luckily, she's hovering over a heady haul in Robertspoon.
What are you chucking out?
All sorts of clearance from a cellar.
It's nice.
Yeah,
Look at
there you
that. No, we could really use that. Have you ever used it or not?
No. No, it's just slightly too large.
No, I think that has potential. This could be a good haul. Keep going. Do you mind me looking in your boot?
No, carry on.
That could be a slippery slope. I think that needs to go back into the metal, but...
Quite right, Sarah. That's one vice you really don't need. But hang on, it looks like there's a more acceptable vice in there too.
Just, that's really nice.
Would you like it?
I might.
Be careful. Worn-out old vices are well known for falling apart on people's toes.
It's really heavy. I've got to be able to do something with that, haven't I?
Ouch!
So was this yours? Have you ever used it, or...?
I think it was a friend of my son's, and there's a bigger one, there's a massive one as well that I've kept. It is spare.
I'm not sure what I'm going to do with this, but I'd really like to take it away and see if I can make anything out of it. So would you mind if I took your advice?
Yeah, I've got another one if you want to make earrings.
If I do manage to make anything, can I show you what I've done?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Excellent. OK, well, I'll keep in touch, and I'm going to take that and ponder on what to do with it, but I must be able to do something decorative with it. Thank you ever so much.
You're very welcome.
Have a good day.
Well, Sarah will need an iron will to make something saleable out of that thing. What would Robert do with it, apart from earrings, of course?
Use it as a vice, I would imagine. I think it'd be too heavy for a paperweight, doorstop, all sorts of things, but I wouldn't recommend it as jewellery.
Why have I just taken that? I know why. It's old, it's solid, it's got lovely writing on the side of it, and it moves around. I know who likes working with this kind of industrial material, and there's money to be made here.
There is nothing that can't be turned into a lamp, and Guy Trench is here to prove it. Retired North Sea diver Guy is the mastermind behind his band of creative craftsmen who can make unique and quirky furnishings from the flotsam and jetsam of yesteryear.
I think the disposable culture we live in today is appalling, really, what we throw away, but it's not made to last. In the old days, they made things to last. And that's why I like doing what I do, it's keeping those things alive. So, for example, the old cameras. Why have them in the cupboard? There's something that ought to be brought out. So if we can turn them into a lamp, then we're going to keep it. But you could say to your grandchildren, say, that's what your great-grandpa used to use, that thing. And it's something they can relate to. So it's lovely preserving a bit of history. Isn't that rewarding? Fantastic.
Let's hope Guy finds that rusty old vice every bit as gripping as his other projects. That's 2 items filed under found. Sarah will take on the third and final item herself, if she can find something.
What are you chucking out?
Cardboard.
Oh, that's no good.
She's being unusually choosy.
You coming back with any furniture later then?
No.
Well, no time for small talk.
No furniture?
If it's furniture you're after, Sarah, take a look in Adrian's boot.
It's got a lovely pair of legs on it, hasn't it? More than a pair.
I was going to say 2 pairs.
2 pairs of legs. I see you've got a sweet little piano stool or something at a dressing table.
It was something that was up in the loft for a long time, and it's really just clearing it out. We have grandchildren and they like to play up there. This makes a little bit of room for them.
You're throwing stuff out of a certain era here
Yes.
that is appealing to people today. You know, lots of people like it's a vintage look, I have to
Okay.
say. I
Okay.
think vintage is now over 25 years old, so.
What should I be doing with it then, do you
But
think?
bringing it here and letting me have a look at it. Ray Miller, Liverpool. Lovely, so it's not far from home, is it? They say brown furniture's making a massive comeback.
Oh, right.
And it's no surprise. Furniture from this era is often beautifully made with bags of character, and it'll last much longer than the average pine flat pack nonsense. Sarah's sure she can turn space saving into real savings for Adrian.
I hope that she can use them and maybe, I mean, sell them, that's fine by me. It would be nice for them to have a good home.
These are a sweet little pair of vintage items. Table, nice legs on it. It's got a little pie crust edge to it. And this stool was probably in front of a dressing table in the 1950s. Together, these are the kind of things that I'm seeing £5 each in a charity shop. Not great in this state, but these have potential to make profit.
Well, that's up to you, Sarah. With that table and chair nabbed, it's mission complete. Daniel will give those chairs the once or twice over. Guy will attempt to squash some profit out of that vice. And Sarah will be getting her teeth into all those lovely legs.
Today I managed to gather yet another unusual hoard of items, which once reimagined, I think have a real chance of making some money for nothing.
Bustling Walthamstow in north-east London is home to textile and printing aficionado Daniel Heath, who is nervously awaiting Sarah's latest offering.
It seems like she's got something that I'm going to be a bit unsure about, so I'm a little bit more anxious than normal. But I guess we'll have to, as ever, see what comes when it gets here.
Poor little chairs, abandoned at the tip. Somebody's got to show them some love, because currently they're covered in maroon. Daniel, he's the one. Hi.
Hello, how you doing?
Really well, how are things?
Yeah, good to see you.
It's all hugs now, but he hasn't seen what Sarah's brought him yet.
Cheers. Right, okay. So, fairly straightforward, seemingly.
Yeah, let's go have a look.
So far, so good. Dan seems pretty confident.
Okay, right. Some nice detail to it.
They're a bit weak, and I am personally a maroon hater.
Okay, well, I think that, the seat is really understuffed. The frame is sturdy.
Do you think they're suitable for an update?
I think we can probably do something with them. I'm not sure that
they're going to have a huge resale value.
The chairs are around 100 years old, but in their current condition, they're unlikely to have any value. The challenge for Daniel is to add his signature look without breaking the bank, and there's a lot of work to do.
So I think basically it's going to involve using some fabric that I've got to reupholster. Sand or paint, not really sure. It looks like they're in okay condition, but I think underneath that's going to need some new something.
He's happy to work to a budget of £100 per chair, which should leave a bit of room for some profit for Sarah.
Seeing them brought back to life, making just a few quid, I'm happy to leave them at that. I've got great faith that you'll make them look fantastic, so thanks ever so much.
Thanks, Sarah.
Hope they're an easy one.
Cheers.
I feel a little bit sorry for Daniel because those chairs currently are not a nice prospect, but I bought them here for a reason. I'm hoping his beautiful deco hand-printed fabrics are going to give those chairs just what they need to turn them into something saleable.
I'm glad that Sarah's bought these because they wouldn't have continued their life in any other way. So if anything, we're saving them from being broken up. So yeah, I'm glad they're here, sort of.
Dan's quoted £100 per chair, which makes a total of £200 for the pair. Daniel's fabric designs will add value, but he's no upholsterer, so those chairs could prove tricky. Near the historic town of Malden in Essex is the workshop of lighting supremo Guy Trench, aided as ever by his indispensable sidekick Keith, and Sarah's got a treat for them today.
I'm hoping she brings something of sort of a bit of history, something a bit old along, a bit rusty. We can change it a bit and we can make it look fantastic.
Let's hope Guy doesn't buckle under the pressure of that vice.
Tell you what, it's really lucky that I've got a black book full of contacts because it's going to take somebody really skilled to turn that into something that's saleable and can make a profit. But it's all right, because I'm here to see Guy. Hello.
Hello,
lovely to see you again.
Good to see you.
And you. Hi Keith, how you doing?
All right.
Help.
Ooh, a
What?
record vice.
I saw it at the recycling centre and I just thought there was something about it because it was lovely and chunky and it has all that wear on it that it just couldn't go in the metal skip.
And they're old and they're still made today, which is brilliant.
I mean, I thought because it's got that lovely ability to sit on a desk and be chunky that it could potentially be made into lighting.
I think you're definitely right. It definitely could be made into lighting. There's some nice colours we can wear back here.
Yeah.
With wire wool and a bit of furniture remover. Just have a look at, could it be a wall light? Let's have a look. Could that go on the wall and have a...
Yeah, like that. I think it is...
as a wall light.
Yeah, lovely.
Need
okay.
a good fixing and a good beam to put it onto. But,
Yeah, I've been carrying it. It's not light, is it? No.
Sounds like Sarah's come to the right place for vice advice. But what about the price? Let's hope it's nice.
That's a lovely idea. It looks charming because before I thought, you know, maybe it just go onto a man's desk, but you're putting that into interiors, into restaurants or something like that, aren't you? With that kind of look.
They could have the menu hanging from it and wind it up, you know, whatever they like, you know.
Obviously, that's quite a heavy-duty thing to work with, but what kind of costs are we looking at to get it the right kind of electrics in there, you know, the right safety? Because I know that there's loads of people making lighting, but it's very specific stuff that has to go into something like this, isn't it?
Yeah. I think we're looking at probably about £95 to do that, turn that into a wall light.
That leaves a nice bit of margin
Yes.
to make on. So
Yeah.
that's great price. I'm really pleased with that. I just can't wait to see what it looks like.
It'll look great.
Really good to see you. Give us a shout when it's
Thank
ready,
you, Sarah,
and
lovely.
yeah, I'll come back and can't wait.
Okay.
Take care.
Brilliant.
Bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
You can tell when you're in the hands of an expert because they just make everything look so simple. That vice as a wall light, genius idea.
It's very different, and I don't think anybody in the world will have a vice as a wall light. So this will be a first off and a one-off.
Guy's charging £95 to illuminate that rusty vice. It's certainly got a long way to go before anyone will want that industrial hunk of metal hanging on their wall. At home in Sussex, Sarah's about to start work on her own finds, and she needs some raw material from yet another dump.
You stay there, back in a minute.
As a huge fan of all things discarded, Sarah knows exactly where to find her nearest one, in her own garden.
I'm looking for buried treasure. If you live in the middle of the country 100 years ago, nobody collected your rubbish, so you had to put it somewhere.
Many old and rural properties have a historic rubbish heap similar to this one hidden away.
And you'll just find little pits with bottles and old batteries and broken up old enamel all over the place.
Sarah's been attacking hers for years. It's probably her favourite place. She's already got quite the collection of Edwardian and Victorian bottles and jars, but she's just a few short.
These are the inspiration for my next item. Wait and see.
Gloves might have been a good idea, Sarah. She's clearly got a plan for those, and she set aside that old white chair so that she can concentrate on the table.
This sweet little table I found at the tip, in its own right, it probably isn't worth very much. So I'm going to use my dug-up treasure to turn our table into a posy table.
The Victorians had a habit of covering any available surface with interesting objects. In the spring and summer months, stately homes would proudly display floral blooms as posies from their walled gardens.
We're going to bring the posy table right back in fashion. Everybody is going to want one of these. I certainly do.
Oh yes, me too, for my stately block of flats. But as usual, Sarah's taking things one step further. She's marking the position of the jars she's dug up, and she's going to embed them in the table.
All I've got to do now is make some little holes in the top of the table for them to go in. I'm going to use this.
That terrifying looking drill is fitted with a hole cutter that you can get in any decent DIY store.
That's scary.
Make sure you're a seasoned driller before attempting this.
Oh, that's perfect. That will definitely do. They look really cool.
Next, Sarah tidies up the holes and lightly sands the surface for painting.
So I'm painting it a lovely blue-black colour so that when the posies are in it, they really stand out. What do you think, Bramble? Bram? What do you think?
Well, Bramble's not impressed, and I'm not surprised. This isn't the most elegant of paint jobs.
I'm not seeking perfection here. I want a really rough, rustic look. A really bad paint job will obviously just add to its charms.
She's doing two coats, that dusty blue on the top and black on the legs. But Bramble's had enough.
It's like watching paint dry.
It literally is.
So what I'm going to do now is just take off all these crispy edges to make it look like I haven't just made it.
First she paints it, then she rubs it off again. It's hard work, this. I could do with a bit of a lie down myself.
What I'm trying to do is imagine how it would have been worn out if somebody had been using it all the time, like putting all the pots in these holes and where they picked up on the edges.
For Sarah's final trick, adding a layer of dark wax to complete that vintage feel.
So you can buy these waxes in all sorts of different colours, or you can even stir paint into clear wax and make your own bespoke coloured finish. Still bored, Bramble?
Bramble, sausages! I knew she could hear me. Sarah's well on her way with her take on Victorian extravagance. And with just £5 spent on wax and paint, it may even make a healthy profit. But will she actually be able to sell such an unusual item? In Walthamstow, Daniel Heath has started work on his two tired chairs, and he's already found a problem.
So we have a major wobble that I'm concerned about at the moment. So let's investigate.
At last, that red flock material is removed and there are some unwelcome surprises underneath.
Oh wow, I think it was just the fabric holding the thing together.
With the chair so fragile, Daniel decides to take the riskier approach of drilling through the frame into the leg.
I'm going to try and get this straight, because if it goes off at an angle, it's going to come out through some of the detailing on the leg. Here we go. Even the sawdust smells old.
Next, Daniel adds a long screw to hold it all together. Very, very carefully, because if this wood splits, Sarah may return to only one chair.
I'm going to do the ultimate test now, and I'm going to sit on it, which might make some very entertaining footage. There's a bit of movement, but it's still up.
That's encouraging. With the legs now structurally sound, sort of, it's time for Daniel to think fabrics. As a textile and screen printing expert, this should be the easy bit.
I want it to be quite sophisticated and not too jazzy.
That is a bit jazzy, Daniel.
Maybe this isn't the ideal colour or fabric, but I'm just going to throw around a few ideas and see what we get.
Right, next up, elephants.
This is a circus-themed print, and it's got some playful imagery. Its pattern might work, and a corduroy might be a nice quality fabric finish to put on the seat cover.
Before he commits, it's time for some upholstery practice.
We want to make the pads quite thick because they were so flat and sad when they arrived.
With his eye on a limited budget, Dan's got a great source for padding.
And these are all foam offcuts from factories, and you can buy them quite cheaply. You just don't know what you're going to get.
Full marks for your eco-credentials, Daniel, but it all looks a bit, well, flat.
That looks like a big enough piece. Might have to glue some bits together as well.
Daniel cuts a stack of foam pieces to the right shape. Is he feeling buoyant about upholstery?
I've not done any upholstery before, so have a practice. Practice makes perfect.
Wise words. Dan's using a piece of MDF and cheap cotton as a test, so he doesn't have to experiment with the final material.
I quite like having a go and seeing if I can do something that I've not done before. If I'm trying something new out, I'll just go online and look at videos on YouTube.
He's right. You can find out how to do just about anything online. How do you think I learned to crochet? But new skills can take some time to perfect.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that upholstery is certainly more difficult than I thought it would be.
Yeah, I remember my first crochet hat, Daniel. It looked like an octopus. Don't be downhearted. It only took a few years to get good, and you've got a few hours. Best of luck. Near Malden, Guy and Keith are enjoying their heavy metal. And Guy's getting quite excited.
I do like this piece here. I think the best thing Sarah's brought to me, actually. I love the navy blue in this bit here. Not so keen on this silver here. Yeah. Someone's obviously painted it. I think what we ought to do is see if we can get rid of some of that paint. You know, it's just ugly here.
Under Guy's supervision, Keith attacks the unsightly silver with a sharp blade.
That is coming off, which is really nice.
Then some wire wool.
No.
And finally some paint stripper.
Makes life so much easier using these chemicals to remove nasty bits and pieces.
Perhaps you should have started with that, gents.
Well, here we go, there's a bit of blue coming through.
Keith's sensibly wearing gloves, as that's nasty stuff to get on your skin.
I think when we finish that could look rather nice. Are you ready for a bit of wax on that, Keith?
Try that bit, yeah.
Yeah, OK.
Our busy bees are giving the vice a wax coating for a clean, matte finish.
And slowly, slowly, you're seeing it being transformed. Lovely. No, that's nice. That's very nice. Yeah, no, I think that's clean.
Next, Guy calls on another of his associates, electrician Steve. Since Guy's making a wall lamp, Steve fixes it onto a wooden base so that it can be hung, because you don't want that thing falling down.
I think you need to hang this one on something which is fairly sturdy. A little lightweight plasterboard, it might pull out, so try and find something firm to put this onto.
Steve fixes a metal stem to the vise that will hold the light, but Guy's not completely satisfied.
I don't like this, you know, we've got a lovely old looking vise here, and we've got a nasty bit of steel, you know, which is shiny. It doesn't really go together. We don't do shiny, we like keeping things nice and old.
After Guy attacks it with some wire wool, Steve gives it a coat of tourmaline to darken the metal so it matches the rest of the vise.
Now you can see we've got a lovely black rod here, all looks in keeping with the rest of it.
Once it's dry and waxed, Steve threads his wire through and solders the light fitting in place. Meanwhile, Guy's grappling with some key design concepts.
It may look better with a shade, or without a shade, just a bulb. Do you know, I don't know. I'm not sure which is the best way to be.
Decisions.
Let's have a look at that, Steve. Yeah, it looks quite good.
In Sussex, Sarah's posy table needs a final flourish.
As pretty much nobody's heard of a posy table, we really need to get these things in context to take pictures to sell them.
Sarah arranges the flowers and places all the jars in their holes.
Okay, that should do it.
But has she brought that humdrum brown table into bloom? Sarah took an unwanted old white seat and an average occasional table from the recycling centre. She soon decided to concentrate her efforts on the table. Now Sarah's taken it back in time and transformed it into a posy table that wouldn't look out of place in the reception of a 19th century stately home. Those Victorian jars she found in her garden tip present her bouquets beautifully, and their colours pop out against the dusty blue of the worn-looking table. And Sarah knows exactly who to target for a sale.
I'm really pleased how this has turned out. The flowers in it look lovely, and that's important because if I'm going to sell this to a florist, it needs to really work. Definitely worth embracing those power tools.
At the dump, Sarah spotted some of Adrian's furniture.
It's got a lovely pair of legs on it, hasn't it?
It was up in the loft for a long time, and it's really just clearing it out.
Which sadly had worn out its welcome.
You can accumulate only so much.
Sarah turned the table into a stunning floral display. Blooming marvellous. It looks great and was snapped up by Sarah Hughes, the owner of a vintage furniture store in Marlow, Buckinghamshire.
What Sarah's done with it is really imaginative, and I just think it's really fun. And I've got customers who are florists who are going to love it.
And now, Sarah's at Adrian's home to surprise him with the good news.
Hello there.
Oh, hello there.
Lovely
Hello
to
there,
see you. How are you?
Very well.
Hi there, I'm Sarah.
This is my wife, Sarah.
Another Sarah.
Two
Lovely.
Sarahs.
That keeps it very easy for me. So it was your things, the stool and the little occasional table you were dropping off at the recycling centre. Had you had them, have they been family pieces? Or?
Well, the stool, yes. The table, no.
Well, I set the stool aside, and it was actually the table that I decided to work on because it had such an interesting shape to it. I've actually got some pictures here to show you of how it turned out. But before I do, have you ever heard of a posy table?
A posy table? Presumably for flowers. What's a posy table?
Well, I can show you in a moment, but a friend of mine told me about it, and it is this lovely table that gardeners in big estates used to prepare little bouquets and buttonholes for the ladies and gentlemen of the house.
Wow.
So I've got some pictures to show you.
Lovely.
So here is your table.
Oh!
Oh, there we are. Can we have it back? Isn't that lovely?
It is. Oh, yeah.
This is proof of its reuse.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, it's lovely.
It's nice to have something that is now going to be used.
Second life.
Yeah.
Yes, well, it's been snapped up by a shop and I've managed to make you a little bit of profit on it.
Excellent.
So here is £130 for your occasional table.
We say around here it's better than the poke in the eye with a sharp stick.
Lovely. Well, yes, I think it's definitely better than that.
Wonderful.
It is.
That's wonderful.
Have you got thoughts about what you might do with it?
Well, yes, we have.
Alzheimer's Society.
My mother died about 10 years ago, and Dad looked after her for a number of years, well supported by the Alzheimer's Society.
Well, I think that is absolutely lovely, and I was really inspired by your old table, and that's a great place for that to go.
Splendid. Thank you very much.
A total pleasure. Lovely to have met you and to catch up with you, Adrian.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Sarah spent a modest £5 on the makeover. She sold the posy table for a whopping £135, earning Adrian and his wife Sarah £130 of profit.
Well, if Adrian and Sarah's reaction is anything to go by, there are going to be posy tables popping up everywhere. I'm delighted that they like what I did with it, and I'm so pleased that that money is going to such a worthy cause.
Sarah's back in Walthamstow to pick up Daniel's first attempt at upholstery. Have all those online tutorials paid off?
It's been quite nice to work on the chairs. It's been challenging because I haven't done upholstery at all before, but it's nice to have them finished and looking good.
I'm here to pick up those two little chairs. Now, Daniel is really going to have to pull it out of the bag with this one, because turning a profit on those, that's tricky.
This pair of unwanted chairs had seemingly come to the end of the road. They looked more destined for the bonfire than the dining room, but all they needed was a spark of inspiration. The chairs are now contemporary and unique. With newfound skills, Daniel has made the chairs solid and sturdy, whilst using his old skills to screen print one of his designs onto the cord covering. With a vibrant lick of blue paint offsetting the raised yellow seats, these chairs would make a bold statement in any room. Daniel's dug deep with this one. Let's just hope Sarah's happy with the results.
Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
Are they them?
They are a bit of a transformation.
They look completely different, don't they?
Yeah,
Like,
they do, yeah.
comfortable, and they look like they would fall apart before, didn't they?
Yeah,
This is beautiful, what you've done with the... I've never seen corduroy printed like that.
thank you, yeah. We thought it'd be a nice sort of accent piece for somebody's front room.
And before, they didn't look like that. I mean, they look like the ones you'd hide away and get
Yeah.
out if you had to.
Yeah.
And now, I think it's because you've luxed up the base bit here, you know, the seat pad, to make it look generous, and they just have a completely different, like, warm, comforting look to them, don't they? Because they just didn't look like that before.
No. Yeah, they're quite comfortable. I can attest to that.
Well, that's great. But will Sarah be comfortable with how much they've cost?
I think you've done wonders with them. There was £100 each budget for them. Is that all right? Did
Yep.
you come in on budget?
Yeah, that's fine.
They will sell instantly, won't they?
Great.
Yeah, especially with a bit of Daniel Heath action going on the seat. That's fantastic. So I think if we get them packed up, I shall ship them out and see if I can make some money out of them.
Wonderful.
Thanks, they're great.
Cheers. Thank you.
Sarah's as puffed up as those seat bases. Does Daniel feel his first attempt at upholstery has been a success?
That went really, really well. I'm really pleased that Sarah liked the chairs so much. So, yeah, very happy.
Well, if there was one person who was going to make a profit on those chairs, it was Daniel Heath. Can't wait to get them sold.
At the recycling centre, Sarah came to the rescue of Charlotte's unwanted chairs.
Don't throw those away. Are they going in?
Yep. Fancy them?
And Charlotte wished them well.
I hope she makes us upset that we've thrown them away.
Daniel repaired them and gave them a bang-on trend makeover. At home, Sarah uploaded pictures of them onto the internet, on sites including social media, Etsy and eBay. people looked at the chairs and then decided whether to buy the chairs.
Well, I love Daniel's luxury update of those 2 little chairs. They didn't have much potential at the beginning, but now they have. And I am hoping they're going to be snapped up soon. And when I've made some profit, I'll be back in touch with Charlotte and giving her the good news.
Daniel's labour and materials came to £200. With no buyer as yet, we could be facing a potential loss. But with a bit more time, we should hopefully find the chairs a new home and we can hand over some profit. In Malden, Sarah can't wait to see what Guy's been up to.
This vise is such a quirky item because out of all the designers I know, I think Guy is pretty much the only one who would take it on. But who knows what a vise light will actually look like. Let's go and find out.
The vise was an old rusty lump of metal with very little aesthetic value. But thanks to Guy and his team of experts, it's now been reimagined into a conversation piece wall light with bags of character. It's been carefully stripped back to its original paintwork and waxed for a soft matte look, giving it the perfect blend of historic and desirable. The brand new light fitting has been expertly aged, so it feels as though it's always been there. And the team have topped it off with an optional lampshade to give it a sophisticated finish. They've managed to create a lamp which is undoubtedly one of a kind.
This has got to be my favourite I've done for Sarah. As a wall light, it really ticks all my boxes. It's really cool. It's going to tick her box, I think. It's different.
They say everybody has a vice, but will Sarah want this one?
Hi, Guy.
Hi, Sarah. How are you?
I can't believe it. Is that it?
That's it.
Isn't that clever? I can't believe you've turned that horrible thing into something decorative.
I think it's one of the best things recently I've done. And these actually work, so we can make the jaws go up smaller or larger. And I think the whole thing looks just amazing.
It's beautiful and yeah, just the right sort of finish on it as well.
It's got a nice look to it. It's quite sort of industrial. We've just shown it with a feather shade. So we could have a black shade, you could have just a funky bulb in, whatever you wanted.
It is really appealing. I love the fact you've put that piece of chunky wood on the back because the look's so strong, isn't it?
The vice lamp is an artistic triumph, but did Guy manage to clamp that budget down?
I think it was £95 to convert the vice. Are we anywhere near that?
We are on budget, just. It is really just. It's got a little bit more extra work than we thought it was, but as you've bought me lots of things, we'll keep our word, and that's our price to you.
I think it's really exciting that you're creating these one-offs, and if this is the first vice light ever, then we're really lucky to have that, and I'm pleased it came into the tip and it's ended up here. I think it's a lovely ending to its story. So thank you so much. So Guy's answered the question, what does a vice light look like? And the answer? Amazing and really saleable.
I love it, and her look on it was, wow, it's really different. And that's exactly what I'm trying to create for everybody. I think she loved it.
At the dump, Sarah pounced when she spied Robert's bootful.
What are you chucking out?
All sorts of clearance from a cellar.
That's really nice.
Would you like it?
I might.
Thankfully, she ignored Robert's suggestions.
I've got another one if you want to make earrings.
Instead, the vice has been transformed into a wall light, and Sarah was soon able to sell it to Morag Smith, a furniture and interiors dealer from Berwick-upon-Tweed.
I think the vice lamp is fab. It's quirky, it's unique, it has purpose, so it'll sell very well. Immediately, you're putting an interesting bit of history into a useful place in the house.
Sarah's back in Greater Manchester to let Robert know what became of his rusty old vice.
Hi there.
Hi Sarah, how are you?
I'm really well. Nice to
good.
see you again.
Nice to see you.
When I saw you at the recycling centre, I thought you were reluctantly throwing out some stuff, but were you having a clear out?
Yeah, I was having a clear out of the cellar. I guess the only thing that was of any value there was the vice.
And did you think what we might do with it?
You could either use it as a bench vice again or a doorstop. I couldn't really imagine anything more artful to do with it.
We took it to a fantastic chap called Guy Trench, and he specialises in making old stuff into lighting. So do you want to have a look what he did?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Here is your vice in all
Can't wait to see it.
all its new glory.
Whoa. God, that's amazing.
He cleaned it all up and did that.
That's incredible. I didn't think it would be made into a light. I was thinking, I don't know, some art feature or something, if at all.
It was lovely and it has real appeal. So your light has sold. It takes quite a lot of investment to turn something like that into a light. So I've got a little bit of profit for you.
Oh, lovely.
I've just got 20 quid.
Oh, brilliant. Well, I was expecting nothing for it, so that's great. That's really good. I'm going to give that to charity. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, well, that's fantastic. I'm glad that's going to a good cause. So thank you ever so much.
All right, thank you, sir.
Lovely
really
to catch
nice
up
to
again.
meet you. Thank you.
Guy charged £95 for labour and materials. The lamp sold for £115, leaving a profit of £20 for Robert. Sarah found 3 waste wonders at the recycling centre in Ultringham. Charlotte's suspect seats were given a stand-up makeover. Robert's old vice was given a new twist as a lamp. And Adrian's table took a trip back in time.
Well, it might not always be straightforward, but I'm really proud of those 3 great transformations. And it's really good to know that all those things that we saved from the tip are off to brand new homes.
Have a little rummage around in your rubbish.
How do you make money for nothing?
I love that.
The answer could be hiding in the 30 million tonnes of household waste we throw out every year.
So heavy, they don't make them like this anymore. Look at that.
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
I'm a passionate maker, buyer and user of old stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I make new stuff out of old stuff and I sell it for a profit.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers...
Say something nice about it.
My juices are flowing in this one, but they are going to be wow.
She can transform her finds into desirable,
Isn't that stunning?
valuable,
Oh, wow!
and hopefully saleable items.
That is bonkers.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
Got £350. Whoa!
Whitley Recycling Centre in Surrey is the final destination for thousands of items which have become unwanted and unloved.
It's coming in here all day long and I am like a magpie. If I see something in there, I want to have it and I want to take it away and do something with it.
It's also where Sarah is searching, with permission by the way, for 3 items to transform.
I'll give you a little warning if I see anything good.
Right, Sarah, let's get started. First to catch her eye is something in Jeanette's boot.
You having a big clear out then?
I've been having a big clear out for over a month.
Really? What are you throwing away? What are you clearing out?
My husband's, my late husband's lean-to where he used to do his work, so I've had all sorts of things.
So is that just an old petrol can?
Yep. I'm not likely to use it, so it can go. That's the line I'm taking.
I really like this.
Oh, you're welcome to it.
Really, it's got a lovely look to it. I know it's old and battered or something, but there's something about that old typography and all those bits on there.
I think we've had it since about 1965, because that's when we first got a car.
Oh, really? Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, so it's truly returned to work.
Aha! Would it be all right to take that away?
Well, yes, you might as well. I'm only trying it.
And thank you so much for letting us take it away and talking to us.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
What do you reckon that rusty can will look like when Sarah's done with it, Jeanette?
I've no idea. I have seen people make animals out of little bits of metal, and that's all I can think of, to be truthful.
So this is a really lovely old petrol can. It's got beautiful typography on it, screaming out from the era when it was made, probably 50s, 60s. It's not in great condition, but it's chunky, and I've worked with these kind of things before. If you get it right, these can look absolutely beautiful.
And she's got just a person in mind to take it to. If you like lamps made from all sorts of crazy stuff, Guy Trench is your man. Retired North Sea diver Guy works tirelessly with his band of happy helpers to make one-of-a-kind furnishings from, well, anything really.
I love what I do. I mean, every day I get up, I just walk across the yard, get into my workshops and have a look around, and I'll suddenly see something in the corner and I thought, oh, wouldn't that be great just to do that today? And how about every single day you go to work, you're doing something different? I mean, it's just marvellous.
Will Guy's passion for all things old be enough to get excited about the rusty petrol can? One item down and two still to find. Oh, she's onto something, look.
It's the plastic version, isn't it? Yeah. I've got a really clear idea about what I need. If it looks too new, it's just not good enough. If you can't cut it up, if it hasn't got that real strength, if it's flat packed, there's just no point in taking it away. So I feel a bit rude, but sometimes it's yes, sometimes it's no.
Oh, maybe not then. But how about some pine drawers being unloaded by Corinne and Graham?
Chucking it out?
Yeah.
Had enough?
The drawers don't work particularly well. They're quite sticky, so...
That is so annoying, isn't
it?
I know. It looks like a nice solid bit of furniture though. Is it quite heavy?
Yeah,
it is fairly heavy, yeah.
Do you want to hand getting it out? Is it?
Corinne's got the muscle.
Oh, pop it down, yeah.
Brilliant, it looks really solid, but as you say, if they, oh my word, they don't work, do they? They don't work at all, do they? They do, they are supposed to though, aren't they? It's not
yes, absolutely, it's just that it's...
they're fudging a little.
Seen better days for you, basically.
Yes,
definitely, yeah, past its best for us.
Okay, well, I think it'd be great to have a go at it. I don't know if it's something that we would keep as it is, or if we would perhaps send it somewhere to somebody who might cut it up and do something else with it. Can I take it away and see if I can do something to it? I'm here all day if you want to stay and help.
What do Corinne and Graham think should happen to their old drawers?
I think she might chop it up completely, because with those sticky drawers, I just can't see a way around them. So I think she might repurpose the wood somehow.
This type of furniture, people have been slapping paint on it for the last 10, 15 years, and pretty much nobody has a piece of old gold pine left. But I think it's really good to see it in this condition because it's a blank canvas for us and I can make anything I like out of this.
Indeed, and there's two men I know would relish a challenge like this one. Furniture restorers Tom and Johnny just love to breathe new life back into old furniture. These young hotshots have only been working together for a year, but have already made a name for themselves with their expert wood and metal restoration techniques and imaginative designs.
What I like about what we do is working with friends. That's always a good point, but is having something to start from and having an end result.
The actual craft and figuring out the problem and solving the problem is what's enjoyable about it. As well, it's kind of like a puzzle.
You know, it comes in not in very great condition, and then you get to see the person's reaction when you get it back. That's what I enjoy the most.
Well, fellas, Sarah's latest find is certainly going to test your skills. That's 2 items found for the artisans, and now Sarah needs to find one for herself.
Just going to have a look at some rubbish. No need to follow me. You really are following me now, aren't you? Go away, go and find your own rubbish.
Sarah's in a hurry as she spotted Brent, who she's met before. He's been back and forth a few times clearing out the contents of his father's house, who has sadly passed away.
Sorry to bother you, I'm just wondering what you're clearing out today.
My parents, their father's just died, so we're emptying
Oh
the house.
no. Okay, so it's not a happy task. Oh dear, oh dear. Are you a long way through it? Have you got lots to do?
Fair about. I've got 2 sisters to do it as well, so
No, really. I'm
taking a day off to have a big clear up.
And is it very emotional, or are you getting through it? If you don't mind.
I can't believe it's 65 years with clutter.
I'm looking for things today that either might have some value or that I might be able to do something with rather than being thrown away.
It's not much, I don't have any value.
What's...
Wicker chair might be. Oh, that is old, that is.
That is a lovely original Lloyd loom, actually in really good condition. It's something that people are collecting. So what happens often is they go on the corners here and they all start unravelling, but yours is lovely. Would that be something that I could maybe take away and see if anybody would like to own, or would that be all right?
Yeah, we've filled the charity shops up in town, so we can't
Excellent.
take anymore.
No, and lots of...
And the churches are taking as much as they can, but...
Well, do you know something? I'm the end of the line just before it goes in there. So if I could take that, that would be lovely. Somebody might like it, and I think it's lovely to see one in such good condition. Lovely, thank you.
This chair was manufactured by British company Lusty & Sons using the Lloyd loom technique. These types of chairs were hugely popular in the 1930s and in decent nick can still fetch good money. Given the circumstances, Brent probably hasn't thought how much his parents' old chair would be worth.
I've no idea. It's not something I ever looked into, so probably I'll find out when I get back. My sisters wanted to keep it, but never mind.
So this is instantly recognisable as Lloyd loom. So that is a really pleasing, lovely find in very good condition. Far too good to go into the tip.
That's another day done at the recycling centre. Guy will light up the petrol can, Tom and Johnny will tackle the sticky chest of drawers, and Sarah hopes to breathe new life into a classic old chair.
I am really inspired by today's motley crew of gathered items, but I'm going to have some big ideas if I'm going to make big bucks.
Sarah's first stop is just outside Malden in Essex, where Guy Trench and his team of skilled craftsmen work their magic on old and unloved items.
How do you get the meat of it?
Speaking of which,
I'm always looking forward for Sarah bringing me something. Anything that's thrown away, there isn't a second life for it. We'll just see what she brings this time. It could be a really big challenge for me. I have no idea. We'll just wait and see. Always looking forward to see her.
I hope he's still as keen when he sees what's headed his way.
Hiya.
Oh, hi Sarah. Lovely to see you again.
And you. Oh. Every time I come in here, I see something completely different. It's a good look, isn't it?
It's a good look.
I'm a bit embarrassed to add that to it then. I just couldn't see it go into the metal skip and get thrown away because there's something about the typography and the bits on it that I thought had enough appeal to maybe go into an interior.
It's a sort of 60s, 70s petrol can. I think my dad had one of these in his old Ford Capri. You open it up here and you pour your petrol through here.
It's quite a clever design,
It is a clever design. It's, Keith, are you about here? Yeah. Come and have a look at this.
Yeah, come and say enthusiastic things about my quite ugly petrol can.
Enthusiastic.
Okay, so I was thinking, I have had a little play with it. What do you reckon? It's not something you usually convert, is it?
No, lettering's nice. Colour's not that great, is it?
I was wondering about an old headlight or something to come off it so that it ties it back into the fact it's come out of a garage or it's car related.
Luckily, Guy has some old headlights lying around.
What you're thinking is if we just had this sort of silvery bit here and we put that on the front there.
That might work, and I was sort of wondering what it'd be like if you had something coming out of the top of it, more like something like that, but...
Almost looks like a sort of road thing, doesn't it? You put that on a railway,
or
on the railway
like
line.
a petrol pump, or whatever. I mean, realistically, because this isn't brilliant, I would be reluctant to spend much more than 150, 100.
Right. Okay. Well, whatever we do, it will be a total one-off. So whoever you're selling it to, it's the only one in the world that looks like this.
It's a challenge, but if you're prepared to take it up,
yeah, we'll give it a go.
Give me a shout when it's up and running.
Thank you. Well, this time she's left me with a real challenge. We're going to do our best and have a good go.
It's the real mark of a maker to take on a challenging item and turn it into something fantastic. And I think Guy is the man for the job.
With a capped budget of £150 and with Guy still to work out how to make it, will this petrol can prove to be too challenging? Sarah's next stop takes her from the rural to the suburban. In Thornton Heath, near Croydon, South London, Tom and Johnny turned forlorn furniture into desirable pieces.
I guess the reservations we might have about the stuff that Sarah's going to bring is whether or not it's going to be pretty dilapidated. Fingers crossed it's structurally sort of sound, and then that way we can spend most of our time making it, more appealing.
How are you doing?
Yeah,
you all right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, cool. I've got something really heavy. I definitely need a hand bringing it in.
Cool, let's see.
Yeah, come and see what little tip treasure I've got this time.
Tip treasure? I think that remains to be seen.
Cool. All right.
Cool, I'll take cool. Any chance you can give me a hand out with it?
Yeah,
It's
Are the boys happy or just relieved? It's sometimes difficult to tell.
It looks slightly better up there. What do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it has got solid drawers. Well, the drawers don't open. This is one of the problems and why it was being dropped off. Things like that. This one opens and it's dovetailed. It's really solid. I think it's just had all these sort of trims and mouldings stuck onto it to give that mock country look. I think it's kind of over to you what you think you're capable of doing with it, or if you've got some ideas for it, because it needs help at the moment.
I think we're going to start removing. Trim, remove this. Take these off.
Cheaply put together then.
At least there's nothing that can be sanded back, so we can have just a nice flat front rather than these kind of trims which kind of don't really do much.
So is this the thing that's just making it look really dated, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Like all around the bottom here, that's just nailed on, so that should come off quite easily.
I now have a picture of it. It's on its legs, it's looking really sleek, it's got a nice square, chunky looking plainer wooden top to it. Sounds great. How long is that going to take you, and what kind of budget am I going to be coming back to find?
I think it's going to be around sort of 280 all in.
Okay, so 280, and that would include some new legs for it, would it?
Yeah, we think we can do it within that budget.
I'm going to take your 280 quid and say thanks so much. And take care.
Cheers, bye.
Bye.
All right, yeah, let's get started then.
I'm actually really pleased how that went, because I wasn't engaged with that piece of furniture, and now I think it's going to look fantastic. Those boys have given me a good budget as well, so I stand to make maybe even a chunky profit too.
I think we're going to have a lot of fun with this one. Yeah, it's got a lot of potential. There's a lot we need to remove before we can start adding, but it's going to be cool, I think, isn't it? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm excited about this one.
Sarah has left Tom and Johnny a budget of £280, but will they be able to overcome the problem of those stuck drawers? Having left the petrol can and the pine drawers in safe hands, Sarah has returned home to West Sussex in order to begin work on her own restoration project.
Well, it's time for the Lloyd Loom Lusty chair to get its makeover. I've had a look at it and it's actually in really good condition.
I'm not keen on the upholstery, but all of this lovely woven surface on here is great. It's got a nice bit of patina, but there's nothing on here that's falling apart. So that's really good. In this condition, they're sort of 40, 50 quid if you're lucky. But I think with a spruce up, a bit of a makeover, I've got a chance to make probably a little bit more than that.
Lloyd loom furniture is not made from wicker or cane. It's actually craft paper woven round wire that provides a remarkably strong and durable finish, smooth to the touch.
So I'm thinking a really lovely flowery fabric all over the seat pad. Then I think I'm onto a winner. I've just got to choose some. I'm not quite sure which fabric will work, but I've got a few to choose from.
Sarah has been collecting fabric for almost 10 years, during which time she's built up a considerable selection of styles.
This one's really unusual. I've never seen anything like this. It's a lovely woven fabric, but that's quite unusual and nice and rich. And I think it goes actually really well with that gold. So this is a really easy makeover. All I've got to do is cover this seat pad in that fabric. Just take this off first. So let's take this, give it another cover. Okay, so this is really simple. All I've got to do, in fact, I'm going to cover the whole thing because it's nicely tightly packed in there. I'm just going to put a new layer of fabric over the top and then reattach it to the chair.
Sarah's chosen to place the central motif of the fabric into the centre of the seat and is securing it using a staple gun. A quick and easy way to achieve a professional look.
It's all about how tight you get it. You want everything really tightly tucked in. You want it to be like patting a robust dog. You don't want any wrinkles. It needs to be lovely, tight, and when you turn it over, you want to know that it's going to be looking really smart and really neat. And I think if I keep on stapling down that way, that should be fine.
I'm still trying to work out what a robust dog looks like. Sarah's costs so far are just £12 for the fabric, but will that really be enough to transform the chair from rags to riches? Nestled in the Essex countryside are Guy Trench and his skilled companion, Keith. They've got the challenge of turning an old rusty petrol can into motor-themed lighting.
Sarah's dropped this can off, and what this is going to look like, I think, is that we'll set this up. We'll probably put something in here to hold us like that, and then we'll put just an electric light bulb there, and I think that could look quite cool. It's quite plain, it's simple, it says petrol can, it says sort of with the bulb lit up, an old fancy fashion bulb with the elements going sort of down. It sort of say look like fire coming out of it. And it looked, yeah, I think it could look okay. I don't know until we've had a go at it yet, so we'll have a look at this.
Certainly sounds like there's a clear plan now, as Guy gets to work with a wire brush to remove the worst of the rust and the flaky paint.
So we're getting a sort of little bit of colour back into here. We're not making this dark enough here. So I think a bit of Jacobean black polish might do the trick. We just want to dull it down a bit so it doesn't look quite so in your face.
That's a job for Keith, I think.
It's like magic. Now it's coming up to be quite a nice colour. It's now coming alive. You know, we're losing the brown rusty. We're now getting sort of darker colours coming into it. Yeah, look at it coming up now. Beautiful. Lovely. My guess is it's what it is, and we're going to leave it like this colour here, and then do the electrics on it and go from there.
In order to ensure the safety of the light, Guy does not tackle electrics himself, but calls upon the qualified help of Steve the electrician.
Steve's quite a good thinker on these ideas, and so we have quite a bit of discussion beforehand on the best route. I may have an idea, he may even change it around to something which is more practical. But it's nice to have someone to have feedback and chat to and get it absolutely looking $100 right.
Yeah, I think that is the thing, though. There is no right or wrong, is it? It's just
no.
Sometimes you look at things a different way, and yeah, with modern materials, we can do different things with the lighting as well. So there's lots of possibilities these days.
Steve's also attaching a granite plinth to the bottom of the can for both aesthetics and stability.
But you never know when you find these things, you just keep on playing with them and cleaning them up a bit more, and suddenly they start coming to life, and then all of a sudden, bang, hey, that just looks really good. You know, I think it's just taking shape, and it's my least favourite thing now is becoming, I think it's going to look okay. It's going to look quite cool.
In Thornton Heath, near Croydon, Tom and Johnny are getting started on the chest of drawers.
I think the first step is to get these drawers out, get them numbered up.
Yeah.
Make sure we can get them out first, I think, is the key.
Yeah.
They're pretty stuck in there.
Yeah, yeah. It's well and truly stuck. We need to get this out. I'm not quite sure how we're going to do that. The wood's swelled. When it gets lots of moisture in the air, it kind of soaks it up like a sponge and expands. That's why it jams.
To free the drawers, Tom and Johnny are using brute strength. However, too much force could cause irreparable damage.
This was always going to be the first kind of big challenge in this one, getting these out without sort of damaging it too much.
For a better grip, Tom has devised a plan to use the screw holes of the old handles to attach a long piece of wood. This provides the boys with something substantial to pull on.
Let's give it, if we sort of do, yeah, there you go.
Leverage.
One way of doing it. I was wondering if it was ever going to come out, to be honest.
2 more to go, but these ones are a little bit easier to access.
Finally.
It's almost like, yeah, anti-climax, because all it is getting the drawer out.
With the drawers removed, the old-fashioned pine moulding is taken off. And to prevent the drawers from sticking in the future, the sides and edges of each drawer are being planed in an attempt to make them fit and slide perfectly.
It seems better than it was, but it's catching here still. So I'm just trying to figure out if it's tight on the sides or if it's the top or bottom edge. It could be both. It looks very tight there. So I might just take a little bit off that top edge. Trying to get these drawers to run smoothly is basically a trial and error thing. Just got to take a bit off here, take a bit off there, figure out where it's tightening up, and just keep taking little bits off, a little bit at a time. So it can take a while sometimes.
Something about a drawer sliding in, just it's quite a weird sensation when it fits. Even though it should do in the first place, but yeah, no, it's good.
With the drawers sliding effortlessly, it's time to remove all the old varnish. The guys are using a paint stripper, which is why they're wearing protective gloves and masks.
So you need to put quite a bit of this on and sort of keep the surface quite wet. Sometimes the polish, it'll react very quickly and you can take it off again pretty much instantly, and other times you need to keep it on there for, you know, up to 20 minutes sort of thing, half an hour sometimes.
Chemical paint removers are the best way to remove old paint coverings if you want to prevent damage to the wood underneath. However, they should be treated with extreme caution as they can cause a variety of health problems if not used correctly. With the varnish gone, the whole thing is given a final sanding before the addition of a very modern twist.
It's going to really change the overall look of the piece of furniture having these legs on it. It's going to make it look a lot more modern. It's the original style of the piece was kind of Victorian furniture, but we've removed all of that styling, so now it's just going to be a lot more clean lines, kind of more of a 20th century look. Right, it's ready to stand up then, mate.
Cool, let's have a look, man. It's added a bit of weight. Cool.
I think that's going to look good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's awesome. It's going to be really cool. Definitely a lot better than it was.
Back home in West Sussex, Sarah has taken on the challenge of revamping a chair, providing it with a classical update by using fabric offcuts and a little bit of TLC.
It's a simple, easy to do update, but it packs a punch because it's gone from drab to saleable. And the fabric hoarder in me says that if you were to make 4 beautiful little lavender bags out of that, that would pay for the fabric for the chair. We don't have time for that today. That's it.
When Sarah found the Lloyd Loom chair, it was tired and dated. Sarah has respectfully provided this chair with a sympathetic makeover, giving it a thorough clean and recovering the seat with a classic Sanderson fabric. Small but effective changes that have given the chair a new lease of life.
So I'm really pleased how this has turned out. It's a simple thing to do, but it is a really good update. And this makes it saleable now. There are going to be people out there who love Lloyd Loom and those that like this kind of floral fabric that will definitely give this chair a good home for a bit of cash.
Sarah plans to send photos to several antique and retro dealers in the hope that she's sitting pretty on a profit. When Sarah spotted Brent at the Whitney Recycling Centre, he was in the middle of the difficult task of clearing out his late father's house.
It's not much, I don't think, any value.
What's...
With the chair, might be.
May I pull it out?
Yeah.
Brent was happy for Sarah to take the chair and was unaware of its potential popularity.
It's not something I ever looked into, so probably I'll find out when I get back. My sisters wanted to keep it, but never mind.
Sarah refreshed the faded seat fabric and offered it for sale. And it wasn't long before it was on its way to a new home beside the seaside. Southsea to be precise, and the Antiques Emporium of Ian and Sue, Parmiter Antiques.
Every chair we buy, we know if it's going to be good, because if Duke jumps in it, then we know that he likes it, so we're bound to sell it.
With Duke approving Sarah's handiwork, a deal was struck. Sarah has travelled to Brackley to show Brent what became of his parents' chair.
Hi there, how are you doing?
Fine, thank you. Yourself?
Yeah, very well. At the tip, I know that you've been there a lot and you got lots of things that were coming out of your parents' house.
Yeah.
And that's where this chair came from.
It did.
Now, it was a Lloyd Loom chair. Had you grown up with that? Is that something you remember in the house?
Oh, yes. Yeah. From a very early age, it's always been there as far as I can remember. So,
Oh, really?
So I don't know where it came from or whether it's a moving in present for them or what. Never really spoke about it.
There are plenty of them around, but not many of them in as good a condition as yours was.
Good.
So it was well looked after, and that made it something that was quite easy to just update a little bit. So it was my job to do that. Do you want to see what happened to it?
Yes, please.
I hope you approve. So there it is. To go with the lovely original gold paint on it, we just picked some fabric that had those sort of tones in it.
Good, excellent.
Altogether, it looks quite decorative now. So a lovely antique shop has snapped it up. So I've got a little bit of profit to share with you. In fact, I've got £5 and another £50 here to go with that.
Excellent. Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much.
55 quid. What is going to happen to that?
Not sure yet. Might just give it to the dementia charity.
Oh, well, that's a lovely thing to do with that, because I know that chair has obviously memories for you, but it's going to go into the heart of somebody else's house and be part of their life now, and hopefully they'll have happy memories to go with that as well. So, yeah, lovely. Thank you so much for catching up again.
No problem.
And, yeah, that sounds like a lovely thing to do with that money. Bye-bye.
Thanks, bye.
Sarah's only costs revamping the chair were £12 for material. The chair sold for £67, which left £55 for Brent to donate to a cause close to his heart.
Well, Brent's a very generous man, because that was a lovely little chair to work on, and I really enjoyed giving it an update and raising that little bit of money that's going to a good cause.
Time now to see how our artisans have been getting on. Sarah has returned to Essex, where Guy has been working on the rusty old petrol can, which had reached the end of the road.
Sarah brought this along to me, and I have to say I didn't like it at all. It's one of my least favourite to do, but it's much, much better than I thought it was going to turn out. So, yeah, I think it ticks the box again.
I'm back here to see what Guy's managed to do with that old blue petrol can, because when I dropped it off, he really wasn't sure about it. So I'm going to go and find out.
When Sarah salvaged the rusty old fuel can, its motoring days were over. Now Guy has managed to turn it into stylish designer lighting. By polishing the surface, highlighting the patina and wear, and with the addition of the old-fashioned looking bulb, he's managed to create a petrol can with a bulb on top.
Oh, wow, Guy.
Hi.
Go on then. What do you think of it?
You know, it was a 60s, 70s plain, boring can. And but now, oh wow, we've made it look like it's firing fire out of it. You know, we've polished it up, we've given it a good gleam, which has dulled down the colours here a lot, but given a really rich colour. And with that rust coming through there, I think it just makes it look really cool.
I love it. I think it's quirky. I think it's entertaining. It's funny. When you look at it, you want to smile, don't you? Because it's really unusual.
Yeah.
I love the base you put it on, and it really adds to it, doesn't it?
I love using these bases, which I always put on my lights. It's a granite, it's textured, so it sort of looks like antique. We're using, again, the old silk wire here. Again, it's a little touch, a little detail, going to a decent clicker switch, so you don't have to put your hands up here to turn the light on. And it's obviously got a patch certificate, so it's all tested, ready for one of your clients.
The budget for this transformation was £150. How have we got on?
Spot on. No problem at all with that. We can do it for that price.
Oh, that's great. You've created something really simple, elegant, really cool from an old can.
Well done, Guy.
I think Sarah was very pleased with it. It wasn't my favourite thing. I didn't know really what to do with it. And just a little bit of thinking, a bit of playing with it, and it really has turned out extremely well.
Well, I am so pleased that Guy got behind this, because look what he's created. It's just so quirky.
When Sarah spotted Jeanette in Whitley, she was having a ruthless clear-out.
I'm not likely to use it, so it can go. That's the line I'm taking.
The rusty old petrol can was enough to fuel Jeanette's imagination.
I have seen people make animals out of little bits of metal, and that's all I can think of, to be truthful.
Guy made it into a trendy new light, and it soon followed in the footsteps of the woven chair to the seaside. This time it was Eastbourne and the Little Chelsea Antiques Emporium run by Steve.
2, 3, there!
Sarah has returned to Whitley to catch up with Jeanette and to show her what became of her old rusty can.
Hi, Jeanette. Hi, lovely to see you again.
Nice to see you.
How are you?
I'm fine. I finished my work on my conservatory, which was what the clear out was all about, so I'm well pleased.
Excellent. And is it right, so that petrol can was from your first car in
That's
1965?
Right, yeah. That's right.
Yes, so it did have a real retro look to it, didn't it?
It did,
yeah.
yes.
So do you want to see what we did with it?
Yes.
What do you think?
I'm astonished. I wouldn't give it house room, but lovely.
Did you hear that? Wouldn't give it house room. Well, other people like it. An antique shop in Eastbourne. They took one look at it and they bought it, and I've got a little bit of profit. For your petrol can, I have got £25 here to give to you.
Oh, good heavens, thank you. I'm astonished.
Well, I'm really
That's
pleased.
a big surprise.
Oh, excellent. We like surprises. I hope that you can find something to do with the £25.
Oh, I'm sure I shall. I shall probably buy something for the conservatory that's newly constructed, but and I shall probably buy a lamp. But
That
not
would be
one
funny,
like
wouldn't it? Well, I hope you don't mind too much what we did with your old petrol
Oh,
can.
no. I'm pleased to see somebody's made use of what was my rubbish.
Well, I hope you find a lamp that suits you, and thank you so much for letting us have your old petrol can. Lovely to see you again.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Clearly Jeanette's not a fan of rusty lighting. The cost of creating the motor-themed lamp was £150. Sarah managed to sell it for £175, which left £25 profit to hand over to Jeanette.
Well, I think Jeanette was pleasantly surprised that we were able to reuse her rubbish, and although it might not have been up her street, I think there's plenty of mileage left in that old tank.
Sarah's returned to South London on a roll, having achieved a profit from the first 2 items. She's here to find out how Tom and Johnny have got on with the old pine drawers.
We're hoping when Sarah comes along that she's going to like what we've done with the piece, the colours. Hope she likes the paint. I think that's the most drastic kind of change.
I think it's worked quite accurately to what we proposed we were going to do. But it's always a bit hairy, I suppose, isn't it, when you don't know when someone hasn't seen something like that.
When Sarah dropped off the pine drawers, they were old-fashioned and out of favour. Tom and Johnny have transformed them almost beyond recognition. They've squared all the edges, creating clean lines. The dumpling feet have been replaced by stylish, industrial-looking pin legs, and the handles have been updated. Finally, the top has been stripped, sanded, bleached and re-waxed, and the carcass has been painted a stylish teal colour.
Hello.
Hey.
Yeah, really well. How are you doing?
Yeah, good.
Nice to see you.
How you doing?
No way, is that it?
Yeah.
Guys,
Looks
that's
a bit
amazing.
different.
How it looks fresh and modern and really cool, doesn't it?
Yep.
Can I see if the drawers open?
Yeah.
Oh, they work beautifully, don't they? That is a really fresh look. Love the little hairpin legs to make it look sort of fresh.
Brought it up higher as well.
Yeah, and nice choice of handles. And that is the original pine top.
Yeah.
But did it have?
Quite a lot
I can't remember what it had. Was it?
Like mouldings on the side, which were that, that fake kind of Victorian, wasn't it?
Yeah, so we took that right off and took it back, and then had to quite heavily sand the top as well, because it was quite pitted and scratched and had water stains all over it, so.
I left you, I think, with about 280 quid bar fixings. How did you come out on budget?
Pretty good. I think we went over by about £10.
Yeah,
right?
I think it was about 290 all in, yeah.
I'm so pleased with what you managed to achieve. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Take care.
Bye.
Well done, boys. I think Sarah really liked it.
Those lads have done so well, haven't they? That now looks like a beautiful, crisp piece of furniture that you want to have in your home. Bingo.
It went really well, yeah. She seemed really surprised, which was good. A really good surprise.
Yeah, she seemed really happy. Yeah, I think she genuinely thought it looked really good. Either that or she's a very good actor.
When Sarah first met Corinne and Graham, she discovered their old pine drawers had more than just cosmetic problems.
The drawers don't work particularly well. They're quite sticky, so...
That is so annoying, isn't
it?
Thankfully, that didn't put Sarah off.
They don't work at all, do they? Yeah, they do. They are supposed to, though, aren't they? It's not...
Yes, absolutely.
Once transformed, Sarah advertised the drawers online, and they sold. She's now travelled near to Guildford to visit Corinne and Graham. But will she be handing over any profit?
Hi there.
Hiya.
Hello, how are you doing?
Yeah, good, thanks, you.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hi,
nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
I said when I saw you at the tip that I would be back in touch if I'd managed to do anything with your chest of drawers.
Yeah.
It turned out that we took your chest of drawers to these fantastic furniture restorers. They're the guys who work in South London called Tom and Johnny. They had one look at it and decided to give it a really lovely, fresh makeover. Wow. So I've got some pictures to show you how it ended up.
Yeah.
Excellent. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Oh, wow,
Oh,
look
my
at that.
goodness. No, that's not the same one.
That's excellent, isn't it?
That's fantastic. I can't believe it.
Should have kept it.
you wouldn't have been able to do that. Wow.
Do you like it?
Yeah,
very
really
much so,
do.
yeah. Hadn't really got my head around what you would do with it or how it would end up looking.
So, yeah, somebody absolutely loved it and was really pleased that it hadn't gone to anybody else. And I've got a little bit of profit to hand over.
Oh, gosh.
After we paid the boys, I have got £35 here to hand over for your chest of drawers. Who gets that?
Oh, shall I take that?
Graham will
Lovely,
take that. Thank
lovely.
you
That's
so
very
much.
kind of you. Very kind.
Well, it's a pleasure. And £35.
Yeah.
What is going to happen to that?
Well, we'll end up on something for the garden.
Excellent.
I think, yeah.
Excellent. Lovely to see you.
Yeah,
Thank you so
really
much
nice
for
to
your
see
time
you.
today and at that cold day at the tip.
Yeah,
Definitely.
absolutely.
Thanks ever so much.
All right.
Bye-bye.
See you.
Bye.
Bye.
Tom and Johnny charged a total of £290 to transform the sticky drawers. They sold for £325, which allowed Sarah to hand over £35 to Corinne and Graham.
Well, Tom and Johnny put bags of style into that old chest of drawers, and I think that Corinne and Graham appreciated all their hard work, so I'm pleased they like what we did with it.
Sarah salvaged 3 unwanted items from the Whitley Recycling Centre. Jeanette's old rusty petrol can has become motor-themed lighting. Corinne and Graham's pine drawers went through a thoroughly modern makeover. And Brent's chair received a sympathetic restoration.
Well, handing over money for nothing is a great feeling, and knowing that we've saved something can go and take pride of place in a new home and maybe be loved again, well, that's even better.
Oh no, I like the look of your rubbish.
How do you make money for nothing?
I love a little rummage.
The answer could be hiding in the 30 million tonnes of household waste we throw out every year.
I think that I might be able to make something out of that.
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
That's wartime. I'm a passionate buyer, user and maker of old stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I make new stuff out of old stuff and I sell it for a profit.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers,
That was brave.
All the potential.
No!
she can transform her finds into desirable,
Work of art.
valuable, and hopefully saleable items.
Holy moly.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
Thank you, I'm astonished.
Today, Sarah's in Whitley, where over 600 tonnes of rubbish is sorted and recycled every month. That's the equivalent weight of 50 double-decker buses.
There is everything coming in here today, including the kitchen sink.
Sarah's got special permission to traipse among the trash, and she's always got her eye out for something useful.
I might keep this for a tea break. I'll be lucky to get a break around here, it's so busy.
I'm sorry, no time for tea, Sarah. You've got 3 pieces of glorious garbage to grab. Luckily, Sarah spotted something a bit sexy in Sam's Land Rover.
Hiya.
Hi.
Look at the legs on that. Is that your old broken table then?
It is an old broken table, yeah. This is Grandpa's. He's decided to get rid of it. It's been in storage for a while. Time to go, I think.
And was it quite a stylish house?
It was very 70s. I think that's when they stopped buying furniture. So
It's time warp furniture then, this.
it is massively, yeah.
Yeah, it's a fantastic piece of English furniture. It's made by
Yeah.
Urkel. It's got that look to it. You haven't got the end bit, have you? Oh, you have got the end bit.
I believe we do.
If that marries up on there,
It does, yeah.
then you've just made my day.
Fantastic.
Rather than putting it into wood and timber, can I take it away?
Yeah, absolutely, no problem at all. Yeah, yeah. See what we can do with it.
Brilliant, thank you. That's definitely made my day.
I don't think I've ever seen Sarah so excited. But what does Sam make of it?
Not sure what Sarah can do with that. It's been sitting around the house for quite a while. It's in a bit of disrepair. It's quite old, but I'm sure someone out there will find something in it.
If somebody had asked me what I really wanted to find today, it would have been a piece of Urkel furniture. Admittedly, this one's in 2 pieces, but still, it's a fantastic find.
And Sarah's lined up a fantastic craftsman to restore it to its former glory. Jay Blades is a man with many talents, with furniture restoration being at the forefront of his skills.
What I love about furniture is the playfulness. It reminds me of my childhood where I used to make Meccano sets and just making stuff. Now with furniture, I'm allowed to take things apart, re-glue it, add some paint, add some fabric, and just basically add a bit of me.
Jay has an appreciation for classic mid-century design and a love of traditional craftsmanship, to which he adds his own modern twists.
Personally speaking, I think adding colour is very important. Give me the most ridiculous piece of furniture and I will turn it to something beautiful. That's my claim to fame. I know I can do it.
Well, Jay, that confidence is certainly going to be put to the test when Sarah arrives with this broken table. One down, two to go, and Sarah's wandering into some choppy waters.
What do you think? Does it float your boat?
Maybe keep looking. Oh, land ahoy! Sarah spied a couple of chairs belonging to Claire.
Are they yours?
They are.
How long have you had them and why have they got to this stage that they're going?
From pillar to post. They've come to us from another friend, who got them from another friend, and they're not comfortable at all. I sat on them for a while.
I'm going to have a go now you said that. Well, they're not too bad.
After a while.
Okay, and they actually you feel a little bit...
It's all right for a 5-minute hands-on conversation, but try and watch 20 minutes worth of...
They are slightly, I can feel it turning over.
And that one's got wobbly legs, so...
Right, so, OK, you totally convinced me why you're chucking them out. What I need to know now is, can I have them and play with them and see if I can do something with them?
If you can do something with them, that'd be wonderful.
They are absolutely charming. You've made my day, so thank you so much for letting me have them.
Enjoy.
I'm going to take one, I'll be back for the other.
While Sarah gets to grips with furniture removal, let's find out what Claire thinks will become of her pair of chairs.
I think she'll probably reupholster them, put lots of padding in them, sort out the legs, maybe paint the legs, and she'll probably make them look absolutely beautiful, and I'll probably really regret giving them away today.
I don't know why they're being thrown away, other than the fact that they're looking a bit drab at the moment, but in the hands of the upholsterer that I've got in mind, they're going to end up looking fantastic, and we're going to make money here.
Anthony Devine is one of the UK's most talented teachers and practitioners of upholstery skills. Anthony's appreciation of furniture design provides him with the skills to bring old pieces bang up to date.
Some chairs you just know, that this is the one, and you just know you're onto a winner. You can look beyond the kind of the dirt and the holes and the grime, and you think, yes, we've got a gem here. And then it's a matter of teaming it up with the right fabric. And then from ugly ducklings are beautiful swans.
It's going to need all of Anthony's creative skills if the beauty of this pair of old chairs is to shine through. Having carved out 2 of her 3 items, Sarah's on a roll. She's got to renovate the 3rd item herself, and it looks like there's something she can settle on in Barbara and John's estate.
That looks quite cool. So they don't make them like that anymore, do they? Look at that. So what's the story behind this one?
It was one of 2 sun loungers camp beds that my parents had at a holiday home they had down in Devon.
Is it just me, or does it look sort of quite cool?
Well, I suppose perhaps somebody younger than me might think that it was cool. I think I've probably seen too much of it in my time.
It might be something that could have another lease of life, and it would be great to kind of take it away and see if there's one last gasp for the lounger.
By all means.
Yeah, that would be lovely, thank you.
It would be nice if it had some other use again.
Either Sarah's expecting some sun, or she's got a clever idea up her sleeve. What do Barbara and John think that might be?
Chair, not much you can do with the chair except lounge in it. I hope she finds somewhere nice in the sun.
It's a very nifty piece of kit, isn't it? I think she'll have a great time on it. Relaxing away.
You're probably wondering what I want to do with the retro camp bed, but it's got style, it's got class. You can't let things like that go in the tip. And I think with a bit of funking up, that thing is going to make some money.
That 3rd item means her trash tasks are all taken care of, And with her other 2 items stashed, it's game over in Whitley.
I might be here sometime. He might want to go away.
Jay will transform that broken table. Anthony will primp and preen the pair of chairs. And Sarah will sort out that sun lounger.
I have been stalking, salvaging and squirreling away my favourite bits of rubbish all day. Now, I've got to go and turn that trash into cash.
Wolverhampton is home, of course, to Wolverhampton Wanderers FC, one of the founding members of the Football League. It's also where Jay Blades undertakes his unique approach to furniture restoration.
Sarah's coming along, and hopefully she'll bring me something that's timber. That's my favourite material. I enjoy working with timber.
Well, you're in luck, Jay, I think.
Admittedly, the table is not in the best condition, but I'm hoping Jay will see past that and take it on and make it into something fabulous. I need help.
You need help?
Okay, come with me.
So this is the manufacturer that I enjoy the most working on. This is Urquhart.
Other furniture manufacturers are available, but this particular brand has been turning out quality British pieces since 1920. Their sleek mid-century designs are particularly en vogue, but this one's more en bits, really, isn't it?
He has seen a bit of water, I would say, and that's what opens up these joints and then allows that piece to come off of there. But brilliant finds. These tables, as far as I'm concerned, are timeless. Even though you've got all of these marks and stuff like that on there, when this is sanded, the beauty of what this will come back like is just phenomenal. I know exactly what I'm going to do with this, and I know exactly how to fix this and make this worth every penny. Yeah.
Have you got a rough figure in mind about what I'm going to leave you with?
The figure that I believe I would need to do this is 150 to start off with, and with probably 175, maybe 200 maximum. It depends on the gluing and how long that's going to take.
OK, if I can leave you 175 quid if you can, you know, that'd be great to bring it in on that. See how you get on with the cracks. Obviously, if it's a lot of work and it pushes up to 200, that's fine.
I'm going to pull all of my creativity from everywhere to work on this. So when you come back, hopefully you will be totally impressed with it.
I hope it doesn't cause too many problems.
Thank you.
Lovely
all right.
to see you.
Likewise.
Take care, Jay. Well, that is just the reaction I was hoping for from Jay.
Yeah, I can't wait to start working on this one. She's had a good find.
And I'm really pleased about that price, £175 roughly. I should be able to make money out of that. I'm talking about big money.
Oh, not too much pressure then, Jay. With a maximum spend of £200 on materials and labour, fingers crossed Sarah won't be disappointed. Manchester, one of the great cultural centres of Britain, famous for music industry and, of course, the no-nonsense Mancunian attitude, which upholstery star Anthony has in spades.
So Sarah's on her way. Over the years and been doing this, we haven't exactly seen eye to eye on everything, but that's good because that means always a challenge, always something I look forward to, but don't tell her I said that.
Psst, Sarah. Anthony's looking forward to seeing your chairs.
I'm optimistically describing these as cocktail chairs. I think they're 1950s, and I'm hoping that I can create something really sophisticated for Anthony to latch onto, but they've got to look expensive. Anthony? Hey.
Hello, how are you? You all right?
I'm really well. How are you doing?
Very well. Good to see you.
And you? I've got some gems for you. Check out these.
Hopefully Anthony will be feeling a lot more stirred than shaken by Sarah's so-called cocktail chairs.
Aren't they amazing?
They are.
They are really uncomfortable to sit in, apparently, and they need a really fresh update. And I was thinking, you could sort of loosely describe them as cocktail chairs, couldn't you?
You could sit and have a cocktail on it.
Yeah, well, I could sit and have a cocktail on a rock, Anthony. Doesn't make it a cocktail chair, though.
So I'm kind of channeling Riviera. There's something gold going on. I can't help myself.
Yes, it's all lipstick and glamour. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Wow, they seem to be agreeing.
So I'm thinking fluffy, feathery, flouncy.
I'll make a pair of flouncy chairs for you.
Well, if anyone can, Anthony can, and he'll have £300 for the makeover.
I think I stand a fair chance of making a few quid, don't I?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just capturing the right thing with this. The right level of flounciness.
Okay.
So, flouncer meters at the ready. I, for one, have no idea what we'll be coming back to.
Anthony has got such an amazing skill set that he can pretty much work with anything. So I've left him with a brief to get on with those chairs and make them fabulous. Who knows what he's going to produce?
There's something just screaming out about one in the kind of volume, a perm or something like that.
A perm? If you say so, Anthony. With £300 at stake, let's just hope Anthony's transformation of those chairs is a success. I can't wait to see what becomes of them. Back home in Sussex, I bet poor Sarah's hard at work turning the old sun lounger into a money-maker. Oh, well, maybe not.
Absolutely nothing wrong with this. Just like this. Perfect. It's not going to make much money.
The sun worship will have to wait. Time to get the lounger into the workshop.
I loved this lounger the first moment I saw it. I don't know why, I suppose it's because it's retro and I can tell it's really well made. It's got a fantastic ratchet system on here, which means the ends go up and down and stay in place, so it's designed to be really comfortable. There's a blow-up pillow under here, and that's done well to survive in such good nick for, well, it must be, I'd say nearly 50 years old.
Some things actually improve with age, I think you'll find, Sarah. Take me, for example.
The only thing about it is at the moment, it's really looking tired.
Actually, I haven't been sleeping well lately.
There's a bit of rust on the legs.
I'm not opposed to a rub down.
And there's some marks on the canvas.
Well, you can't make an omelette without cracking a few eggs.
So I'm thinking a little bit of an update and I might be able to make a few quid on it.
Oh, there's definitely life in the old dog yet. But back to the sun lounger. The cover's in good nick, so Sarah's going to use it in the final piece. It just needs removing and washing. But what exactly is the master plan for this project?
So I'm thinking, if I can reposition this from sun lounger into daybed, or make it into something that people want to have in their conservatory, or even as a spare bed in their bedroom, then I might stand a chance of making some money out of it. So it needs some careful thinking. But I'm going to get this washed and at least know that I've got that to work with if it comes up in good condition.
So it's a makeover that promises quite the transformation. As the canvas is edged with plastic, Sarah's cleaning it by hand using a mild washing powder in warm water.
One more rinse.
Then it's just a matter of hanging it out to dry. Actually, that's happened to me a couple of times too. Who knew I had so much in common with the sun lounger? Time to salt those legs.
Spray time. I'm doing it out here because if I get mess everywhere, next week's going to be mown off and it'll be completely gone by then. Have it upside down. Maybe it's a table. Anyway, let's stay focused. Oh yes. It's definitely called shocking yellow for a reason.
OK, the similarities between me and the lounger end right here. I wouldn't be seen dead in that. I hope you know what you're doing, Sarah.
Hold back. When you're spray painting, it dries so quickly, it's better just to do very fine layers and then you don't get all these dribbling marks on it. And you want to go past the object every time and then you don't get overspray, which is this kind of film of little bits on the surface. So, dries very quickly, do it quickly, move on, come back and give it another layer.
The legs may need a couple of coats, but there won't be any need to lacquer it, as the spray paint should prevent any further rust. But of course, yellow legs and a clean canvas isn't enough for Sarah.
Well, I've managed to get the first coat onto the frame and that looks great, and the cover's washed up really well. So now I want to add some 1950s inspired floral design to the cover, and I'm hoping that my potatoes are going to help me out. Now, I'm not going mad. These work really well as an instant printer. They carve really well and they're slightly porous so that when you pick up the paint on it, you get enough to do a few good prints before you have to dip again. If you've never used them, you need to try.
A potato stamp. Now there's a thrifty thought. First, Sarah needs to carve her design into the cut spud. You can draw an outline with a pencil or freestyle it as Sarah's doing.
Well, I'm happy with that, but time to give it a quick test.
Sarah's using some leftover emulsion paint. It may fade once it's washed, but it all adds to the overall rustic charm.
Definitely worth practicing, because once you get stuck in on the real thing, there's no going back. I think that sample looks really cool. I'm a bit scared about doing it on the real thing.
Don't worry, Sarah. If you mess it up, there's only your reputation on the line.
Ooh, the pressure.
She's hoping to keep costs to a minimum and profits to the max with this one. But with such a bespoke look, will she find a prospective buyer? At his studio in Wolverhampton, Jay's about to make a start on the table Sarah left in his very capable hands.
It's only until you've taken it all apart that you can actually see what you're working with.
Originally constructed in panels, a lot of them are starting to split, and one of the drop leaves has completely broken off.
It's just a simple classic design that just is timeless and it works well. So it's kind of like the Meccano of furniture. So it's really, really simple.
We all know that this part is never straightforward.
It's interesting because someone's had a go at this already. And it's always quite worrying when someone's had a go.
See? What did I tell you?
They've done a trick what I normally do, which is put some timber or something into the hole.
This ensures a nice fit. Not a complete novice then.
And here, they've just put the hole of the matchstick. Rather than snapping it off, there's a whole matchstick in there.
Then again...
Also, what I notice is almost every screw is of different size, different thickness within that frame. Now, as it's different, Urkel does not do that. All of them will be uniformed and stuff like that.
But surely a screw's a screw, isn't it?
Look at the size of that one compared to the size of that. And they're completely different screws, completely different.
And it's done some serious GBH to the tabletop.
So what has happened by using a really long screw here, so you've got 1 and 2, they've come straight through. So basically, when I want to have this top as a showpiece, I have to make sure that those holes are filled up.
If you're fixing furniture from a popular manufacturer, the best thing to do would be to contact them for advice on the right screws to use. Now, onto the main part of the restoration.
With gluing, I've always been taught that more is more. I normally say less is more, but more is more. It's better to have more glue than less glue. Because it's only going to squeeze out in the sides anyway, which we would then clear up.
The same theory as I use on my jam sandwiches. Jay's using wood glue, which is designed to set thin, so there are no gaps in the joins.
If the glue works on this and it forms it and it holds it really, really nice, brilliant. I could do all the rest. The gluing is the hard bit, because that's what's going to last the test of time, really and truly. To make this strong again, as strong as it was when it came out of the factory, is really, really important.
It'll be a tense 24 hours for Jay. If the glue doesn't work, well, he doesn't have a table and it'll mean a complete rethink. In Manchester, Anthony's hard at work on the pair of chairs he's promised to transform into flouncy, glamorous beauties.
So since Sarah's dropped these off, we're up to kind of this stage. This one's all got prepped, so we've done the webbing and the kind of the hessing's all on.
Re-upholstering the chairs will be a multi-stage process using materials including foam, recycled felt and the all-important fire-retardant calico. And all of that will eventually make the previously uncomfy pair much more plush.
Yeah, we want it nice and comfortable, but this will all squeeze down and then make a really nice sharp profile.
So the finished chairs should be comfy and shapely. Once they're re-upholstered, Anthony plans to cover them in fluffy sheepskin. But before he does that, he's got a trickier job.
So we're going to try dyeing these skins. We're not entirely sure how we're going to do it. This is a complete unknown science. This could go brilliant and stumble across something great, or we could be thinking of a plan B.
Happily, Anthony's going to be assisted in this endeavour by his partner Susie.
Well, we've dyed fabric before, haven't we? We haven't dyed sheepskin rugs before, because we need to get a specific colour. We want to try and make rose quartz because it's bang on trend.
Marvellous. To dye them, they'll use a highly pigmented furniture paint diluted with water.
We have this colour here, this pink here, which isn't quite the right colour. We're going to try and put a little bit of this colour in to darken it. Not only do we have to try and get this shade, we have to try and get the right quantity and the right amount of water so that we can get this the right colour.
They need all the sheepskins to dye exactly the same colour, which might be a big ask, as is agreeing on the shade in the first place.
Like anything in life, I prefer it being a bit more intense. But just because of the volume of water we're now going to have to mix with it to dye the fabric, it will almost lose some of the intensities.
I think it's the right kind of tone. Should we do that? Do you think that's enough?
With the colour agreed, Susie adds enough water to dilute it.
Not too of this dyeing process, is it? It's quite easy.
It is for you, Anthony, because Susie's doing all the work.
I'm saying nothing.
Come on, love.
He might have to get his hands dirty during the al fresco dipping, though. This is the important bit.
Right, go on then.
You ready?
And still looking work shy. That's not helping.
Oh, that's quite pink.
You wanted it quite pink.
Seriously, is this how companies dye their fabrics?
Not exactly. They tend to use state-of-the-art techniques and equipment, not a rubbish bin.
At the moment, I'm a little bit like, oh, is it going to go? Which way is it going to go?
Me too.
It's not an exact science, so we'll just we just have to hope that it's going to work out okay in the end.
They've got a lot more careful work to ensure those sheepskins all end up in the pink. The same shade of pink, that is.
Stop it!
Go on, now.
Stop it!
I think we'll leave them to it. Back in Sussex, Sarah's putting the final touches to the retro sun lounger. Oh, fancy. When Sarah rescued it from certain death at the tip, it was a tad tired, but still functional. Now the sun lounger screams of 1950s glamour. Sarah has embellished the canvas with potato print leaves and hand-cut fabric flowers. She's recovered the head support pocket with matching floral material. And of course, the vibrant yellow legs set the whole thing off a treat.
All I need now is a pool and a cocktail, and I can be made for the day. But that won't sell it, will it?
Sarah first discovered the sun lounger in the back of Barbara and John's car.
It was one of two sun loungers, camp beds that my parents had at a holiday home they had down in Devon. Perhaps somebody younger than me might think that it was cool. I think I've probably seen too much of it in my time.
Well, I'd be willing to bet John would struggle to recognise his old sun lounger now. It did make it to the seaside. It was sold to the Shed Boutique in Ramsgate, where Lucy was very pleased with the new addition to her stock.
We're a seaside shop, and this sort of mix of retro and arts and crafts really go together nicely for us and suit what we sell in the shop.
Sarah has returned to show Barbara and John what became of their old sun lounger, but will she be handing over any profit?
Hi Barbara, hello. How do you do? Hello John, lovely to see you again. Now it was down in Whitley where I first saw your sun lounger. In fact, it wasn't yours, was it? Was it your parents?
My parents, yes, and in fact I can remember it since my childhood. It's one of those things. It was one of two that's been around for a long time.
Well, it had a certain look, and it was that thing that first drew me to it. But did you wonder why I took it away?
Well, certainly, because I've always found it incredibly uncomfortable.
Well, for 10 minutes in the sun, I'm sure it would be lovely to lie on. I've actually got some pictures to show you. So here is your sun lounger after a makeover.
Oh my God! Oh.
It's beautiful, actually.
My mother would have loved that because she was a great one for making all sorts of weird artworks and things, and I think she would particularly have appreciated what you've done with that from an unpromising start.
I really enjoyed working on it. It was a sweet thing, and it turns out that other people like the look of it, and I've actually managed to sell it at a profit. Well, so I have some money to share with you here. I have got £33 here that I managed to garner as a profit for you. So there you go. There is a small windfall from the sun lounger.
That is probably about 10 times what it cost originally. Thank you very much.
What might you do with that?
Well, I think I'd like to spend it on the garden, actually.
Yes, I think that would be appropriate,
June
wouldn't it?
would have appreciated that, wouldn't she, as well, being a great gardener as well.
I think she'd have been amazed.
She would. She'd have been absolutely gobsmacked.
Well, it was a really, I loved working on it. It was a bit of fun, made a bit of money, and if you're going to buy something in the garden, I'm really pleased because I think that puts it very nicely back where it came from, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Lovely, thank you so much.
Oh,
and I look forward to seeing you and your excellent rubbish at the tip sometime soon. Thanks ever so much.
Okay,
bye-bye.
Bye.
The old lounger cost Sarah £12 to transform. She was able to sell it for £45, which meant there was a profit of £33 to return to Barbara and John.
Well, the sun lounger might have been a bit of a laid-back project, but I loved working on it, and I'm pleased that £33 is going to buy something lovely for John and Barbara's garden.
Back in Wolverhampton, Sarah's about to see Jay's restoration of the broken table.
Well, if I'm ever lucky enough to find Urkel, I always think of Jay, and if he's managed to work his magic on this piece of furniture, there could be some real money on the table.
Oh, I like what Sarah did there, but will she like what Jay has done to the table?
Table's done and dusted. I'm really, really happy with it. Compared to how it was when it first came in here, it was a bit in bits. It wasn't really a table, it was just bits of timber. But it had the look to become a beautiful Urkel and turning it into a beautiful black swan, which it is now. So hopefully she'll like it.
Sarah left Jay with a battered and broken, ugly duckling of a table. But left in the hands of a master craftsman, a beautiful black swan has indeed emerged. The tabletop is now a complete piece. The legs Jay so admired are dressed in black lacquer paint with little colour splashes, giving it a contemporary, modern twist. But will it be to Sarah's taste?
Oh my word! Look at that!
He's done and dusted.
It's a whole table again.
It is a whole table.
And hold on. I can see a little Blades magic going on here.
Just a little bit, just a wee bit. I would always have to add just a little bit of colour. So the flicks is what I'm kind of into at the moment. It's my playful kind of time. And it's all due to my daughter, basically. She likes flicking paint and just having a great time, so that's why I did that.
Fantastic. And which end was the broken end? That end?
This end was broken, this was broken as well, coming apart. This, I glued it as much as I can, and this one had a little bit. So all of them were coming apart, basically, but this was the fully broken one.
It feels lovely.
Yeah, it should be. It's had a really beautiful rub down and oil in. And yeah, now it's just allowed to sing. It's really, really gorgeous, I think.
Well, it's really cool. Did it give you any problems?
There was a load of different screws, different sizes. They'd used screws from beds, from different tables, from a whole load of stuff. So I contacted Urco and they gave me the right measurements for the screws that I needed to then put them in there, which was absolutely easy.
It's nice to have a bit of authenticity, isn't it?
Yes.
It looks great.
Yeah.
Budget?
Budget, £200, bang on.
Well, that's great news for me, isn't it? Because with a £200 investment, I really stand to make some money out of this one, don't I?
Yes, definitely.
Well, they both seem very sure of themselves, don't they?
I believe this would just fly off the shelf. This is something that's quite sought after. A lot of people are wanting these because of the dimensions. Once you've dropped the leaves, they're easy to just put in a small space, a small kitchen, so they're ideal, and they're a classic.
Little did Sam know when he was set to chuck it in the tip.
You might not like this, but there are people hammering to get their hands on this stuff.
It's in a bit of disrepair, it's quite old, but I'm sure someone out there will find something in it.
You're not wrong, Sam. Jay has made sure that this iconic piece has at least another 25 years of use. And Nick Smith, a regular client of Sarah's, snapped up the table to sell through his vintage and retro company, Smithers of Stamford. Sarah's now returned to Whitley to show Sam what became of his grandfather's table and possibly hand over some cash.
Hi there, Sam. Hi there.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, really well. Nice to see you.
Good, good.
Got the hound of the
Sorry about-
Baskervilles.
We do, unfortunately, we've got a Jack Russell. I'm very sorry.
Oh, no, they're lovely,
Bit of a
aren't they?
pain. Well, depends.
Now, when I last saw you, you were being a very good grandson, weren't you?
I was, yes, helping with dump run.
Yeah, so your grandfather was clearing out some... I thought the quality of his rubbish was excellent, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, good, good.
I loved the look of his table. Now, did you know anything about that?
No, I was utterly clueless. I just thought it was a regular old table he was chucking out.
Well, it was broken, but did you think we might be able to mend it?
Yeah, I wasn't sure actually. I thought, considering the damage to it, I thought it was pretty much a write-off. But
Yeah, it wasn't working as it should as a table.
No.
But if they do break, they're reasonably easy to mend. So
Yeah.
your table went to a guy called Jay Blades.
okay.
He works up in Wolverhampton, and he was delighted to see it, and even in the state that it was in, was very enthusiastic about it. And I've got some pictures to show you
Oh, brilliant.
of what he did.
Yeah.
So your table now looks like that.
Oh wow, that's like a proper table all fixed up. Yeah, no, that's looking lovely now actually. Yeah.
It looked absolutely lovely. The quality of the finish was beautiful, and I've sold it.
Oh wow, brilliant.
With
Fantastic.
a little bit of profit. I think coming your way after all your help
Oh,
in the tip with your grandfather, I have got £50 here
Oh wow.
for you.
Oh, thank you very much.
So it's £50.
Brilliant.
What you can do with that?
I'm going off to France actually tomorrow morning, so probably get spent over there.
Well, I think that is lovely. Please thank your grandpa so much for letting us take away his
Will
rubbish
do.
and for all your
Absolutely.
time. And yeah, I think you're going to have a lovely time with that in
Brilliant.
France.
No
I'm very
problem at all.
jealous.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Brilliant.
much, Sam.
Thank you
Lovely
very
to see
much.
you again.
You too.
Bye
Thank
bye.
Sarah spent £200 having the table put back together by Jay, and she was able to sell it for £250, which left a £50 profit to hand back to Sam.
Well, that was a little reward for all Sam's hard work helping his grandpa at the tip, and he's got 50 quid to go and spend in France. That is a good result.
It's back to Manchester now. And Sarah's heading to Anthony's workshop to find out how he's got on with the 2 mid-century chairs she brought him. And you know what? Anthony isn't his usual confident self.
I have to say I'm a little bit apprehensive this time because it's far removed from my normal kind of modern urban kind of styles that I'm used to into something that, to be honest, I don't think I've even named or could name. So yeah, I have to see how this one goes down.
Well, I optimistically called my pair of tip-vine chairs cocktail cocktail seating. Well, if Anthony's managed to transform them into moneymakers, it's drinks on me.
These mid-century chairs were more stale beer down the pub than cocktails on the beach when they first came to Anthony. Well, they've certainly gone from dull and dated to striking and unique. The sheepskin is a lovely rose quartz colour and gives the chairs a real wow factor. The material is from a duvet cover and delivers a definite floral punch. Without a doubt, these chairs are full of character, but I reckon they'll divide opinion, and Anthony's about to hear Sarah's.
They rock.
Do you like them?
I love them.
The twins are ready to hit the town.
They're fantastic. Slightly bonkers.
Of course.
Really cool. Well done.
Oh, thank you very much. I think they have a little something about them.
They're interesting, they are funky, they have a sense of humour, and they look lovely, they look comfortable.
Sarah thinks they're fantastically bonkers, and you know what? I agree. Best of all, Ant stayed bang on budget.
Cocktails are going to be on me.
Yes, so we cocktails on you.
Well, look at them. I'm going to make
Excellent.
money because 300 quid on the budget.
Yes, I mean, easily get that for them, would you not?
Oh, yeah. Or you put them right back into the marketplace because they look the tip. Look at them now. Genius.
No, not quite well.
They're really cool. I can't thank you enough. Honestly, fantastic job. Really, really cool. I'm going to sell those instantly. I'll tell you when I do, all right?
Confident words there. Let's just hope you're right. When Sarah spotted the pair of chairs at the tip, Claire couldn't wait to get rid of them.
They're not comfortable at all. I sat on them for a while.
I'm going to have a go now you said that. Well, they're not too bad.
And that one's got wobbly legs, so...
Right, so, OK, you totally convinced me why you're chucking them out.
If you can do something with them, that'd be wonderful. And then I'll probably want them back, won't I?
I think it's safe to say, since Anthony's makeover, Claire wouldn't recognise them. But she won't have the chance to stake her claim, as the sophisticated chairs also caught the eye of retailer Nick.
They're absolutely lovely. Love them. Yeah. I think the wife's going to want to keep them, though. That's the only problem.
Everyone's a winner, and no more so than Claire. Sarah's come to her home in North Chapel, West Sussex, to show her what happened to the tip-bound chairs.
Hi, Claire.
Hi.
There, how are you doing?
It's nice to see you again.
Now, when I last saw you, you were dropping off a pair of chairs. So explain why they were ending up at the tip.
Well, they ended up the tip because they were literally so uncomfortable. And try as we might, they just weren't going to work.
Yeah, so we took them away, but did you think, I wonder what they'll do with them?
I did, yeah. I didn't know whether you'd put arms on them, whether you just keep them plain, whether it would be a reupholster or... So, yeah, I'm really intrigued to see what you've done.
Well, I think that they turned out really, really well.
Oh,
but
my goodness, wow.
They have been given a proper new look.
I think it's amazing. It's really original and someone's obviously worked really hard to do that.
Well, in their normal state, there are 60, 70, 80 pounds maybe for a chair like that. But with that kind of look, they actually have a bit more value to them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I've actually got some profit here for your chairs. They've been bought by a retro company in Lincolnshire, and here I have £250 here for you, for your lovely chairs.
Good grief. That's incredible, considering we were just about to launch them into a skip.
Oh, well, that's fantastic. We loved working on them. They were really inspiring, and everybody who was involved with them really sort of enjoyed the whole process.
Good.
So
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure. Lovely to see you.
And you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks to the amazing talents of Anthony, the chairs cost £300 to transform and sold for £550, giving Claire a sizable £250 profit.
Well, Claire's chairs could have ended up in the skip, but they're now comfortable, beautiful, and profitable.
Sarah saved 3 items from the Whitley Recycling Centre. Sam's grandfather's table was rejuvenated by Jay, Claire's chairs were given a woolly treatment by Anthony, and Sarah stamped her mark on Barbara and John's sun lounger.
Who'd have thought it was possible to do all of that with a load of old rubbish? We made lovely things that have gone to new homes and made some money along the way. Oh no, I like the look of your rubbish.
How do you make money for nothing?
I love a little rummage.
The answer could be hiding in the 30 million tonnes of household waste we throw out every year.
I think that I might be able to make something out of that.
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
That's wartime. I'm a passionate buyer, user and maker of old stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I make new stuff out of old stuff and I sell it for a profit.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers,
That was brave.
All the potential.
No!
she can transform her finds into desirable,
Work of art.
valuable, and hopefully saleable items.
Holy moly.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
Thank you, I'm astonished.
Today, Sarah is in Surrey at the Whitley Recycling Centre. Where you and I may see beat up and broken down, Sarah sees the potential to make a bob or two.
People are flooding in here all day long. All I've got to do is stop the good stuff from there ending up in there.
She's been given special permission by the recycling centre to transform the stuff all these lovely people plan to sling out into a knockout.
I
love it down here. Everybody's so nice.
Don't let her sweet smile fool you. If being nice doesn't get her the 3 items she needs, she's willing to get nasty.
Hand over your rubbish. Better put that back before somebody sees me.
Can Sarah turn the clutter in Zaina and her husband Tim's boot into cash?
What are you doing then? Are you clearing out? Or
Yes.
are you moving? Or
We've
just...
moved and we've still got a lot of stuff to get rid of. So.
Really? So that... I quite like your enamel wear, but I'm interested in your chairs.
Right, yes.
Have you had them long?
A long time. I've had them years and years and years and nobody's ever liked them. And we've tried to eBay them and still nobody wants them.
I think they've got that retro look that people quite like. And I think those would...
Maybe we should keep them then.
Actually, I think you should give them to me and you should see if I can make something exciting out of them for you.
You're welcome to have them.
Zaina may have failed to flog the chairs, but that adds to the challenge for Sarah. How she intends to make them over, though, I've no idea. I'm bamboozled.
Thank you so much for letting me have those. I shall go and take them away and cherish them.
Look forward to seeing them.
Yeah, lovely. I'll keep in touch.
All right.
Bye-bye. Thank you ever so much.
Is Zaina happy her chairs skip the skip?
I think that's brilliant. It's much better to recycle and did feel a bit guilty bringing them. And maybe if they can be refreshed, they'll have a new life.
Ta-da! No? Not your cup of tea? But I think they've got some potential. They just need a little bit of love, a bit of TLC, and I'm sure they're going to turn a profit.
Sarah knows just the fella to help her turn potential into profit. Jay Blades is a builder turned philosophy graduate turned furniture designer.
If you want to have a go at what I do, your best bet is to find a piece of furniture that isn't really worth that much money. You might have bought it down a charity shop or a car boot sale for about £5 and just play around with it.
Jay has his finger on the pulse of contemporary interior design, reworking the very best of British craftsmanship and bringing it bang up to date.
Some people like working with spray cans. Some people like working with artist brushes. Whatever your creativity is, just draw it out and allow it to just ooze onto the furniture, because the reality is that furniture was more than likely going to go into a landfill site. So you upcycling it gives that piece of furniture an extended lifetime.
Well, I, for one, can't wait to see Jay ooze his creativity all over these 80s gems. One item down, 2 to go. Sarah will leave no boot or box unrummaged, no nook or cranny undisturbed. It's hard work, but she's loving every second of it.
I never get tired of being at the dump. See, tyres.
Oh dear. Let's all just forget that ever happened and move on. This is Julie. She's helping a friend clear out her garage. Julie, meet Sarah.
Hello. That's really sweet, isn't it?
It's very old and tatty now and no use.
I mean, I can see it's been
well used. It was in the garage.
It's just the right sort of size, and it's got that retro charm that people are looking to put back into their houses at the moment. So, and everything was movable,
it's all
wasn't it?
made properly too, isn't it? You know,
Yes.
all the joints and everything, all well.
Yeah.
But it's put together to last, and it obviously has.
This kitchen cabinet has been in Julie's friend's family since the 1950s.
Would it be okay, instead of putting it in the tip, to let me have it to take away and see if I can do something with it?
Certainly.
I think that...
Certainly, please do.
And it's on wheels, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah,
It makes life easier.
Lovely. Thank you so much for letting me have that, and I'll keep in contact.
It may be well worn, but it's strong and sturdy. There's a good few years left in it yet. A bit like me, I hope.
I'm sure she could rub it down and put a nice distressed look to it. I'm sure if you've got the time, the vision and the inclination to do these sort of things, it'll come out lovely.
It's just teetering on the brink of having that appeal, that retro look that people want to have back in their houses. It's got enough chunkiness so we can cut it up, and I think I could be onto a winner here.
Julie's also found the drawers, which give Sarah the complete cabinet to take to her choice of craftsman. Furniture restorers Johnny and Tom just love to breathe new life into old furniture. These young hotshots have only been working together for a year, but have already made a name for themselves with their imaginative designs and restoration techniques.
What I like about what we do is working with friends. That's always a good point, but is having something to start from and having an end result.
The actual craft and figuring out the problem and solving the problem is what's enjoyable about it. As well, it's kind of like a puzzle.
You know, it comes in not in a very great condition, and then you get to see the person's reaction when you get it back, and that's what I enjoy the most.
Ah, Tom and Johnny, two young lads full of positivity and optimism. Hopefully this item won't put an end to all that. Sarah's salvaged 2 pieces for her artisans. Now she has to save an item from the tip that she can transform. And she will not stop until she has it. She's like a dog with a bone.
Can I recycle you? Would you like to come here with me? I could turn you into a lap dog.
Come on, Sarah, no time for pats. The clock is ticking. Or in Richard's case, it's not ticking.
What are you chucking out today then?
Well, it's a cuckoo clock, very nice cuckoo clock, but it needs repair.
Right.
And I've got another one, and it's a shame to throw it away, but...
Not many people have 2 cuckoo clocks, do they?
No, well, I mean, I've got the other one because the last one needs repair, but...
So, made in Germany, did you get it from Germany?
Yes, in the 1950s I was in the army in Germany and I bought it then.
It's
in the
really sweet.
1950s. I hate throwing it out, but it's going to cost a lot to repair, and I don't need it. I wouldn't know where else to put it.
Well, I think if you've got
come here.
one cookie clock, that's probably enough. But if it'd be possible to take that from you and see if I can mend it, and oh, I'm so excited!
I'd be much happier doing that than it going down in the landfill.
Yeah, well, no, I'm so pleased that you let us have that. That's lovely, and I shall try my best to get it going, and then I'll...
It's up to you now.
I know, oh, the pressure.
Sarah must be cuckoo to choose this broken clock, but she does love a challenge.
So I really don't know what I've got here. I am not a clock expert. There's potential that this little cookie clock could turn a pretty penny, but at the moment it's not working. I'm not sure if all the bits are here. I'm not sure what kind of market there is for cookie clocks at the moment, but I'm going to stay positive and hope they've just picked up a winner.
Perhaps Sarah can make this cuckoo sing again. She has her 3 items. Jay will perform his makeover magic on the bamboo chairs. Tom and Johnny will take on the challenge of the cabinet. And Sarah will need to make the cuckoo clock into something saleable.
So today's eclectic collection of items will provide just the kind of challenge that I love, but there's going to have to be some radical changes if I'm going to make some real cha-ching.
Welcome to Wolverhampton, the hometown of heartthrob Liam Payne from boy band One Direction. Their mega hit, What Makes You Beautiful, is a tale of seeing beauty where others may not. Kinda like upcycling expert Jay Blades and furniture.
Even though I don't agree with people taking chairs like this to the recycling centre, one thing I must say is that I do enjoy that they do, because if they get rid of it or they don't see the beauty in it, I guarantee you I will definitely see the beauty in it. So I'm really, really excited to see what Sarah's going to bring along.
These two are a classic 1980s conservatory pair of chairs. And they are going to need all of Jay's imagination and ingenuity to turn them into something saleable and desirable. I've never seen Jay work with anything like this before, so I hope he takes them on.
I can't think of a safer pair of hands for this pair of chairs.
You like to set a challenge for me, didn't you?
I do, but I know that you will rise to the challenge. That's why I can bring things like this to you, and I just know you're going to make them look special. I'm hoping with a bit of colour and maybe some fantastic upholstery, we might be able to create something that has, you know, like a reasonable amount of value to it.
Yeah. I've never worked with bamboo before, and yes, you're quite right. With a bit of colour and a lovely fabric on there, it should be able to bring these right up to date. And I've never done this before. It's going to be cool.
These chairs are a brave new world for Jay. He's agreed a budget of £140 for the pair. I can't think of a better man to maximise the bang for those bucks.
In terms of what I've got to spend on them, I'm slightly maybe capping your creativity by the budget. If you can hit it as hard as you can on that budget, pack a punch, see what you can do for that money, that would be fantastic.
OK, cool. All right, you take care.
Well, I think I was right in thinking that those chairs are not right up Jay's street, but he's going to take them on, and if anybody can make a couple of duds into something desirable, it's Mr. Blades.
My brain is thinking, like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? What am I going to do? I'm thinking of a load of different colours, and also just how to work with bamboo. As I said, I've never done this before. Wow, Sarah's done it to me today, I must admit. Even I would like to see how these turn out.
Jay has £140 budget to transform these 80s throwbacks from dated to desirable. This is the South London market town of Croydon. There's been a market here since the 13th century, where, just like today, traders would sell fruit, vegetables, leather goods and linen, although I think there are probably fewer oxen on sale these days. Tucked away nearby is the creative hub that is Tom and Johnny's workshop. And Sarah's wheeling the old kitchen cabinet their way. One hard-earned inch at a time.
I think I should probably have left this at the tip.
A few times she's brought stuff which is really unexpected and kind of a bit shocking, so hopefully nothing too outlandish.
This poor old kitchen cabinet is in a really sorry state, and I'm hoping the boys in here are going to take up the challenge to turn it into something amazing, because at the moment I'm thinking it should probably have stayed at the tip.
Well, perhaps the boys can help you see the positive side of this item again, Sarah.
Give us a hand with this.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that sounded almost
Yeah,
enthusiastic. It's a bit of a dog, isn't it?
cool.
Should we get it inside?
Yeah.
Well, I think underwhelmed adequately describes that reaction.
It's not in fantastic condition, is it?
No.
But I'm hoping that there is just enough left in it that you can actually make it into something, because it has got quite solid jaws to it. I'm having a look here and I'm thinking it might even be beach fronted to the door and the drawers. So any ideas what you might be able to do with it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the handles themselves are really nice, actually. They just need a lot of cleaning up to kind of get them back to sort of a nice kind of look.
Yeah, if we take this paint off and see what's underneath here, this could be really nice, this wood. So perhaps the whole carcass strip might be nice and then finished in oil or some other kind of finish.
If it was kind of pale and interesting with those sweet little handles on it, it could look quite nice. This is a bit of a shocker on the top, though.
Yeah, we're going to have to do something with that. Possibly painted, probably with an oil finish.
Cost comes into it as well. I
Yeah,
think
exactly.
we need to see what we can keep it looking as good as possible, but keeping it cheap.
Okay, I like that cheap word. But if I'm leaving you, what, $2.60? If you can try and make it as saleable as possible and as approachable to as many people with styles of their interior, that would help.
That's why with the top we probably go for something that's quite a neutral colour, something that's going to go well in any room. So that way people are going to be able to kind of use it where they'd like.
I think that sounds great. Yeah, so that's brilliant work. Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Cool.
Good lads, taking up that challenge, because that old kitchen unit, it's definitely seen better days. The only place that is going is up.
It's going to be a challenge for us to get it back up and running, hopefully as a useful piece for someone, whether or not it's used in the kitchen or, you know, in their hallway, you know.
Yeah.
It's going to be a challenge, but I think it's going to be a nice piece at the end of it.
The boys have a plan, a stripped wood cabinet with a painted worktop, and they have a price, £260 all in. From the suburban streets of South London to the quiet countryside of Sarah's home in Sussex. She's dropped off the bamboo chairs and the cabinet. And now, having enjoyed a morning walk with Bramble, she's going to get started on the cuckoo clock.
So the cuckoo clock really doesn't work. I hoped I might be able to get it going, or something simple will be wrong with it, but I've had a really good look at it. And I've also spoken to a horologist.
A what? Excuse me a sec. One quick interweb search later, I can tell you a horologist is a clockmaker. You learn something new every day.
It's 150 quid at least to get it repaired, and a very long waiting list, so I'm afraid I don't think this is going to tick again.
This cuckoo will cuckoo no more. But don't fret, Sarah has a plan. She intends to transform this clock into a smart phone charging station.
You know when a cuckoo clock is broken, it starts to sound like a pigeon.
It's a heavyweight item and Sarah needs to lighten the load by clearing out its internal workings.
I'm sorry, this feels awful. If this all goes wrong, it could make a lovely bird box.
You might think Sarah's cuckoo phone charging station is bird-brained, but when you're finding a new purpose for an old item, no idea is too off the wall or wacky. Get inspired and go for it.
So that is pretty much stripped now. So if that's all one colour, I think that's going to look really cool. But I need to find out a way of introducing the phone to it. And this bit, the old moulding from the front, definitely needs to be kept. And I'm hoping that a phone might fit in there. Oh, look, that is perfect. And really lucky, because that's going to mean it will look like it's made to do this, which is always helpful. So if that's going to be on there in some beautiful colour, and then the phone will go in here, I've just got to work out a way of getting the charger cord in here for whichever phone people have. Can't be that hard, can it? I think just get a little bit of something to go over the top there. It'll be fine.
I said give it a go. I didn't say it would be easy. I wonder if it's too late to call that horologist back. Yep, I'd say so. Well, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. But what will this bird-brained idea be worth when completed? So far, Sarah has only spent £12 on a charger for this project, thankfully. In Wolverhampton, in Jay's workshop, there's been big changes to the bamboo chairs. They look cool. Jay has had them spray painted by an expert technician to ensure a pristine, smooth finish.
So, these chairs, when Sarah brought them into us, were just like a plain kind of bamboo look, and what I've done is I've sent these to a spray guy to get them sprayed. The contrast that I want to try and create is the chair looks beautiful in black, but then I want a kind of distressed bit where here it looks as if it's just dripping with paint.
Jay is going to add a coloured motif using gold spray paint. If he doesn't like it, he can't undo it, as removing the gold paint would damage the perfect black finish.
I don't normally use spray paint and stuff like that, so one's feeling a bit nervous. So what I'm going to go for is doing a little bit of a test run first of all.
When using spray paint, it's important to work in a well-ventilated area, wearing the appropriate safety gear.
But that is quite cool. And that's exactly what I want, but it drips down.
Test run a success. It's time for the real deal.
I only get one chance at this, and it has to look good, because once I put the paint onto there, that's it. I've got no more chances to rub it out or go over it again.
I'm nervous just watching. It's a one-shot deal, so here's hoping Jay achieves the element of distressed grandeur he's after.
Said you only get one chance at it, and the one chance I've got, I don't like it.
Oh, he's made a right old mess of that. In South London, there's a whole lot of stripping going on. Tom and Johnny have been hard at it for over 3 hours, stripping the paint from the cabinet.
It's just a lot of not very nice work on this one. There's a lot of dirty work, a lot of sanding, a lot of years of paint and build up on it, so it's not the sort of most glamorous of jobs. But I think the end result is going to come quite quickly once we've done all the horrible bits.
Sarah hoped that once stripped it would reveal the cabinet was made of solid beech. Unfortunately, it's plywood. Only the front of one drawer is beech. This means a change of plans.
You can really see the difference between the two drawers now. So this one's the solid solid beech, and this one's plywood. So we're going to paint the carcass instead and have a stripped wooden top. So it's basically kind of flipping the idea, really. It was going to be a painted top and a bare bottom.
He said bare bottom. Oh, just me, OK.
Now we're going to have the carcass painted and the top in bare wood.
We found this old bit of worktop in our surface that is going to be a good fit for our kitchen unit. It's a bit messy, as you can see, because we've used it for stripping, so it needs a bit of a clean up. But we know there's nice solid wood underneath, so we just got to get to it.
While Johnny takes care of the worktop, Tom is preparing to paint the undercoat of the cabinet.
If you use a dark colour paint, then it's quite good to use a darker undercoat. I'm going to thin it with a little bit of water as well. Just helps it go on smoothly, and so you get nice thin coats. You can build up gradually, and it will sink into the pores of the wood a bit more. Obviously, make sure that it's a water-based paint if you're going to do that. If it's an oil-based paint, then it won't work so well.
Top tip from Tom. The cabinet will be finished in olive green, a deep, earthy, natural colour which should sit in harmony with the natural finish of the stripped wood worktop.
So, like as expected underneath, it's a really nice solid piece of beech. It's starting to come through. Just needs a lot more sanding. So I'm just going to continue doing this, and then hopefully we can get it looking like this all over.
They've been forced to change their plans once. Here's hoping it's plain sailing from here on in. In Sussex, there's been some big changes to Sarah's charging station. It's just arrived back from a specialist technician, and if you didn't think she was cuckoo before, wait till you see a load of this.
Well, I've had a really fun idea for the cuckoo clock, so I just thought I'm going to throw caution to the wind and turn it into something really kitchen cool. So the cuckoo clock has been flocked.
Flocking is the process of adding thousands of tiny particles of fluff to an object covered in a fine coat of glue. It gives the item a velvety feel. It was very popular in the 1970s on wallpapers, but truth be told, you can flock almost anything. It's flocking marvellous.
Look at these two. Aren't they amazing? Look at that really vibrant, lovely pink. I've mixed it up a bit and I've got a few different tones of pink here. So when I put it all together, it should kind of layer up so it looks really pretty. But this stuff, stunning, isn't it? So all I've got to do now is put it together and hopefully we'll end up with something that is truly unique.
When Sarah saved this cuckoo clock from the scrap heap, it was beyond repair. But now, its time has come to be born again as a retro chic and completely unique smartphone charging station. It's functional and eye-catching, a classic cuckoo clock design given a bold and brash spin. The vibrant shades of playful pink give it a pop art feel. It's one of a kind, uber cool and utterly brilliant.
Well, it's definitely kitsch, isn't it? And I think it's beautiful, it's definitely useful. I'm just hoping it's saleable.
It was almost lost forever, but Sarah saved Richard's broken clock.
What are you chucking out today then?
Well, it's a cuckoo clock, very nice cuckoo clock. I hate throwing it out, but it's going to cost a lot to repair.
She couldn't fix it, but she did find a way to repurpose it. Sarah paid £72 to have the clock flocked, plus £12 for a charger, making her total spend £84. She sold the charging station to Velvet Moon, a craft shop in Glasgow, and is now on her way to Richard's home near Whitley to hand over the profit.
How there, hello. Richard, hi, it's Sarah.
Sarah.
Hi there, nice to see you again.
See you.
Oh,
This is
hello there, hi, I'm Sarah.
Hello, I'm Anne.
Anne, hi there, how do you do? Now, I actually took your cuckoo clock to, I think it's a horologist, isn't it?
Yes,
to see, and it was at least £150 just to get somebody to look at it. So I know why you were taking it to the tip.
That's right, yes.
Yes. So having not been able to get it going, I had to think of something else to do with it. So I've got some pictures to show you how it ended up. Hopefully you'll be pleasantly surprised. Here is...
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. I knew I was going to get that reaction.
Wow.
That's lovely. Gosh,
it's gone pink.
Fantastic.
Isn't that fantastic?
Wow.
So it is now a phone charger.
Wonderful.
So it's
how clever.
Charger.
And it was flocked.
Oh.
Lovely. So it has had a new lease of life.
That is
It is definitely
amazing.
in the pink, and it has been bought by a shop who specialises in that kind of thing. And I do have a little bit of money to hand over to you. It didn't make a fortune, but I have got £26 here for your old cuckoo clock, and I hope you don't mind.
That's
It's now
fantastic. I mean, as it was going in the tip, you know, I don't want that, so it'll go up to church where she, you know, up at Whitley.
Oh, fantastic.
So we're about to spend a lot of money on outside decoration and so on, and a sound system, so it'll go into that pot.
I'm so pleased that's going to somewhere so close to your heart.
Thank you very much.
Great. Well, thank you so much for the clock.
Lovely. It's a wonderful surprise.
That's very
great.
sweet of you.
Thanks very much.
Bye-bye. Thank you ever so much.
Sarah spent a total of £84 transforming the cuckoo clock. She sold it for £110, turning a profit of £26 for Richard and his wife Anne. In Wolverhampton at Jay's workshop, he's getting prepped for Sarah's arrival to give the thumbs up or down to his handiwork.
It is perhaps no surprise that those two bamboo chairs were destined to the tip. They're short on style, and even though there is a little bit of bamboo and wicker creeping back into fashion, they just didn't have the look. But I'm hoping with all Jay's skills, he's managed to make them look desirable and saleable.
Has Jay succeeded in transforming these 80s chairs? He's added a dash of contemporary panache. The addition of the floral fabric adds a timeless classic quality. And with the deep cushion, well, that just looks oh so comfy. And as for that drippy, distressed motif, it's now a golden glint down one side, a stylish touch. For Sarah's viewing, Jay's hiding the floral design. He's such a tease.
How are things?
Very good, very good. You good?
They're different. They're different.
They are different.
Uh-oh, is that different good or different bad?
That's just, this is the bottom fabric, if that makes sense.
Okay, are you saying there's another dimension?
Oh yeah, there's another dimension.
There's
So
something gonna be.
we got to turn them over.
Different good. Excellent.
Great, thanks, lovely. I'll take those. They're cool.
You like them, yeah?
Yeah, they're good. They're really good. They're strong and they were weak, and that is amazing to achieve that. And you've got a real chunk of comfort
Chunk
in
of
there.
a cushion there. Chunk of a cushion. Because the problem I had before is when you sit on them, the bamboo really, it comes through, the thin cushion. And personally, I really like the fabric, I must say. It's really, really nice. I haven't gone for this print right in the centre because there's so much going on here that I thought do it a little bit off-centre, similar with that one as well. Rather than use the fabric in exactly the same way that everybody would, it's just doing it a little bit off-centre, which makes it look really, really cool, I think.
They look classy, they look designer, and they look expensive.
They do look expensive, I must admit.
70 quid each we left on them. Did they come in on budget?
Bang on budget, £70 each, yeah. It looks really, really expensive. I really do like them. I never really liked them when you brought them in. I thought they were horrible.
You think they were horrible?
Yeah, I
He's dissing my skip finds again. I don't shop for my stuff.
I know
okay?
you don't.
I have to drag it, kicking and screaming off a recycling centre. So I love what you've done to them. I think you've given them every chance of going back into somebody's house and being loved again.
Thank you.
Nailed it again, Blades. Right, thanks for that.
That's a job well done, Jay.
These chairs are as exciting as I could possibly have hoped for. They have got heaps of character now. They are crispy, clean, exciting things that I can sell and hopefully make some money on.
Zaina was moving home and clearing out when Sarah spied this pair.
I've had them years and years and years and nobody's ever liked them.
I think you should give them to me and you should see if I can make something exciting out of them for you.
It's much better to recycle, and did feel a bit guilty bringing them. But maybe if they can be refreshed, they'll have a new life.
And that's exactly what happened. With a striking new look, Sarah sold the chairs to Nick Smith, a regular client of hers whose online shop specialises in retro and recycled items. And now, Sarah's going to tell Zaina the good news.
Hi there.
Ah, hello. Hi, good to see you.
And you. So this is where you were moving to when I saw you at the tip?
Yeah. This is it.
How did it go? Because you said you had loads of bits that you were clearing out.
We did. We've spent all summer whittling it down, and finally we're all sorted now.
Your chairs went all the way to Wolverhampton to a fantastic guy called Jay Blades, who specialises in taking furniture like yours and giving it a whole new lease of life. And I've got some pictures to show you.
I'd love to see it.
How about that?
Wow, that looks amazing. Oh gosh, they're so different. They're lovely. For some reason I thought they were going to be a sort of khaki colour. I don't know why I didn't expect them to be black. The cushion pads are absolutely beautiful, really lovely fabric.
They're really comfortable as well. They've got that big squashy
because
seat pad on them.
they were really, I had quite thin pads, and after a while they were a bit sort of...
Yeah, that 10-minute chair where you want to stand up.
Yeah.
They're not like that now, and they're lovely. And they have been bought by a retro shop, and I've got a little bit of profit to hand over.
You're joking, that's so good.
There is a £25. There's £5 there,
Wow,
and
thank you.
20 quid
Well,
there.
that's not bad for some old junk. Thank you very much.
And what might you do with that little...
Well, I don't think we'll need to buy any more chairs, but it'll probably go towards something else that we need here, so that's very helpful.
Lovely. Okay, well, really great to catch up. Thank you very much for letting me have your chairs.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Jay charged Sarah £140. She sold them for £165, giving £25 profit to Zaina. In South London, Tom and Johnny are ready to reveal the fruits of their labour to Sarah.
Ever since I dropped it off, I have been wondering if Tom and Johnny have been able to find any redeeming features to transform that old kitchen cabinet into something that you'd want to have in your house and that I can sell for a profit.
Have the lads achieved the perfect combo of style and practicality? They've done a marvellous job. The replacement beech worktop has been sanded down and finished with a clear varnish. It's a strong and sturdy bit of solid wood which adds character and quality. The original metal handles have scrubbed up a treat and add to the heavyweight feel. This cabinet was built to last, and now it's ready to take pride of place in a new home.
Hello.
For now, though, it's hidden away, ready for the grand unveiling.
How are you?
Good.
Really nice to see you.
You too. Nice to see you.
It's under wraps. Is that
It
a
is,
good
yeah.
thing or not?
We'll see you in a second.
Guys, that's amazing. I cannot believe that.
It's great. It looks fresh and modern and really cool, doesn't it? The finish is fantastic. It looks brand new.
Yep.
Retro style,
Yep.
but brand new.
We used all the original fittings. They cleaned up really nice, so we didn't even have to change them. So, yeah.
Look at you. That's so clever. I did not think that it would have that much style and that much distinction about it, because it was awful when you chopped it off, wasn't it?
Yeah, it didn't look great.
You had a great chunk of timber on the top that adds gravitas to it.
And it's much thicker, which is nice, because it gives it a bit more kind of weight to it. Before it looked quite flimsy, whereas now it looks really solid.
There's nothing lightweight about this piece of furniture, but have the boys kept within their £260 budget?
How did you come out on cost for it?
Yeah, we went a bit over. Not too much, about £35 over. Mainly on materials, because it took so long to clean it and strip it. And, you know, lots of sandpaper, lots of wire wool and stripper.
Yeah, and we decided to go for a better quality paint, which was definitely worth it.
No, well, it's got a lovely sort of matte look to it, hasn't it? It's a good choice, and you've done well to match that up. So I think to make that out of what I left with you is great job, really. Very cool. So thank you so much.
Cheers.
No problem.
Brilliant.
Cheers.
Tom and Johnny have worked wonders. This cabinet combines utility and beauty. Sarah met Julie when she brought the cabinet to the tip for a friend.
Hello. That's really sweet, isn't it?
It's very old and tatty now and no use. I'm sure if you've got the time, vision and the inclination to do these sort of things, it'll come out lovely.
And we knew a couple of craftsmen who had all three. And then it was time to sell. Sarah posted pictures online and hosted a pop-up barn sale to showcase the cabinet. Now she's off to meet Julie once again, along with her friend, also called Sarah, who originally owned the cabinet, to show them its new look.
Hello. Hi there. Oh, I'm Sarah. Hi there. How are you doing? Hello. Nice to see you. Oh, you in the wars?
No. Broken hand.
Oh dear, oh dear. So you were helping out and being diligently dropping off the old kitchen cabinet when I last saw you.
Yes.
Did you think what we might do with it when we took it away?
Not really, no. I couldn't see any sort of improvement to it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it went to some lovely guys. They're called Tom and Johnny, who are based down in Croydon, and they are proper furniture restorers, and so they're used to putting a very fine finish on things. So I've got some pictures to show you of it. So here is the restored kitchen cabinet.
Oh my word, that is wonderful.
It's good, isn't it?
It is.
They have completely restored it, and they've given it a new chunky top. All of the drawers completely relined.
Same handles.
Yep, same handles. They kept all of the detail that they could.
It's surprising what you can do when you have the foresight. You know, it's marvellous.
It's beautifully restored.
Could be an island, couldn't it?
Exactly.
You know, a kitchen island.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's something that's still for sale.
Yeah.
So they have made it look amazing, and I have high hopes that it will be soon sold, and I can come back to you with some profit.
Oh.
But it is a really lovely piece, and it had all the bones of it had been saved.
It's gorgeous.
Really nice to catch up.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, I think Julie and Sarah really appreciated Tom and Johnny's hard work in transforming that old kitchen cabinet. They certainly brought it back to life.
Tom and Johnny charged almost £300 for the restoration. The cabinet is still to sell, so that might mean a loss of £295. But I'm sure it won't be long before the cabinet is taking pride of place in a new home. Sarah saved 3 unwanted items from the skip, and now, rather than being chucked in the landfill, they've been given a new lease of life.
Well, we've made a little bit of money along the way, but what's been really special is that I've met some great people, and we've seen 3 tip finds transformed into amazing new items.
Oh no, I like the look of your rubbish.
How do you make money for nothing?
I love a little rummage.
The answer could be hiding in the 30 million tonnes of household waste we throw out every year.
I think that I might be able to make something out of that.
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
That's wartime. I'm a passionate buyer, user and maker of old stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I make new stuff out of old stuff and I sell it for a profit.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers...
That was brave.
All the potential.
No!
She can transform her finds into desirable,
Work of art.
valuable, and hopefully saleable items.
Holy moly.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
Thank you, I'm astonished.
Today, Sarah is in Surrey at the Whitley Recycling Centre, a final resting place for all our old odds and ends. But for Sarah, this is an opportunity to take that stash and turn it into cash.
The sun is coming out and the cars are rolling in here, and I'm patrolling this place to try and find the treasures that are being thrown out and make some money for nothing.
Sarah's been granted special permission from the recycling centre to undertake this venture.
Come on then.
She does so with some style and grace. And if it's style she's after, perhaps Robert's old sewing machine could add a bit of flair.
Is that going back in the car or into the skip?
I was hoping somebody would be able to reuse it.
It's a really sweet little one, isn't it? Do you ever remember it being used?
I do. My mum regularly makes clothes for us. Oh.
Really? I bet they went down well at school, didn't they?
No, I didn't dare wear them to school. Luckily, I had a uniform that you had to buy from a shop in Guildford. No.
Have you got the key?
Not with me. It's probably at home somewhere.
I'd really like to have a look inside it, because some of them are really collectible, some of them are just decorative, but some of them are hundreds of pounds worth of singer. But you need a key. You need a key. Do you want me to have a quick look in my store?
If you've got a key or a screwdriver, that would be great.
Do you have a second? I'll be back in a moment.
Where is Sarah going to find a screwdriver at the dump? Ah, perhaps in the toolbox graveyard you'll find in many recycling centres.
I'm just wondering if there's a little screwdriver or anything we can use.
You know how to pick a lock too, Sarah. Very talented.
That might.
Yeah, give that a go, yeah.
Harder than it looks, eh?
Right for tight, loose for left. Oh, I really want to see in here now. Oh, good, no, it's stuck. Would you mind if I took it away as the mystery machine? If it is in usable condition or valuable, or I can sell it for you, can I get back in touch and show you what I've done with it?
Super, yeah, thank you very much.
But thank you ever so much, really nice to have met you here.
Oh, the mystery machine. Sarah's taking a gamble on there being something usable under there. From what you can remember, Robert, do you think Sarah will be able to make anything from it?
I don't want to say a doorstop because that just wouldn't be appropriate. Maybe a lamp stand. Maybe a beautiful lamp stand, that would be nice.
It really is quite exciting what might be under there. I just need to find a key so I can find out.
Well, I know a couple of boys with the key and the secret for success. This is Josh and Ollie, best mates who just love to create. The pair thrive on taking disused materials and turning them into unique handmade furnishings with flair and imagination.
I'm Josh and this is Ollie and we're Forge Creative.
I think the main thing we love is designing new products and new furniture where you've got that idea and you come into the workshop and just see it come to life. The sort of thing we'd like Sarah to bring us would probably be something with a bit of character, a bit of age to it. I think we like something with a bit of a story.
Like a rusty bit of metal or like a weathered bit of wood, something like that. It's got a bit of history and character to it.
Well, we're not sure exactly what it is, although it's probably just a sewing machine. We are officially off and running today, and Sarah's back on the march. She's desperately hunting for our next assignment.
I'm ready. I'll take anything. If I can cut it up, if I can make something out of it, I'm going to have it.
Whoa, Sarah is in the zone. Glad someone is. Is it time for my afternoon nap yet? Luckily, Sarah spots some familiar faces, John and Barbara. We've met them before, and once again, they might have just the thing for Sarah to save.
This looks quite interesting. What's that?
That was my father's drawing board.
Okay. Was he an architect or something?
He did train as an architect, though he worked as an engineer mostly, and he would have used that at home, I think, mainly for doing drawings of model boats and model steam engines, and he made a lot of models.
Great, excellent. Would it be possible to pull it out and have a look, see if it's what the other side looks like?
Hopefully it should be smooth.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
It's a shame to chuck it away, really, but nobody uses drawing boards these days because everything's done on the computer.
It's the way of the world nowadays, I'm afraid, John.
I'm really pleased that I was here when this arrived here, because I love anything that's old. I always think it's so much nicer than anything that's new.
Well, it would be nice if somebody had a use for it, but unfortunately everybody's chucking out drawing boards now.
If it would be something that you'd let me have rather than going in there.
Oh, great, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I hope I do something with it that does it justice. It's charming, I think.
Charming is exactly right, Sarah. Any thoughts from John and Barbara about its future?
I can imagine it could make maybe some piece of furniture, make a very nice tabletop.
Yeah.
I think her looking at it with different eyes made me look at it with slightly different eyes rather than just something that can be got rid of.
Let's hope she does something good.
I'm sure she will.
Good on you, Barbara.
I know what you're thinking. You're going to be making all sorts of jokes about going back to the drawing board, making up new designs. But seriously, this is a fantastic find. Anything industrial with this chunky look and this beautiful surface has got to have potential to be transformed into something that makes money.
It better, Sarah, or it'll be back to the old drawing. All right, I won't say it, but I know a lady who may. Designer Beck Simon is an artisan blacksmith who can manipulate metal into magnificent moneymakers.
Blacksmithing as a craft, it hasn't really changed over the hundreds and hundreds of years it's been around. We still use fire as a tool. We've got an anvil and a hammer. There's something very sort of medieval about it.
With husband Dave by her side, this team produces high-end furniture and bespoke metal commissions.
My passion for the craft is trying to use it in a very contemporary way, still keep it alive and involve it as much as I can with any job that we do.
Well, I'm not sure how many blacksmithing techniques you'll be able to use on this wooden table. Two items in the bag, and now Sarah's on the prowl for a project for herself.
So picture yourself spending all day at the tip.
I'm starting to worry about your frame of mind, Sarah. I know, we're both as bad as each other. Nick, save us. Anything interesting in your car today?
I'm throwing away probably the contents of the loft today. It's about my 15th trip to the dump and moving house after 25 years.
25 years of stuff. Music to Sarah's ears.
Hello, hello. Oh, I like your china. Hi. Are you moving? Are you clearing out? Moving house. Anything that might be interesting for recycling?
No, that's an electrical.
Electricals, okay. Is that going in there?
That's going in there. Nobody wants silver plate cutlery. I can't give it away.
It's nicely plated.
Yeah.
It's A1, which is best quality.
Yeah.
Lovely stuff.
They're beautiful. When did you last use this lot?
That was my mother's,
Right.
and I've kept it since she died, trying to do something with it. But as we're moving, got to limit the stuff we take with us.
No, I totally understand that. If I could take that bit,
You can take that.
I would love to try and save some of it or do something with it. And
You're
then,
welcome.
if it's all right to come and show you what I've done or see where it's gone to, it'd be great to keep in touch. But that to me is a bag of history in there that I would love to just make sure that it can.
Whatever you like.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for letting me have it.
All right,
Good luck
Sarah.
with the move.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lift with the legs, Sarah.
So heavy.
Does Nick have any thoughts about Sarah's plans for his mum's old cutlery?
I've no idea. I hope she finds a good use for them, because it breaks my heart to throw some of it away, but nobody wants them anymore.
Well, Sarah certainly does. And she looks very happy about it indeed.
I feel like a very proud mother.
At the end of a successful day, Sarah has her 3 items. Josh and Ollie will endeavour to open this sewing machine box. Bex will take on the architect's table. And Sarah will sort through Nick's family silver-plated cutlery.
I'm confident that I've saved items that are worthy of transformation. It is, after all, at this stage, a game of chance. But as far as I'm concerned, game on.
Now we travel out into the tranquil West Sussex countryside, home to countless horses, sheep and kids on bikes. Hey, shouldn't you be in school? It's also home to master makers Josh and Ollie. Sarah's bringing along the mystery box, but what will they find inside? I'm sticking with sewing machine.
Well, I've bought the vintage sewing machine to Josh and Ollie to see if they can open it up and then transform it into something amazing. But as I haven't actually seen inside it, I'm just hoping I'm not about to stitch them up. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Okay.
Oh, I've got something for you.
Right.
But actually, I need a hand with it. This came to the recycling centre and it doesn't have its key with it.
Right.
So I have never seen inside it.
Oh, okay.
And I'm hoping it's
Maybe
just,
it's not a sewing machine.
could be anything in there.
Really, guys, it's just going to be a sewing machine. But if it's a collectible one, some rare models can sell for several £100s, believe it or not. Or it could be just one of the newer electric ones.
Ah, it's electric.
Ah, I shouldn't have got my hopes up.
I mean, there are hundreds of these going into the tips every day.
Unwanted Singer sewing machines have become very popular with the upcycling crowd,
Little light in there.
making everything from lighting to desk fans. Can the boys come up with something original? Can the boys come up with something? Anything? Yes, it's a sewing machine, Ollie.
It would almost be cool to take the whole thing into the individual components and then
We could see what we could do with them.
lay them out as like a blueprint almost. What can you put it back into that's completely different and that moves in a funny way or something?
The only thing I would say, it is really difficult to sell non-functioning things.
One other option is to go down the route of using the box. That might be a way that we could make something that would actually be useful and would sell.
So if I left you the budget with sort of 250, 300 quid, take it apart, see what
We'll
happens.
see what happens, yeah.
And come back and surprise me.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Brilliant. Thanks ever so much.
Cheers.
So, boys, you've got carte blanche to do whatever you want. Hey, not that.
Well, they've sown a few ideas about what they might come up with, but that sewing machine is a real challenge. So it's going to be a total surprise to see what they make out of it.
They've set a budget of £250 to £300. It's a fair chunk of money, so Sarah's taking a gamble on the boys coming up with something that will be saleable, or coming up with anything at all. Near Guildford in the Surrey countryside, blacksmith Bex Simon is in her workshop and helped today by husband Dave. They're waiting on Sarah, who's about to drop off her latest puzzler.
She does like to challenge us with things, doesn't she?
She does. She
Yeah.
hasn't defeated us yet. I'm sure whatever it is,
Yeah.
it will speak to us.
Yeah. It'll
Volumes.
Have a charm. It'll charm us.
Hi!
Come on in.
Can you guess what it is?
No, it looks really interesting.
It's a drawing board.
Oh, wow.
It is a double elephant drawing board. Have you heard of that?
No.
Double elephant is an old English paper size used in the stationery and printing trades. This imperial sizing was replaced by the modern international paper sizes such as A4 in 1959.
Oh, look, you've got the weights and things.
Yeah, and this lovely slide that would have gone up and down it. I was thinking I could leave you with these lovely bits as components and I could come back and find amazing desk. How about kitchen unit? You know, maybe island in the kitchen. We've got these lovely bits that can be used for hanging pots and pans off it or suspending stuff underneath or knives going through it. Would that work?
I think that would be a good plan for it.
A freestanding kitchen unit sounds charming. You already have the tabletop, so that means you just have to come up with a base of some kind. And that shouldn't cost an arm and a leg, should it?
What are you thinking about cost-wise it's going to be to make one?
If we aim for 550,
Did you say 550? Great, that's lovely. Aim for 550, try and
Yeah,
get it
that's
done on
what I
that.
mean.
Go for it. And see you soon. Bye.
Bye.
That kitchen unit sounds fantastic and I think it'd be really saleable. They're going to give it their own special touch though, aren't they?
We're looking at £550 to convert the architect's table into a kitchen unit. It sounds quite simple, so Bex and Dave will have to use their special touch to make this one a masterpiece. In the quiet Sussex countryside, Sarah's at home in her cosy farmhouse. And she's preparing to start on her own cash-generating conundrum. She has the huge collection of old silver-plated cutlery, which is desperately in need of further investigation.
I think the best thing to do is get it all out, lay it out and find out exactly what we've got in there. But I think there's money to be made here.
That's the name of the game.
All the cutlery made should have assay marks on the back. These are hallmarks and they say where it was made, who the manufacturer was, and then what kind of plate it is.
Silver-plated items are made from a base metal which has been coated with a fine layer of precious silver, giving a high-class appearance for a lower cost than hugely expensive solid silver.
It came in different grades, so something like A1 is what you really want, which means it had the most silver dipped onto it, so it's the thickest grade of silver.
She's finding rather a lot of that A1 grade silver plate, and it's cutlery all of the same design.
I am literally like a kid in a candy store here because I'm hoping if we get a full set of this is a 6-piece place setting, and if they've hung onto all the knives and they haven't chucked anything out, that makes it much more saleable.
While she collects items from that set, she's also finding some other promising pieces.
They had cutlery back in the day that we don't even think about using anymore. That's a mustard spoon. Don't think anybody uses those much. I've got one.
Of course you do, Sarah. It looks like she's in luck with the set of matching cutlery.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. More of those. So that is one full canteen of cutlery there. So that's great to have a full set there. But even bundles of these other stuff, put together, polished up, they're going to make some money.
Speaking of polishing, with that amount of silverware, it'll be no small job.
I'm sure it's going to look a lot better when it's all shiny. I see myself in that. Oh, lovely.
You are, Sarah, you are. The only cost involved in this project is a bit of silver polish. But for a collection of cutlery that couldn't be given away, I'm not sure a bit of polish will be enough for people to pay top dollar for them. Elsewhere in Sussex, let's see if Josh and Ollie have finally come up with a plan for the old sewing machine.
So
this bit holds your tea bag, and when you start it, it drops it into the mug, and then that gives it a good old stir.
Yeah, you get some real good brew off that.
Yeah.
I take it that's a no then.
Let's get this thing apart.
Righto.
Josh and Ollie begin to dismantle the sewing machine with the biggest screwdriver I've ever seen. The hope is that once it's stripped down to its component parts, inspiration will strike.
Somewhere within this is some gold. Yeah.
Gold paint, maybe. As a backup plan, the boys have still got the wooden box the sewing machine came in. It might be a safer bet than what they're doing just... Oh no, here we go. It looks like Ollie's come up with something. Ah, he's made himself a little friend.
Josh made a robot.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, that'll do. Get Sarah back now.
Yeah, get Sarah back in and let her see a £300 robot. I've got a feeling she's not going to be happy. Oh, Josh, Ollie spent ages on that. Sorry, Ollie. Maybe you can make another robot friend with the leftovers. Well, it's clear nothing much is getting achieved around here. We'll give you some more time to think, but you better get your thinking caps on and come up with something. And quickly. Thank you. Back in Surrey, let's hope that Bex and Dave have a clearer plan drawn up for the architect's table come kitchen unit. Clear as mud.
Okay, so this is the, the structure of how it's going to be. It's going to be two-leafed with a centre bit. So we're going to split some steel, so that's sort of your framework, and these will be the swinging leaves out. So that's the plan.
Bit confused, Dave? Me too.
Okay, so let's get this up.
But it sounds as if Bex's plan is to split the tabletop in three to have two drop-leaf extendable sides.
How did you work that out?
It's super clever.
As for the base, Bex has an intricate design in mind that looks like it'll be difficult to bring to life. She starts by picking out lengths of scrap steel to make into legs, cutting them to size using the donkey saw. Otherwise known as a power hacksaw, it drops cutting fluid onto the steel, which helps lubricate and helps protect the saw. Once that's done, Bex plans to use the ancient art of splitting to bend the legs into shape.
With blacksmithing, you've got about 5 or 6 sort of basic techniques that are always used, and splitting is one of them.
Splitting involves first marking the steel with a chisel. Then the metal is heated, beaten, heated, beaten, and you get the idea, until the once solid metal bends like plasticine, creating a split down the middle.
This is just such a wonderful craft, and it's so exciting. It's, watching the chisel, going through that hot metal. It gives it soul.
As Bex continues bending, Dave starts to make a frame that will join the wooden top to the metal legs. He welds together steel bars using a filler material that forms a pool of molten metal at the joint. This will cool to make a join that is as strong or even stronger than the base material. Bex is still bending those legs. She's just about done with one of them, but she's still got another 3 to do. And time's getting on.
It's going to look nice. Ye of little faith.
Back in Sussex, would you believe it, Josh and Ollie have a plan.
After a lot of head scratching, we've decided to use the wooden box to make a mobile barber shop. So this will be for a barber who wants to go from door to door. They can keep all of their products and scissors in here.
A barber's kit. Excellent. Wait, but what's this?
I thought it would be a real shame just to let all of these components go to waste, so I'm trying to figure out some kind of little mechanical desk toy and At first thought, a little turtle comes to mind because of this guy. A little bit lost at the moment. I don't quite know if it's possible and how I'm going to do it.
Yep, you heard it right. Josh is going to make a mechanical reptile desk toy. With so much time used up already, it'll be a race to the finish between the tortoise and the hare.
I'm going to kind of make a little shell for the turtle, and I want this big cog to sit on top. When you turn this cog, it's going to power this here, and so the turtle's head is going to move in and out. Who wouldn't be excited about this?
Sarah? Ollie's first job with the barber's kit is to remove all the existing varnish with an electric sander, ready for a brand new finish. While Josh has got something special he wants to incorporate into the design.
Yeah, so I got this off my granddad Corbett, and this was like an old roofing tool, so they used to beat lead with it, and so that would be perfect for making little gears and pulleys out of as well.
Oh, that's sweet. You can dedicate the piece in memory of your granddad.
Granddad's still around.
Oops, sorry. Ollie's barber box is coming along nicely.
Can you just come over here and hold these little bits here?
And even Josh's desk toy is taking shape.
Keeps falling off.
Kind of. Ollie looks to have his project under control.
Just need to tweak it a little bit.
But the turtle, they've used up so much time already, I'm not sure it's going to be worth it. Back home at her farmhouse, Sarah's, yep, still polishing. In amongst the silver plate, Sarah's found a few items that look to be the genuine article.
That is an 1840 Georgian silver spoon. In its own right, that's at least 50 quid sitting there. This lot, I'm not quite sure what to do with because I feel some responsibility for them. But that lot, they're decorative, they're saleable, and I reckon they're good to go.
Well then, let's go. When Sarah saw the bag of silver-plated flatware, it was headed to the tip. But with a bit of elbow grease, she's made them shiny, bright and sparkling again. Through tirelessly sorting it all, Sarah's discovered, among other things, a full 50-piece silver-plated dining set and a small collection of solid silver pieces too. So, with this lot, Sarah must stand a good chance of making a profit.
So loads of different things here that need to get photographed, made to look special, and put online. Oh, I like your china.
When Sarah stopped Nick at the dump, she pounced on his bag of tableware.
That was my mother's.
Right.
And I've kept it since she died, trying to do something with it.
Although it wasn't solid silver, Sarah still thought it might be worth a bob or two.
It's A1, which is best quality.
And Nick was just happy that it didn't end up in the skip.
I hope she finds a good use for them because it breaks my heart to throw some of it away, but nobody wants them anymore.
Well, Nick, that might not be the case. Sarah shared pictures on social media to see if any of the flash flatware would sell. And you know what? Some of it did. Sarah's travelled to Pilton in Somerset to catch up with Nick, and she might just have a little surprise for him.
Hi, Nick.
Hello, Sarah.
Hi there. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
When I last saw you, you looked like you were at the end of a very long moving process. Was it a busy time?
25 years of stuff.
Okay, well, I know that you dropped off a big bag of old cutlery that you were going to put into reuse, weren't you?
Yes.
And so I had hoped that I would have a good look through it and find it was, you know, littered with Georgian silver and
No, I'd already done that.
lovely family stuff.
Yeah.
Well, you had done it, but you'd missed these bits.
Okay.
I don't know if you recognise these.
I thought I'd saved those knife and fork.
So those are a beautiful solid silver christening set.
That was just the hassle, I think. I missed them. Thank you.
That's an absolute pleasure. So this stunning Georgian silver spoon, something with your family crest on it, I think
That's got our name on it.
Well, your
That's
number.
John Inskip, who was my grandfather's father, so my great-grandfather. And he would have been turn in his grave, I expect, if he knew I'd thrown it away.
I've actually got some pictures of the other stuff, just so
Yeah.
you can have a look at it. Amongst it, there were some old pieces of
Yeah.
plate, lots of things like jam spoons and things like that that
Yeah.
people just don't really use anymore, do
That's
they?
right.
Well, I did share the pictures of your cutlery online, and it turns out some people love a jam spoon and really like a fish knife, so I have actually got some money to hand over to you as well. I've got £205 here for the rest of your cutlery.
That's phenomenal.
You would
Quite
match with money.
unexpected.
Is there something that you might do?
We'll probably give it to British Art Foundation, because that was the charity that my mother, that we gave money to when Mum died, so it'll probably go there. Thank you very much indeed.
Oh, it was a total pleasure. Lovely to see you again and in your charming new house. Thank you ever so much.
Thanks very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
The total for all the cutlery Sarah managed to sell came to £207. And with just £2 of silver polish to take off, that leaves Nick with £205 to donate to charity.
What Sarah's done is brilliant. I didn't know what to do with the cutlery. It was beautiful, but I couldn't give it away. And she's found homes for it. The money is just a bonus, and I can use that and give it to the charity. Brilliant.
And now we head back to Sussex. When we left them, Ollie was getting on well with his box of barber's bits, and Josh was still tinkering with his toy turtle. It's time for Sarah to find out just what they've been up to.
I see vintage sewing machines at the tip all day long. I'm just hoping that Josh and Ollie have done something inspirational with this one to give us all a few more ideas about what to do with them.
Well, it took them long enough, but where once there was a sewing machine, now there's a sleek and cool-looking mobile barber's shop. The functional backboard is equipped to carry all your barbering essentials. Included is a cutthroat razor made from a decorative plate from the sewing machine and a handmade shaving brush. To top it all off, the box has a chalkboard paint finish. But that's not all, folks. Josh made this turtle.
Hey, Sarah.
How are you doing?
Yeah, good, thanks. All right, how are you?
Yeah, really well. What have you been up to?
This is what we've made with the sewing machine you gave us.
Oh, no way. It looks exciting, but what's inside it?
Remember, it didn't have a key.
Yeah.
So made this key so you can unlock it. It's a mobile barber's kit.
It's really beautiful. It's so clever.
It's got a little dish for your shaving cream and shaving brush. And we even made a razor.
I know what you've...
That's from the front of
Yeah.
the sewing machine.
Fantastic. That is really clever. Lovely. What did you do with all the rest of it?
Well, yeah, I have got a little extra surprise for you.
Have you?
So
while I was doing this,
Yeah.
Josh had his own little project.
This is a little desk turtle.
I've always wanted a desk turtle. How come I've never had a desk turtle? That is so funny. That is just hilarious.
So all of the components that actually came from the machine. The drive belt is off the original motor,
Lovely.
and just, yeah, used all of the components that I could.
Fantastic. I really like what we've done there. Thank you for making something commercial out of the other bit. But
What are you
together.
saying? What? The turtle's not commercial?
Okay, so 300 quid. Are we splitting that between that, or have we gone slightly over budget?
I think we tried to keep to budget. I think we probably put more time in it than
Yeah.
what we were going to, but we called it 300.
Really? Okay, well, I think the world's first fully operational desk turtle and mobile barber shop is a triumph. Thank you ever so much.
Cool, you're welcome.
Well, I have learned to expect the unexpected every time I come here. Fantastic transformation of the old sewing machine, and I think there's money to be made even from that desktop turtle. Is that going back in the car or into the skip?
When Sarah inquired about Robert's sewing machine at the dump, it brought back painful memories for him.
My mum regularly made clothes for us. Oh,
Really.
Despite not being able to see inside, Sarah wanted it.
Would you mind if I took it away as the mystery machine?
And Robert hazarded a guess as to what it might become.
Maybe a lamp stand. Maybe a beautiful lamp stand.
Well, I bet even 100 monkeys with 100 typewriters wouldn't have come up with what Josh made. But the barber's box proved to be a hit and was snapped up by Nick, a regular customer of Sarah's who operates online store Smithers of Stamford. Sarah's travelled to Hascombe in Surrey to hand over the profits from the barber's box to Robert. And she's even got a certain little something for him in that bag.
Hi, Robert.
Hello. Hi, Sarah. How are you?
I'm very well, how are you? Oh, hello, who are you?
I'm Sky.
Hi, Sky, hello.
I'm Mia.
Mia, oh, hi there, Mia. When I first met you at the recycling centre, we couldn't open your sewing machine.
And it's odd that I've actually found the key since, but I wasn't sure if you were coming back, so I threw it out probably, what, a month ago, Sky, was it? Yeah.
Well, that didn't matter because I've actually taken the sewing machine to somebody who knew how to get into it. Have you thought about something that might be done with it?
I thought rather uninspiringly that you might make it into a lamp. My wife thought you might use it as a stand for a coffee table, so we're interested or intrigued to see what it might have turned out like.
I've got some pictures to show you of what they did with your sewing machine. So here is a mobile barber shop.
Wow. I love that colour, don't you?
So it's proved really popular and it's sold.
Really? How fantastic.
Yeah, so I have actually got £25 here to give to you for your old sewing machine.
Thank you so much, great. This money is going to go to a lovely local charity, so thank you.
Oh, it's an absolute pleasure. That sounds like a great place for that to go. Oh, and before I go, I've actually got a little something here as a memento for you. Here is the world's first sewing machine desk turtle paperweight. What do you think? Do you want to have a turn? They saved some of the bits of it. They wanted to make something mechanical out of it.
I remember this wheel. My mum sitting at the table turning the wheel around. That's really sweet, isn't it?
It's a memento from your sewing machine, and just say thank you so much for letting us take it away.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Lovely to have caught up with you.
And you too,
Thank you.
thanks.
Nice to meet you girls.
Josh and Ollie's labour and materials came in at £300. With the barber's box selling for an impressive £325, £25 can be shared with Robert.
Well, that really wasn't about the money, was it? I think Robert liked what we did with his sewing machine, and I think he's going to cherish that turtle. Lovely.
In deepest Surrey, Bex and her husband Dave have completed work on their architect's table cum kitchen unit, and they're eager for Sarah's arrival.
We've got an extra little surprise for Sarah that was Dave's idea.
Thank you, dear.
Looking forward to seeing Sarah's reaction, really.
I'm coming back to the drawing board to see what Bex and Dave have managed to do with it. Fingers crossed, it's a fantastic kitchen unit.
When Sarah dropped it off, the best days of the architect's table had drawn to a close. Now, Bex and Dave have transformed it into a practical, extendable and attractive freestanding kitchen unit. The wooden tabletop has been split in 3 and hinged to make fold-away surface space. All of Bex's hard work crafting the steel base has paid off with a geometric, architectural-inspired structure, which is sturdy as well as beautiful. And leaving nothing to waste, Dave has used old parts of the drawing table to make a quirky and useful cookbook holder. But what will Sarah make of it?
Hey! It's lovely. Oh, and that's the slide.
Yeah, Dave's added extra. His cookbook stand.
Oh, that's so clever. That is a lovely use of that old piece of material.
Isn't it cool? It just looks really nice with it.
How have you done this? Because it looks That is really cool.
Yeah, we split it and then put the shape into it. Basically, we used the theme of architecture for the frameworks.
I think as a balanced piece, that is so lovely. You guys don't go down the easy route, do you? It's really lovely.
It's got wheels as well at the back, so you can move it around.
I absolutely love it.
This transformation took a lot of work. Have they managed to stick to the budget?
For you, Sarah, it came in on budget.
I'm really pleased. I think it's really beautiful. Thank you.
It's a triumph all round. Bex has even found another use for the multi-purpose unit.
My mum wears big dangly earrings, so I feel a bit like my mum.
Like a spaniel. This looks quite interesting. What's that?
When Sarah met John and Barbara at the dump, she loved the look of John's dad's architect's table.
He would have used that for doing drawings of model boats and model steam engines.
John was sad to see it go.
Well, it would be nice if somebody had a use for it, but unfortunately, everybody's chucking out drawing boards now.
But was confident it was in safe hands.
Let's hope she does something good.
I'm sure she will.
You were right, Barbara, she has. Sarah was then on a mission to find the kitchen unit a new home. She listed it online on sites including eBay, Etsy and social media. But were there any takers? Sarah's now meeting up again with Barbara and John to show them what became of their drawing table.
Hi there. Hello. How are you? Really nice to see you again. I saw you last coming to and from the tip. I loved the architect's drawing board that you brought along. Did you wonder what we might do with it after we took it away?
Yeah, I could see that the piece of wood might be useful, but nobody wants drawing tables anymore, so...
I took it to a blacksmith called Bex and her partner Dave, and they really wanted to work on it. So I've actually got some pictures to show you of how it ended up.
Right.
So they have turned it into a kitchen island.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Dave has made a cookbook stand to go on top of it.
Right, yes, that's very clever.
So
Marvellous.
all together, what do you think of that?
Well, that's pretty amazing, actually.
And do you think your father would approve of its reuse?
I think he very much approved of the fact that it was reused at all. I think he would have been horrified that I was taking it to the dump in the first place.
It is currently up for sale. I haven't managed to find a buyer for it yet, but I have high hopes that it will sell and I'll make some profit out of it. When I have done, I'll be back in touch to share it with you.
Well, thank you for being there and for taking it.
Yes, and reusing it.
Definitely reusing it. It was lovely to catch up.
Okay,
Thank you
nice
so
to meet
much.
you again.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah, bye.
Bex and Dave came in on budget of £550, but as it is yet to find a new home, we might be £550 down. But it's a cracking bit of furniture, so I'm sure it won't be long before it's snapped up. Sarah salvaged 3 unwanted items from the Whitley Recycling Centre. The bag of cutlery was buffed up and brought back to life. The sewing machine was totally reimagined. And the architect's table became a freestanding kitchen unit.
Well, we started off with stuff that was destined for the tip, and we ended up with items that would take pride of place in any home. You can't ask for a better result than that. Have a little rummage around in your rubbish.
How do you make money for nothing?
I love that.
The answer could be hiding in the 30 million tonnes of household waste we throw out every year.
So heavy, they don't make them like this anymore. Look at that.
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
I'm a passionate passionate maker, buyer and user of old stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I make new stuff out of old stuff and I sell it for a profit.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers,
Say something nice about it.
My juices are flowing in this one. They are going to be wow.
she can transform her finds into desirable,
Isn't that stunning?
valuable,
Oh, wow!
and hopefully saleable items.
That is bonkers.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
Got £350. Whoa.
Today we're at a recycling centre in Ultringham, just south of Manchester. Sarah is in her element. For her, being down the dump is like a visit to a chic boutique.
When you come to a place like this, you're on a mission to clear out, whereas I'm on a mission to clean up, because there are mountains of money to be made out of piles of rubbish.
The recycling centre has given Sarah special permission to do what she does best, treasure hunt.
I think it's going to be a top-tastic tip day today.
She must find 3 unwanted items to rejuvenate or repurpose to sell on for a profit. What will she uncover? Will it be trash or treasure? I think it's fair to say that's trash.
Take it that way.
Can Jean-Luc add a little je ne sais quoi to proceedings?
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Hi. That's not going in there, is it? It looks brand new.
I'm afraid yes.
Really?
I tried to recycle to charity, but it wouldn't go because it doesn't have the labels on.
Oh, I know, I hear that all the time. Do you mind if I have a little closer look at it?
You can have a look at it.
So is it yours?
It's my daughter's. She needs some room in the house. It's been used, but it's absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with it.
Would it be right to pull it out and have a closer look to see what it's like?
Jean-Luc's talking about the UK fire safety label. All upholstered items should have one. Charity shops can only accept sofas if the label's attached. It's not a concern for Sarah though, as once she's finished, it will comply with all the regulations.
Come on, let's have a seat.
Are they going to bring us a cup of tea?
Yeah, I think so. What do you reckon?
That's the bother.
You see, I'm looking for things I can maybe use again, maybe re-upholster, and if it's not comfortable, there's probably no point. But this is...
It's quite comfortable. Okay.
Great, so glad you came. I might stay the rest of the day here.
2 sugars, please. I don't think it's funny.
If it's all right, I'll take it away.
You can indeed.
Can I keep in touch? And
yeah.
If I manage to make something out of it, I will show you what I've done. And
that'd be fantastic. Okay.
Let's save this for another day.
Okay.
Jean-Luc's trip to the tip has turned up trumps for Sarah.
If you do something with it, that'll be great. That'll make my day.
Très bien, Jean-Luc. Who knows what Sarah has in store for this item? It's que sera sera for this settee.
This sofa is a little bit newer than the stuff I normally take, but it's compact, it's in really good condition, it's comfortable, and therefore it's saleable. I think I have potential to turn this into some cash.
Not without a little help, Sarah. Meet Ray Clark, upholsterer extraordinaire. Ray made a name for himself in the world of fashion design before discovering his love for vintage furniture. His fresh, modern designs mix practicality, comfort and luxury.
Look, I never intended to become like an upholsterer at the beginning. It wasn't the thing I set out to do. I suppose you could say upholstery found me. With my creative background in fashion design and textile design, I was able to use those skills and redirect them, and now this is all I do. I just give birth to chairs. I love them. Yeah.
Give birth to chairs? Ooh, let's hope salting this sofa will be a bit less painful. 1 item in the bag, 2 to go. Sarah is in the groove.
Down at the tip.
Let's get down to business.
I think that's...
And it's not long before Sarah hones in on Paul.
Hiya.
Hello.
That looks like some interesting stuff in there.
Yeah, it's just the contents of a garage that's built up over the years.
Okay, can I have a close look? Can I have a little rummage around in your rubbish?
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah.
Luckily for Sarah, Paul's having a clear out as he's soon going to be moving home.
Side toolbox.
So she's on the hunt for a gem in his junk.
Oh, lovely. I love that.
Who'd have thought an old toolbox would catch your eye?
I really like that.
Oh, right, okay.
It's got, I think they call it patina these days. Most people call it rust and wear on it, but so maybe something I could do with it.
Well, I call it patina, but it's all the same thing. Oh, look, she spied a filing cabinet too.
I really like that. It's decorative as well as being industrial. They've got a certain look to them. Don't know what that look is. Rubbish chic or something.
The next new trend, maybe. But what does Paul think Sarah will make with them?
I'm not too sure, but I have seen some of the stuff before, and I'd be interested to see what she does with it.
There's a real sense of history with this lovely old case, and I'm loving the utility chic of this filing cabinet. And I'm going to take them to somebody who makes magic out of metal like this, and money for me.
Artist blacksmith Bex Simon is an expert in manipulating metal into high-end furniture and bespoke metalwork commissions.
When I went to art college and I was looking around to see what degree I wanted to do, I went into the forge and I saw people working with fire and the anvils and hammering metal. Oh, that was it. I just knew that that was what I needed to do.
Together with husband Dave, this formidable team has the skill and imagination to create something special from any old iron.
There's nothing more exciting to come into work, light a fire, heat up your metal. It's very magical.
I hope Bex still feels that way when she gets a load of the rusty toolbox and filing cabinet. Sarah's got goodies for Bex and Ray. Now she's on the lookout for an item she can transform. But if it's already hit the skip, then it's off limits. She has, however, spied a little gem she'd like to share with us, so has asked a recycle centre employee to fish it out.
I love these. Okay, if you find one of these, don't throw it away. It's got a hook on it. You put a little tea light in the bottom and it props up and you have the most beautiful little wall sconce and it sends out these lovely little rays of light from it. Don't throw them away. Even if it's a grater, that's worth a £5. Love it. Never mind.
I spy a familiar face. We've seen Tamara at the tip before.
I've had it donated off friends and a charity because I had a house fire and I ended up with nothing, and everybody has just been so great and like donated everything.
Having relieved Tamara of her 1950s dresser, Sarah has her eye on an old set of ladders. Lovely stuff.
Wow, they look like nice old ones.
Yeah.
Where are they from then?
These were left in my house, my new house, by the gentleman that used to live there, and I've no need for them.
I think they look cool. Can I have them?
Yes, you can have them.
I'll try and make something cool, make some money maybe.
Yep.
Be back in touch?
Yeah.
That would be lovely, thank you.
That's another item saved from the scrap heap.
I would have used them had they been safe, but I didn't think they were safe, so I'm glad Sarah can make use of them.
So what do you reckon? A step too far or a stairway to heaven?
Sarah has her 3 items. Ray will take up the challenge of rejuvenating the sofa. Bex will get busy knocking the filing cabinet and toolbox into shape. And Sarah will be tasked with transforming the ladder.
I can't save every bit of rubbish that comes in here. But I've had a really good go today and I've got some cracking items, all of which I know are going to make some money for nothing.
London's East End, as famous for Albert Square as it is for the Olympic Park. The area is a cultural crucible that blends innovation with tradition, just like upholsterer Ray Clark.
I wonder what Sarah's going to bring me. Yeah, she always brings some really mad projects.
Look, it's a sofa. How mad can it be?
Hiya. Let me just pop that there. I've got a little something for you outside. Will you come and help me in?
Yeah, sure. Wow.
Let's get it inside.
Wow, look at this.
I personally hate maroon, and I'm not that keen on red stuff, all right? So for me, this is like a horror sofa. Yeah. I am really keen on this. Natural. Now, I did bring along a little bit of natural linen, and what I was sort of wondering about this is if we could rough it right up and make it look really rustic. I don't want to say the word knackered, but I want this to look like it is something that the dog has been sleeping on.
A dog bed? Now that's barking mad.
Is that really bad to ask?
No, it's not bad to ask if that's what you feel it deserves. I can deliver that for you, yeah, sure.
Less show home.
Less, yeah.
More, rustic,
more
traditional.
Boutique,
yeah.
Rustic.
I'm pushing on the rustic, I can tell, aren't I? Look!
I'm going to end up dreaming of rustic.
Do you use any Hessian fabric or
I do.
Is there,
yeah.
I mean, that's not quite the grade that you'd want to sit on, is it?
No, it's not.
That's scrim, Sarah. It's not meant to be seen, let alone sat on, even by dogs.
I do have some linen scrim. It's quite thin, but it can be doubled up.
I'm looking at designer stuff. £50 a metre. How much is this a metre?
That's about £3 a metre.
Now that's my kind of money.
But it's the look. It's the overall look.
But do you know something? You are so good at your craft. If you can make it look good in a sack.
Sarah's made a saving on the material, but how much will it cost for Ray to weave his magic?
Ballpark figure?
Between 600, 650 for recovering. It's just recovering.
Okay.
Yes.
I would happily leave you with 650 quid to do this.
Right, done deal.
Fantastic. Well, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
Fantastic. I think Ray is going to duff that sofa up and make it look really rough, rustic, but reassuringly expensive.
I can understand where she's coming from. I know the kind of work that she wants to have done, but it's got to be done properly. It's got to be done well, done right. And I'm a bit of a stickler for that as well.
Ray has a budget of £650 plus materials for the transformation.
Oh, where do I begin?
But can he really get on board with Sarah's cost-cutting design? Ah, the peace and tranquility of Surrey. An area of outstanding natural beauty, it's also England's most wooded county. But who needs wood when there's metal to mould? Not blacksmith Beck Simon.
She does like to challenge us with things, doesn't she?
She does. She
Yeah.
hasn't defeated us yet.
No. Let's just hope it's not a filing cabinet.
OK, who let the cat out the bag?
As soon as I saw this, I totally thought Bex and Dave. I think they're going to love this.
What do you do with the filing cabinet?
File stuff.
You file stuff.
Paint it.
Paint it.
Crush it.
Steady on there, Bex.
No.
What's the matter?
It's a filing cabinet.
Yeah? It's beautiful. How can you not love my tubby little filing cabinet?
Oh my goodness.
Should we take it in and have a look?
Yeah, sorry.
You don't like my filing cabinet. I'm really offended.
Anything
I found this at a tip, you know.
Amazing.
And if Bex has anything to do with it, it's going straight back there.
Oh, I'm thinking classic 1950s styling here. It's got beautiful handles. The drawers go in and out. Look. I think I've broken it.
Demand a refund. Oh no, that's right, it was being thrown away. I can't imagine why.
If we're going to work on this,
Yeah, what do you think?
I really don't want it to look anything like a filing cabinet at all, because I really, really don't like them.
I'd never have guessed.
So what we can do is take out all the drawers separately, and then go next door and just squash them in a press to make them completely flat. We'll take the handles off, and so each one becomes like a shelf. So it's like an open shelving thing. So the only reference back to it would be like the handles, yeah.
She really doesn't like filing. I thought this was lovely. I don't know where I'm getting wrong here.
Maybe Bex will feel the love for the old toolbox.
Not looking great, but bags of potential. I'm in the bathroom and I'm getting ready to get ready. And a lovely bathroom cabinet on the wall, mirror in.
It's got a lovely cross.
It's beautiful. It's stylish. It's got lovely original paintwork. I think this is the gem, and that is the. You don't have to do both. You could just do one.
Could be okay.
Just need to
ease
hammer,
the hinges a bit.
Yeah, hammer some of these like dents out and things.
Okay, so basically, you're not feeling the love for these. You want to crush this and hammer this. Why don't I just leave you with some budget, a little leap of faith, and I'll come back and there'll be something saleable that is in profit.
Yeah. If it's not going anywhere, we'll stop and say,
We'll
okay,
ditch it.
we've lost a few hours on that. It's a no-goer.
I think go for it, but if it reaches over 300 quid level in budget, then give me a call because I need to sign that off to make sure that I think we're going to be in profit. So on that basis, are you happy to go for it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Fantastic. Well, I think it's pretty safe to say that Bex is not keen on filing cabinets.
They're just so ugly. They really are.
I hope that between them, Dave and Bex managed to make something out of those two items. Otherwise, I'm just going to come back to a little pancake of a filing cabinet and not a lot of profit.
Wish us luck.
With a starting budget of £300, will Bex and Dave salvage anything from Sarah's finds? Back at home in Sussex, Sarah is hopefully taking steps in the right direction.
I love these ladders, but as they are, I just can't make enough money out of them if I just sell them like this, so I've got to make them into something. And because they're quite a complicated set of angles, I think it's best to go for something really simple. So, I want to make lovely little planters out of each of the steps. Fill them up with beautiful bulbs, and so people can have them in their homes, out on their windowsill, by the front door, just bringing a little bit of colour in their life, and then using all this lovely white paint, flaky surface as a real selling point. How hard can that be?
To make flaky paint a selling point? A lot tougher than you think, Sarah, especially if you can't use a saw.
Let's make a plan. When you do something, measure twice, cut once.
Not a complete novice then.
Look away now.
Oops, spoke too soon. A good start would be to secure the ladder by clamping it down. Let the saw do the work. The longer the stroke, the easier it will be. We could be here for a while.
Just clean up those bits. Could have maybe cut that a bit better. Never mind. Have a back across there. Plants in there. Should look quite cool.
But one planter isn't going to bring in much. Time to step it up. See what I did there?
You can come and help if you like. Don't just sit there.
Oh, I'd love to, Sarah, but quite frankly, I think I'll keep my distance.
I'm channeling potting shed chic. It's going to be awesome.
Well, I suppose you have to believe your own propaganda, but you still have to nail the back song.
Just want to make sure I can make one, and I'm on the right track before I cut the whole thing up and have to make a plan. This could be fun.
Chin up, Sarah. Hopefully all the hard graft will be worth it. On the bright side, Sarah bagged a bargain at a car boot sale, paying only £30 for bulbs to put in the planters. But will her idea really flourish and bring in the big bucks? At his studio in Poplar, East London, it sounds as though Ray has come up with a design compromise for the old maroon sofa.
The overall look is quite rustic, like a countryman's jacket with, you know, the leather patches, kind of that look, but translated into a two-seater sofa, if you know what I mean.
So Ray's giving a nod to Sarah's rustic vision, but with an extra air of elegance. Sounds expensive. Before recovering the sofa, Ray and his assistant Anna have to strip it back to check that the frame and the filling are in good order.
Yeah, ripping this should be fairly good fun. I'm saying this because I already know what's already going on underneath here. I can feel it with my hands, and it's like, ugh.
Modern sofas aren't always built with quality in mind.
No, it's not feathers. This is polyester wadding. Yeah, bleh, don't like that.
But Ray's about to change all that. Oh, this could be painful.
Cardboard here, cardboard here, cardboard here. They haven't even bothered putting webbing in here. It's just, I could punch through that. I'm not going to. But yeah, it's a cardboard sofa.
High-end sofa frames are made of solid hardwood like oak or maple and are put together with screws, glue and wood blocks. These could last a lifetime, but modern manufacturing methods and price wars have created some new ways of building frames. Some are okay, others not so good.
The springs should be lashed laterally from end to end so that when you sit in them, they don't spread apart. Yeah, this is I wouldn't say shoddy. Yeah, I would say shoddy actually.
This has got to be pushing Ray's perfectionist nature to the limit.
I want to do this properly, or as well as I can possibly do it. So it's going to be upgraded, better than it was when it arrived anyway, much better.
Ray's exacting standards has meant the job has gone from a relatively simple recover to almost a complete rebuild.
That's the excitement of the challenge on this, trying to produce something and still keep to within the budget, so it's not just like built with cardboard. Oh, I hate cardboard. I hate cardboard. I can't stand cardboard.
From one artisan loving life...
Look at that. Nasty, nasty, nasty.
...to another. At her workshop in Guildford, Surrey, it's time for Bex to face her nemesis.
Do you want to have a go at having a look at this?
No. I really don't like them. If you can take it apart for me, get all the drawers out,
Yeah.
then...
Do that?
Yeah, if you do that for me, first stage, then I'll oh, okay, thanks.
Nice try.
Explain to me what you're trying to do.
Squash it flat.
Just the whole thing?
Yeah.
So, the plan is to make a shelving unit using the drawers of the filing cabinet as the shelves.
Stomach muscles in, stomach muscles.
In the past, Bex has used her pneumatic press to shape and straighten metal. But this is the first time she's squashed anything with it.
Oh, what a nice shape.
Yeah.
Ooh, oh, look at that. That's really nice. Look at the way the corners have gone. Nice one. It's like a tray. Can go and make some tea.
See, that wasn't so difficult after all.
All right, Mr. Tea Boy?
Now, onto the toolbox. A quick buff was the plan to make it into a bathroom or kitchen cabinet. But
This is taking ages.
It's working though.
Yeah, but it's like, to do the whole thing.
Well, you nearly done the whole thing.
Well, no, but I think, look, imagine being someone who's going to buy.
this was supposed to be a quick and easy job with real retail value.
Looks like a piece of junk.
No, but a very artistically treated piece of junk.
Nice sales pitch, Dave.
You know, just look at that at the moment. I'm not feeling the potential anymore. I mean, what an idea that I did just have was those hinges. You know how the old metal hinges, you know, and they're all scrolled and beautiful and they're like on a wooden door.
I know what you mean, but I can see the budget just going completely out the window on that.
I know, but just doing this, I don't think the finish is good enough.
I think that's all right.
Really?
I think that'll be okay.
Well, at least someone is optimistic. Personally, though, I think this one could be Bex's undoing.
Oh, I don't like this one.
Back in Sussex, Sarah's putting the final touches to her refashioned planters.
It's coming along, isn't it? Not quite there, though. I want it to really pack a punch. But that at the moment stands me in at £4. It's got to be worth more than that.
It needs wow factor, sparkle, pizzazz. Or an old tin bucket. Not exactly what I had in mind.
Happy days.
Happy days indeed. This old wooden stepladder was saved from the skip. The steps of the ladder now make up 7 country cottage planters. Sarah kept costs down by using soil from her own molehills and bulbs from a car boot sale. And as much as it pains me to admit, the tin bucket tags are an inspired addition.
I was a little bit intimidated when I first started this. I couldn't quite visualise how they were all going to look together, but I think these planters, all their forage stuff inside them, all the free stuff that adds that lovely look to them, has worked out really well. And I think I'm going to make a blooming great big profit out of this look too.
Sarah first discovered the stepladder in the back of Tamara's car.
Wow, they look like nice old ones.
Yep.
Where are they from then?
These were left in my house, my new house, by the gentleman that used to live there, and I've no need for them.
The ladder's days may have been numbered, but Sarah's crafty talent means it looks great revamped into planters. And where better to get the sale started than at her barn sale.
Get it out there, make it sell. So, do you know what that's made from?
No. Door frame or something, or...
Old stepladder.
Okay.
You almost want the full set, don't you?
I'll do your deal.
They seem to be flying off the shelf.
Fantastic, I'm so glad you bought that. Excellent, one more planter. Have a lovely day.
Sarah managed to sell 4 planters, and Matthew, who owns Spriggs Florist in Petworth, snapped up the final 3.
I love the fact that these were made from old step ladders. It gives us an opportunity to offer something really quirky to our customers.
Now Sarah's on her way to tell Tamara the tale of her old wooden stepladder.
Hiya.
Hi, Sarah.
Hello. How are you doing?
All right, thank you.
Nice to see you again. You were madly tearing about last time I saw you, and you just moved here, is that right?
Yeah, yeah.
And you had some ladders. They had a really lovely vintage look to them, but they're not that practical when they're old like that,
No,
are they?
no.
Do you imagine what we might do with them after we took them away?
I don't know what you've done with them, but I can imagine you've done something good.
Well, I know you said that you found them in the garden, so we thought it'd be nice to make something for the garden out of them.
Okay.
So, do you want to see what we did?
Yeah.
So here is your step ladder planted up with spring bulbs.
Wow.
We managed to make 7 of them.
They're lovely.
So I've got a little bit of money to
Brilliant.
hand over to you.
Oh, thank you.
I've got £90 here.
Wow. Just off a ladder.
Just off a ladder.
Wow, thank you, Sarah.
What will you do with £90?
Probably buy some paint and some new fabric to go on my couch because I need my couch recovering.
Oh, fantastic.
So that's what that will be going toward.
It was great to catch up and so pleased that you let me have your ladders.
Thank you.
Take care.
Sarah.
So nice to see you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye. Thank you.
Well, I loved working on those step ladders, turning them from practical into pretty planters. And it sounds like Tamara has projects on her mind too, and that money's going to be helpful.
Sarah did well in keeping her cost to just £30 and even better in selling the lot for 120. That leaves £90 for Tamara and her family to enjoy. Back in East London, Ray's putting the finishing touches to the sofa.
Actually, I'm more nervous than confident, to be honest. Yeah, it's always a bit nerve-wracking when Sarah comes to see the piece. Just never quite know what her reaction is going to be.
Not long to wait, Ray. She's on her way. Ooh, you tease.
Well, I left Ray with a chain store sofa and the idea that he was going to turn it into potting shed chic. Who knows if he's managed to achieve that. Hiya.
Hey, Sarah, how you doing?
I'm really well, how are you?
I'm good. Comes Ray.
Is this the baby? Ooh,
This is the
It's
baby.
interesting under there.
Yeah, it looks considerably different from the way before.
Come on then, let's see it.
You want me to whip it off?
Yeah.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, wow.
Sarah challenged Ray to transform this floral sofa into a rustic two-seater that would look at home in a country manner. And Ray's only gone and done it. Hours of love and attention have seen this sofa stripped back and reassembled using master craftsman techniques. The mix of rustic raw linen with luxury leather and suede makes the old sofa almost unrecognisable.
The vision I had was not something as sophisticated and loved as this.
Oh.
You have created, a bit of the potting shed chic that I was after,
Okay.
but with some lovely detail.
Yeah.
It's lovely. I love the scruffy look. Thank you for giving it that.
But it's not. But the thing is, to actually achieve this type of look takes so much work.
And they're all hand stitched, aren't they?
That's
They're
hand
top stitched.
stitched. That's like just hours and hours just getting that looking really quite perfect.
Well, you know what they say. The devil is
It's
in the
in the
detail,
details,
and
yeah,
that's what
exactly.
you put into this. Did it blow the budget then? Because this isn't the spec that I left with. This I was on the £3 a metre fabric, and I'm not looking at that for that, am I?
You're looking at somewhere around the £9.50 mark for this.
Okay.
That's £6.50 for the labour plus the materials.
Okay,
You
so
know.
that's a bit more than we were hoping to get away with, wasn't it?
We're hoping, but to be honest with you, it's infinitely more sellable, I think.
Yeah.
It's a case of the cobbler's shoes. I would love to have something like this at home as well.
Great, we'll go to a tip near you, and you too may have a sofa like this.
Yeah.
You just need to have a keen eye like Sarah. It was at a tip in Ultringham that she struck lucky when she met Jean-Luc.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Hi. That's not going in there, is it? It looks brand new.
I'm afraid yes.
Really?
I tried to recycle to charity, but it wouldn't go because it doesn't have the labels on.
Oh, I know, I hear that all the time.
In reupholstering the sofa, Ray has also ensured it complies with all the fire regulations, complete with fire labels, so it's ready to sell. And where better to flog a high-end piece of furniture than at her barn sale? Well, it's a rustic setting, I suppose, and it's certainly caught Ron's eye.
If you bought it, yeah.
But I love this. I think I'll go for it.
Really?
Yeah.
You sound surprised, Sarah.
Well, I didn't expect to sell it today because I didn't think it was quite the right environment to sell it, but...
It's in here, the set. It's like, we just love it.
Another happy customer, but with a £300 overspend, has it made enough of a profit to make Jean-Luc, its original owner, happy? Sarah's travelled to his home in Hale to show him what Ray did with the old sofa.
Hi there.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Last time I saw you, I think you were being a very helpful daddy, or you were helping drop off a sofa.
That's right.
It wasn't yours, was it?
No, I was dropping it for my daughter.
Yeah.
That's right.
In the end, it went up to London to a great upholsterer called Ray Clark.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to see what he did with it?
I'd love to.
Okay, see if you recognise this.
Wow, that's very smart. That's outstanding. I love the leather on it as well. It's really nice.
Yes, we were really pleased with how it looked. And I know you said that you couldn't give it away.
That's right.
But we managed to sell it.
You did?
Yes, and I have some profit to hand over here for you. So I have £100 here from the sale.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. That's not for me anyway. That belongs to my daughter anyway, which will go to my granddaughter, hopefully. Everybody's happy.
Perfect. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you very much. Bye. Bye.
Even though Ray went over budget, bringing his cost to £950, Ron was happy to pay £1,050 for the sofa, which meant a lovely £100 profit for Jean-Luc's granddaughter. Not bad for a sofa a charity shop had to turn away. Over in Surrey, it's time for Bex to reveal to Sarah what has become of the old filing cabinet and toolbox.
I was really quite pleased when I found the filing cabinet at the tip, but Bex and Dave were not keen on it at all. In fact, when I left them, they said they were going to crush it, and I was going to pay them for the privilege. I can't imagine what they've done with it.
It has been a challenge because obviously a filing cabinet's quite... Well, it's just quite big and bulky, and...
As blacksmiths, there's not a lot you can do with that sort of material.
You know, I think we've managed to come up with something out of the two items that works quite well in a sort of wacky kind of way.
It's one for a niche buyer, I think, this one.
No, stop pigeonholing it. Don't pigeonhole it.
So, a shelving unit and a bathroom cabinet then. Nothing so conventional from Bex. She fought her phobia of filing cabinets and has seamlessly brought together the old toolbox and filing cabinet to produce this contemporary locker. A drawer of the cabinet was squashed to form a shelf, and the lid of the toolbox makes an eye-catching door. And the quirks continue on the side with these hinge detail things. What's so funny? I actually quite like it.
Everything I've ever thought about you. Look at that. Oh my word. What? That is bonkers. May I open it? How does it open? Open it up for me.
Yeah, you just open it like that. And then we flattened one of the drawers and just put it back in, but a flattened drawer.
It is lovely. They are fantastic. They look sort of alien, don't they?
Yeah, well, it's basically based on circuit boards because it's, you know, filing and systems and stuff.
It is brilliant. It's funny. It's useful. It's these hinges, really cool.
Bex and Dave took on those 2 tip fines and won. What's more, they managed to do it within the agreed budget.
I was have to say, teeny bit worried about the sort of idea that you had before, so it's actually quite a relief as well. Well, it's not often you get a good old laugh out of an old filing cabinet. They've done a fantastic job. My turn now to make some money out of it.
Paul was moving home and clearing out his garage when Sarah spotted the filing cabinet and toolbox in the back of his van.
I really like that. It's decorative as well as being industrial.
Paul struggled to see its potential.
I'm not too sure, but I have seen some of the stuff before, and I'd be interested to see what she does with it.
And Bex certainly took some convincing, but she finally unleashed its quirky charm. It didn't take long for Sarah to entice Nick, an online retailer, into buying the bespoke piece to sell through his shop, Smithers of Stamford.
This is absolutely bonkers. I love it.
Sarah's on her way to Paul's new home to tell him what became of his old filing cabinet and toolbox.
Hello.
Hi, Paul.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
So you've made the move?
Yeah, we're here eventually, yeah.
And so from what I remember, you were clearing out the garage in your old house. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
Yeah, so I love the look of your sweet little filing cabinet, and we took away an old metal box case as well.
Yeah.
I took them to Beck Simon, who is a fantastic blacksmith artist who works with her partner Dave, and between them they decided they were going to make one lovely piece of furniture. Would you like to see it?
Oh yeah, I'd love to.
Okay, so brace yourselves because it doesn't look quite like you might remember it.
Crikey. Wow, that's striking.
Striking.
I was wondering what you'd make of it, but that looks fantastic.
And it's been sold, so it's gone off to a retro and vintage store, and I've got £40 here, which is the profit made from selling your filing cabinet.
Right. Yeah, brilliant. Thanks very much.
So you've just moved. Is there anything you think you might be using that for?
We're looking at shrubs this weekend, so I think the garden's going to get a little makeover in one corner.
Oh, fantastic. Well, if that helps to go towards that, then I'm really pleased.
Yeah.
But thank you so much for letting me have it. It's bright and it's beautiful. It's going to go on to be in the heart of somebody else's home.
Wonderful.
So it's lovely. Really nice
Thank
to
you.
catch up.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
lovely.
Well, Beck's completely squashed Paul's filing cabinet, but we managed to squeeze a little profit out of it too. And I think Paul's happy with that.
Coming in on budget of £300 and selling for £340 means Bex and Dave turn Paul's old metal into a £40 profit. Not bad considering she hated it at the start. Sarah's managed to make money from all 3 items she salvaged from the dump. The sofa is now trendy with at least 25 years of good use ahead. The filing cabinet and toolbox became a new look lock-up. And of course, Sarah's idea for the ladder flourished into spring planters.
Well, I really couldn't be happier. That's 3 amazing items, 3 fantastic results, and the chance to hand over 3 chunks of cash to some very delighted people. Have a little rummage around in your rubbish.
How do you make money for nothing?
I love that.
The answer could be hiding in the 30 million tonnes of household waste we throw out every year.
So heavy, they don't make them like this anymore. Look at that.
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
I'm a passionate maker, buyer and user of old stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I make new stuff out of old stuff and I sell it for a profit.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers...
Say something nice about it.
My juices are flowing in this one, but they are going to be wow.
She can transform her finds into desirable,
Isn't that stunning?
valuable
Oh, wow.
and hopefully saleable items.
That is bonkers.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
Got £350. Whoa.
Today, Sarah is in Surrey searching the Whitley Recycling Centre.
Today I'm after those little gems that once transformed can make some cold, hard cash.
The goal for Sarah is to find 3 items that can go from unwanted and unloved to polished and profitable.
Now I'm doing this. You look up there and make sure I'm not missing anything, all right?
Not just anyone can hang about the dump. Sarah needed special permission from the dump owners before she could start poking about.
Any minute now it's going to be complete... Oh no, it's even worse.
Thankfully, she doesn't have to rely on her puzzle-solving skills to spot Keith and his car full of rubbish.
Hi there. I'm sorry to bother you. I was just looking at your contents of your boot. What are you doing? Are you clearing out?
Yes. Yeah.
What are the sacks? What are all these for?
It's Hessian.
Would it be possible to have a closer look at some of them? I mean, if they're whole, I might be able to do something with them. It'd be good to.
All right. Okay.
If you don't mind.
Yeah. So do you do things with things then?
Yeah, that is
exactly.
exactly.
You know what I mean.
I think that's a very good description of it. I try and make stuff out of things that are going to be thrown away.
But can Sarah make anything out of Keith's old Hessian sacks? Hessian is a coarse material made from the hemp or jute plant, popular in the past for making rope as well as storing vegetables such as potatoes and onions.
Oh, I love these. It reminds me of a sack race when I was little. I'll have to think of something inventive to do with them, though.
She's going back a few years.
Hey, that's rude.
Oh, it's just a little bit cheeky, Sarah.
I'm going to take your
You can have the pen.
Your sack full of sacks and, yeah, have a little play around with those.
But what does Keith think will become of his Hessian sacks?
I've got no idea, to be honest. I mean, somebody can find a use for things like that, which you don't see anymore. It's brilliant.
I know they look really rustic, but they'd make some really simple tote bags, wouldn't they? Something like that.
Well, they can't get much simpler than they are just now. But Sarah knows one designer who can turn them from rags to riches. When you think bags, think Neil Rag. From salvaged and unwanted materials, Neil creates everything from handbags to haversacks and prides himself on the fact his bespoke bags will last a lifetime.
I love being able to create something from what would be rubbish, I suppose, to other people. You could have, for example, a tent that was at Glastonbury and saw the Rolling Stones, and then now it becomes a bag, and it's seen quite a life already. So everything here has got a personality. All the bags have lived a life, and they're now about to live a second life.
So let's hope Neil can breathe new life into that pile of unpromising Hessian. One down and 2 to go, and Sarah, as ever, is discovering some gems.
A rubber swan?
A rubber swan.
You never know when you need a rubber swan, do you?
Well, I suppose that's true, you don't. Luckily, it's not long before Sarah spots Harry, who's cleaning unwanted clutter before moving home.
Been there 20 years, so it's amazing how much bits and pieces we have collected.
I can imagine. What else are you chucking out? Anything exciting?
Oh, I suppose so, yeah.
Is that your card table? Are you throwing it?
Yeah. It's not in very good shape. It's about 80 years old.
Really?
Yeah.
Any chance I could have a look at it?
Yeah, sure.
Bingo! Or should I say Yahtzee or pontoon? Anyway, let's take a look.
I think it's lovely. Does it still spring when you open? Will it still open up? So you just...
Each leg just pulls out, clicks, when you want to shut it.
I think that I might be able to make something out of that. Shall I take it away and show you what I've done if I manage to?
Yep.
Where are you moving to? Are you moving far?
Eastbourne.
Okay, well, maybe I'll take a little trip down to the coast and show you what I've done with it.
With his card shark days behind him, what does Harry think Sarah will do with his table?
Well, if anything can be made of it and sold on to somebody for benefit, that's fine.
It's an old card table, 80 years old, still in very good condition.
Is it?
Definitely be able to turn a profit on that.
Looks like a bit of a gamble on the card table to me. She's going to need a little help to turn it into a winning hand. Daniel Heath has a passion for all things sustainable. An award-winning wallpaper and textile designer, Daniel loves nothing more than adding an artistic flair to reclaimed materials to create made-to-order furniture and contemporary design pieces.
My imagery that I develop for my prints is usually quite illustrative. I really enjoy drawing, and then I have to draw and develop it into something that can be used for a textile or for a wallpaper. Screen printing onto salvaged materials such as wood, slate and leather as well sometimes. And it's actually meant that I've been able to take my imagery and put it on all sorts of different things, and it's been really good fun doing that.
I just hope he can get as much enjoyment out of this currently tatty card table. We're 2 down and 1 to go. This time Sarah's searching for her own money-making magic.
It's fantastic what they do these days, isn't it? They even recycle pets.
Maybe stick to the searching, Sarah. Soon enough, Pauline and daughter Samantha have appeared with a bootload of old apples. I wasn't expecting that.
Hi, I'm Sarah. Hello. Hello. Don't throw them. Don't throw them.
No, sure.
Put them back in the car a second. Got quite a few there.
Made about 30 apple pies so far.
This crumble
And my
coming
father
out.
can't take any more anymore.
Is it torture by apple?
Yeah, torture by apple.
I'm looking for things that I can recycle, and I'm thinking, I don't know if apples are in my remit. And I'm a trained chef.
Oh, no.
I've spent 10 years cooking, so I can cook. But I'm just wondering about making cider. Have you ever had them pressed before?
Yes, well, we have had them pressed, and we wanted to do that this morning, but because we've got somebody at home that's not very well. Yeah, we can't leave him, and we don't, we just can't. We need some help.
Okay, well, I'll go and get a trolley, and these would be one of my more unusual items of the day.
With Sarah's skills as a chef, she should be able to take advantage of this unexpected bounty. And I've got 1 or 2 ideas. How about apple strudel, apple crumble, apple muffins, apple surprise, apple cake?
So that is must be one of the most unusual things that you get at the recycling centre. So thank you ever so much for letting me have them.
No problem.
Thank you so much. Have a good day, and I hope your car gets better. Yeah, thank you. It might be more than one.
Apple sauce, apple fritters, apple chutney, apple turnovers. I could go on, but it's not all about me. What do Pauline and Samantha think Sarah could do with their boot full of fruit?
To make some cider out of them would be fantastic.
They're not in great nick, so I'm thinking that pressing them either for juice, possibly cider, or maybe even cutting them up and making apple chutney out of them. Who knows, but whatever it is, there's heaps of apples here, and that can mean heaps of money.
Heaps of money from a heap of rotting apples. Well, good luck with that one. And that makes up her 3 items. Neil Ragg will work on Keith's raggedy pile of sacks. Daniel Heath will turn his hand to Harry's card table. And Sarah will press as much profit as possible from Pauline and Samantha's apples.
Today's eclectic collection of items provide just the kind of challenge I love, but there's going to have to be some really radical changes to make some real cha-ching.
Walthamstow, East London, a busy urban area where plenty of artists and designers ply their trade. Daniel Heath is waiting for Sarah's arrival, but he's already got some material in mind he'd like to use.
It's slate that I engrave onto, and I think it would be really great if we can sort of embed that into something. Hopefully if there's like a wooden surface, we can do something with that, so we'll see.
Once he sees the card table, let's hope Daniel still wants to slate it, and not just slate it.
If I found this table at a car boot sale with a £10 price tag on it, I'd be trying to haggle them down to a £5. So it's going to take an absolute genius to turn this into something beautiful that can actually make a profit. Fortunately, I know a genius, and I'm just hoping that he wants to take this on. Hiya!
Hey,
how are you doing? Yeah, really well. You?
Yeah, well, thanks.
I bought you a little gem.
Right, okay. see what this is.
Well, card table.
Okay.
Seen better days.
That's a bit gone, isn't it?
It's got nice legs though. I thought it had potential to have something lovely done to it. So what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's
Let's
great.
stand
I
it
mean,
up.
it's quite sort of a decadent kind of item to have, isn't it? You know, like a card table. I think we could probably inlay something into the surface. I was thinking about the slate actually. That might be quite nice to put in there. We've got some etching that we do on slate.
Oh my word, look at that.
Salvaged slate, and we engrave onto it.
Daniel will inlay that slate into the top, but what about the rest of the table?
I mean, we'll sand the wood back.
Right.
But I think we could do something really kind of bold with the colour.
So you're talking a really good game. It sounds like it's going to be a beautiful high-end piece of furniture.
It does, but what's that classy makeover going to cost?
I think we're talking about 300 to 350.
Okay, I just can't wait to see it, really. I'm excited about it.
Me too.
Because it wasn't in a great place.
Daniel's studio is definitely the best place for it. Now a transformation is on the cards.
Thank you very much. Good luck with it.
Cheers.
Bye. It's quite a big investment to turn it into something beautiful, but I've got every faith in Daniel and making a profit.
And Daniel seems full of big ideas too.
We'll do something really, really quite striking, quite symmetrical, I think, geometric, Art Deco influenced. Really make something of this section that's kind of carved out from the legs. Maybe we can put some gold leaf in there or something like that.
Gold leaf? Go easy with that budget, son. So, will that £350 budget be enough to turn that old card table into a real ace? Set on the banks of Old Father Thames, the pretty Buckinghamshire town of Marlow has long been the home to creative salts. None other than Mary Shelley, the author of Frankenstein, once lived here. And much like that mad scientist, current resident Neil is a dab hand at stitching together odd bits and bobs to make a whole new creature.
What I tend to do is take any fabrics that people would be throwing away that don't want anymore, so they would end up in landfill. Anything that basically, you know, you can sew, I can make something from.
Anything, Neil? Are you sure about that?
These old sacks have got bags of potential. Well, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it, and I'm hoping Neil doesn't mind working with something that really smells.
Oh, not you again. What
I've got sacks.
They are sacks.
Here, take them.
Thank you.
Bags of sacks. What could be better?
How many?
I think there are about 18.
Okay.
That was brave.
Rustic.
They smell, don't they?
They do, but all my bags have a smell.
That's reassuring.
Have you ever used sacks before to make bags?
No, it's not. Doesn't tend to be the material that I make, you know, the top end, boutique style bags from. They're agricultural. They're rugged. There's no disguising that feel, that theme. So we possibly don't try to hide that. We stick with the agricultural, that kind of feel. We don't disguise what they were.
Do you think we should make something really agricultural, like garden, something with garden out of them?
We add some fabric and turn it into a trug style bag. So you're in the garden, you're chucking your weeds and everything in. Possibly add some leather. We make some nice handles.
Neil plans to make them into useful trug-style bags used for carrying tools, flowers or veg when gardening. A traditional garden trug was a boat-shaped basket carved from a piece of timber, but these ones are going to be made from smelly old sacks. How much do you want for that, Neil?
If we've got at least 10 of these bags that you would take, then we could do them for £12 a bag.
That sounds great. 12 quid a bag is really reasonable. Brilliant. Well, enjoy the sacks.
The deal is in the bag.
Well, that totally exceeds my expectations of what we might have been able to do with those old garden sacks. It looks like I've just commissioned my first range of saleable, desirable garden trucks.
It's nice and agricultural. I haven't seen anything that we're going to make out there on the street, so I think this will be something very unique.
A unique agricultural order it is then, but at a budget of only £12 each, can he really turn these unwanted sacks into attractive trug-style bags? In her farmhouse in the tranquil Sussex countryside, Sarah's preparing to host one of her barn sales. Things are already being set up, but Sarah's got a unique challenge of her own this morning.
Come on.
She's got to turn a profit from a load of old apples. The plan is to make apple crumble to sell to the visitors.
Right, crumble time.
Sarah's daughter Libby is lending a hand today.
Let's get started.
And Sarah will need all the help she can get if she's going to turn the rotting fruit into a saleable treat.
I'm hoping that these apples are going to be lovely inside, but I have a feeling they're all going to be quite brown. Not that one. That's fine. So what I'm doing now is just going to make a puree out of them, peel them up, make sure there's no little bits of core left in them, and then cook them with some sugar and a little bit of cinnamon.
Thank you, Nigella. What programme is this again?
I'm going to have my work cut out getting lots of good apple out of them, because I think a lot might be a bit rotten.
If you're thinking of starting your own apple crumble business, there are many food hygiene regulations to comply with.
You washed your paws yet?
Yeah.
But with 10 years of experience as a chef, our Sarah certainly knows her stuff.
I have to say I'm not paying a huge amount of attention here. I've got way more apple than I'm going to need, so I'm just going to cherry pick the best bits. And I always use a knife because it's just a lot quicker, and then when you get to a bit that isn't quite perfect, you can just whip it off really quickly. And what I'm going to do is make some crumbles up in some little enamel tins and then serve some others in teacups, just so people can have a little taster of it.
Although now a British classic, apple crumble became popular during the Second World War when the ingredients needed for the then popular apple pie were rationed.
So I'm hoping within about 25 minutes, half an hour, I could have some crumble ready for the people here at the barn sale, just in time for lunch. Right.
Careful, or it'll be less of an apple crumble and more of an apple splat. Crisis averted, it's time to rustle up the crumble topping. To plain flour, Sarah adds sugar. A lot of sugar. Oh, crikey, she's used a whole bag. I hope your customers have got a sweet tooth.
The butter just needs to be rubbed in roughly. So I'm going to cut it up into little cubes. What you need to do, when you're making pastry, you only use the tips of your fingers because they're the coldest bit. So what you need to do is just squeeze that together, lift it up, and keep rubbing and squeezing. Bet you can't do it for more than 30 seconds, right? You keep going over there.
Bet you £1 million I can.
Sarah's aiming for a breadcrumb-like texture that will crisp up in the oven.
Keep going. See, you're bored already, aren't you?
Bored?
Come on, you do it like this. Lift it up, drop it down. Gently, though.
After that's done, time to test the apple puree.
15 minutes in the oven. Can I have that spoon? Thank you. Because they're such lovely ripe apples, they're windfalls. That nearly tastes right already. It's really hot, be careful. What do you think?
Sugar.
Even more? You sure?
Better? Yeah.
Not bad.
Sarah's official taster approves, which is just as well because hungry visitors to the barn sale are arriving. Better get those crumbles in the oven. So far, Sarah's spent £4 on ingredients for those crumbles. Let's just hope the punters at the sale get a taste for them. Back in Walthamstow, Daniel's eager to get started on the ancient card table.
They should, in theory, be able to just pop the top out and see what we can do with it.
Daniel gets straight down to dismantling the card table. He starts by stripping the old wool coverings off the tabletop.
Because I want to use this board, if possible, Also, the brackets are riveted onto it. And it's just quite nice not to have to kind of change it, really. Keep as much of the original as possible.
Daniel's now painstakingly sanding the wood top to give him a stable base to work with.
But it just needs a little bit of work. Nearly there.
Go on, son. Once that laborious process is finished, Daniel's attention turns to covering the tabletop with salvaged slate. But first, he has the brain-teasing job of figuring out how the slate pieces will fit together.
This is a dimension that we've got to work with. I'm going to draw a pattern. I want it to be very symmetrical and made up of different sized pieces of slate. So yeah, I've just got to work that out.
Creating a template for the slate pieces is a mathematical and time-consuming job. Having worked out the angles, it's time for the next stage.
So we cut the slate by hand. This is the tool.
Which, oddly enough, is called a slate cutter.
I use the corner here to score where I'm going to cut. And then I basically chomp along the line, snapping off the bit of slate that I don't want, hopefully.
Slate is a tricky material, prone to crumbling and splitting, so Daniel's really got his work cut out if he's going to achieve the crisp, sophisticated tabletop Sarah will want. Back in Marlow, Buckinghamshire, Neil's just about to get to work on his heap of Hessian.
Here are all the sacks. We've got about 18 sacks. We're thinking of keeping them an outside kind of feel to them and turning into something like a Hessian canvas version of a trug. So first thing to do with these is to start the design process and work out what we can do with them.
Before that, though...
Time to put these in the washing machine, I think.
Quite right, that stinky sack smell's gotta go. And once they're all freshly laundered, he starts to design the garden trugs he hopes to rustle up.
I think we need to establish a shape.
Neil sketches out his first ideas. It looks intriguing. If his design is going to work, he'll need to combine the Hessian sacks with some other materials.
So if we maybe can do something with these.
That's some reclaimed curtain wire from an old camper van.
Create a tube across around the top, holds it open.
Those will be put to good use, giving the trugs a bit of structure. And Neil's not done there. He's spotted another salvaged item to add to the mix.
And then some tent material. It's good stuff. Canvas strip along the bottom of the base. Another canvas strip around the top, because the Hessian sack, although it is strong, it's a very loose weave, so we can't have people putting in their plums and then seeing them roll across the floor.
With plum security the very highest priority, Neil applies a mix of paraffin wax and beeswax to the canvas to make the fabric more durable.
So the wax will strengthen it, make it sturdy. So compared to some unwaxed canvas here, we've got a much stiffer wax, and it will be waterproof as well.
To create that stiff, waterproof texture he's after, Neil then irons the material so that the wax impregnates the fabric. With all the elements in place, Neil stitches it all together.
Well, bag number one, I think this is, the concept is right, the design is right, the look is right. It's, yeah, it's about there, so that's good.
It's great, but that was just a prototype. He's still got a pile of sacks to start work on.
Well, the challenge is to make something along the lines of what I normally make, which is nice looking bags. The challenge at the moment is doing it at a price, you know, within the budget. So trying to get something that's quick and straightforward to make. However, it obviously can't fall apart.
Neil's got a budget of only £12 per bag, and these trugs seem to need a lot of intricate work. In Walthamstow, Daniel's back at work on the card table. He's now ready to cut the slate pieces which he plans to inlay onto the tabletop. Today, he'll be cutting his slate alfresco. Very continental, Daniel.
Improvised outdoor workshop. Cutting slate makes quite a lot of mess. I don't really want to do it inside.
Slate can be difficult to cut cleanly, so he'll have to be careful.
Sometimes the diagonals are a bit tricky, but we'll see. So that's the first piece. So I need to do 7 more of those of that shape. Yeah, actually, it's working out all right. Caught me on a good day, I guess.
Will his luck hold when he actually tries to fit the big slate jigsaw together?
Quite happy with that, yeah. Good. So next up is to clean all the slate down, and then we've got to coat it so that the finish is good on it.
The Welsh slate Daniel is using will retain some of its time-worn patina even as he gives it a glossier look.
So it's coming up quite nicely.
Next, he varnishes the slate.
This process seals the slate and it stops it from sort of crumbling any further. And it also sort of strengthens it and brings out the grain, gives it a nicer finish. I'm giving away all my trade secrets. This will be my undoing. Anybody else does this, the boys are coming around.
But trade secrets or no, do Daniel's old slates really belong on the sophisticated table he's promised Sarah? Back in Sussex, the barn sale is now in full swing, so it's time for Sarah to take the first batch of apple crumbles out the oven.
I reckon they're about done. That one's done. That one's done. They look great, don't they?
The apples started off as a load of unwanted windfall cluttering up a garden. But Sarah's worked her culinary magic. And now they're delicious apple crumbles.
Bit of clotted cream from the fridge, I think they're done. These may have been destined for the dump, but they make cracking crumble.
Sarah came across piles of apples in the back of Pauline and daughter Samantha's car.
Don't throw them, don't throw them. Sure.
They were happy for Sarah to get her culinary mitts on their excess garden bounty.
I'll go and get a trolley, and these will be one of my more unusual items of the day.
At the barn sale, Sarah's crumbles are on their way to meet the hungry punters.
Crumble time.
And soon they're selling like hot crumbles.
Going to charge £3 each for the crumble like this, and maybe put some in teacups later for a couple of quid.
Sarah and daughter Libby managed to make 8 apple crumbles and 7 teacup versions. Good work, ladies. Now Sarah's near Hambledon in Surrey to fill Pauline in on what became of her surplus fallen fruits.
Hi there.
Hello, Sarah.
Lovely to see you again.
You too.
Beautiful day, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely lovely, yes.
I had so much fun with your apples. We made apple crumbles.
Oh, well, I'm sure that's wonderful.
They were really tasty apples, and they were made a lovely pulp, so they were great to work with. And I took some pictures of it. I'm sure you've made a lot of apple crumble in your time.
Well, yes, I have, but it's lovely to see someone else making them.
Well, I thought we would make, we made little ones, and we served them in teacups, so that we made a few bigger ones as well, some little enamel ones.
Oh, right. Yes.
So we did have a bit of fun with them. I haven't made a fortune out of them for you, but I have got £25 here.
I don't believe it.
For you. So it was great to have them.
Oh, thank you so much.
Any idea what you might do with £25?
Well, it's my grandson's birthday on Friday, so maybe I'll give it to him.
Oh, that's lovely. Well, that's really good. Thank you so much for letting me have them. And
thank you.
Yes, do tell your daughter as well, because I know she was highly involved in this.
Oh, yes,
in
she
this
phoned me
stacking.
last night and she said, oh, yeah, you must let me know what happens.
Yes, well, it's apples, and thank you so much. They were great fun to work with and very tasty. So
Thank
I hope
you.
he has a good present out of
I'm
that.
sure he will, yes.
Brilliant. Take care. Thank you ever so
Thank
much.
you.
Okay,
Bye.
bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, it was great to catch up with Pauline again, and it sounds like her grandson's going to be pleased with that little windfall.
Sarah spent £4 on the ingredients for her crumbles. She sold them for a total of £29, giving her a tasty £25 profit to hand over to Pauline. In Walthamstow, Daniel's putting the final shine on the revamped card table.
I'm kind of apprehensive about Sarah arriving because it is quite out there and it is quite, you know, full on. But yeah, I hope she's going to like it.
The last time I was here, I left a really big budget on a very small table. So I hope Daniel's managed to pull out all the stops to create something that I can sell for a profit.
When Sarah dropped it off, the old table was torn, tired and several cards short of a deck. Now Daniel's worked his magic. Its fortunes have changed entirely. The legs have been revitalised in a rich new palette of purple with gold leaf detailing. And the pièce de résistance, the salvaged slate inlaid in the tabletop, has been engraved with one of Daniel's signature prints. It's a striking makeover, but will Sarah think it's saleable?
Daniel?
Hello,
Hey.
Sarah. How you doing?
Yeah,
Good to see
really
you.
well.
It's quite a statement piece.
It's a man table.
Yeah, it's quite quirky. It's quite fun.
It's beautiful what you've done on the top, and
Thank
these
you.
little catches have come up. They look sparkly and really classy, don't they?
Yeah, they did come up nicely.
I think it's beautiful. You've really feels like you've really crafted it. I sense a lot of effort in making all these pieces fit and bringing all the pattern together.
Yes, I took some drawings that I had and adapted them to the shape of the top.
It looks so handmade, and that is a charming thing to see in a piece of furniture.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And in terms of usability, is it all right? I mean, if you put a cup of tea down on this, is this usable?
Yes, it'll be fine, yeah. The slate is salvaged slate, so it's come from a rooftop. It's been up on a roof for 50 odd years, so it's very hardy stuff.
I love the fact that it's rough and reused, the slate, but it's got such a fine detail and it's very clever.
Daniel took a creative risk on the bold design, but the table's a big winner with Sarah.
This is very recognisable as your kind of piece.
Yeah.
Is that, I think that will help sell it.
Yeah, I think so. I think we'll be looking to find somebody who maybe has some of my pieces already and wants something that's completely out there and completely different to what else is around. So.
Oh, fantastic. So you're going to make it and sell it. Brilliant. That's my kind of nose to tail designing. Well done.
Cheers.
I'll see you where to send the cheque.
Careful, Dan, she'll have you loading it into the van next.
Wow, that is now a work of art, a totally unique piece created from something that should have ended up in a skip.
Sarah was lucky enough to spot Harry's card table hiding on his back seat.
Is that your card table? Are you throwing it?
Yeah. It's not in very good shape. It's about 80 years old.
Really?
Sarah wasn't put off by its age or condition and felt it still had a few games left in it.
I think that I might be able to make something out of that.
And Harry was happy to see it moving on.
Well, if anything can be made of it and sold on to somebody for benefit, that's fine.
Under Daniel's creative direction, it became something truly unique and spectacular. Keen to showcase the table in all its glory, Sarah hosted a pop-up shop in her barn and put it out on sale.
What is it, slate?
Yes, it's etched.
People were drawn to the interesting tabletop.
You think that's fine by me?
Sarah also listed it online on sites including eBay, Etsy and on social media.
There's been loads of interest in Daniel's table, and it's not surprising because that is a very clever transformation. Those kind of things are the collectibles of the future. But I haven't managed to sell it yet, but as soon as I have, I'm going to get back in touch with Harry.
With Daniel's labour and materials coming in at £350 and the table remaining unsold, we have a potential loss of £350. But Sarah has high hopes someone will soon snap it up and she can return the profit to Harry. Back in Marlow, Buckinghamshire, Neil's finishing the unenviable task of turning Hessian rags into what Sarah's hoping will be riches.
Sarah's about to arrive and see the transformation of these Hessian sacks. They were a real challenge. The mess was incredible. I've had a workshop full of Hessian. I became Hessian man by the end of the day. So they've been a challenge, definitely.
Now this could be a little bit embarrassing because all of the sacks that I left Neil with were in terrible shape. They had moths flying out of them. If he's managed to make something saleable out of them, I'll be really surprised.
The sacks started off as smelly, dusty and moth-bitten with little or no sex appeal. They are now multifunctional truck-style bags complete with a canvas base and handles and curtain wiring round the tops to make them practical as well as stylish.
I can't wait to see them. Is it a them?
There's plenty of them.
I think they're amazing.
Good.
They look so clean and nice and fresh and fantastic.
Good.
There's loads of them. How many have you managed to make?
10.
10. Oh, they're really impressive.
It's something that was going to be thrown away and it will just last another lifetime.
It's a massive achievement. You've turned something that was, frankly, nearly useless, short of keeping your tools in a shed, into something that's highly saleable and really attractive.
It took Neil long enough to make one truck. How on earth has he managed to knock up 10?
Once I got the production roll going, then I was making strips of canvas all in one go. So it's fine, yeah. They've come within budget.
They're bang on. They really are.
Sarah's delighted and Neil's just glad he doesn't have to don his cape and become Hessian man anymore.
Not sad to see these ones go. Quite happy to see the Hessian sacks go.
I am so pleased with this lot. They look absolutely fantastic and they've got bags of style. Smell that?
At the tip, Sarah spotted Keith and his large collection of Hessian sacks.
Oh, I love these. It reminds me of a sack race when I was little.
With Keith's blessing, Sarah made off with a bin full of sacks.
I mean, if somebody can find a use for things like that, which you don't see anymore, it's brilliant.
And that somebody was bag maker extraordinaire Neil, who turned them into multi-purpose marvels. And thanks to his handiwork, they were bought by husband and wife team Nick and Kim to sell in their online retro furnishing and lighting shop.
Useful. Functional. Very functional.
With the bags rehomed, it's time for Sarah to visit Keith at his home in Surrey.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hi, Keith. How you
Yes,
doing?
hi. Yeah,
Very
not too
nice
bad.
to see you again.
Yes, and you.
I'm here to catch up about the Hessian sacks that you were dropping off at the tip.
Yeah.
I didn't get the pleasure of working on them myself, but they went to a lovely chap called Neil, who uses lots of old materials to make new bags.
Mm-hmm.
So he took them and we had a discussion together about what to do with them. Well, let me show you. Okay, so here you go. So that might be the way you remember them.
Right, okay, yeah.
And this is how they ended up.
Well, God, they're good, aren't they? No, sort of, what are they, gardening bags or shopping bags or...
Yeah, well, they
That's
were
good.
whatever anybody wanted to be with them. Lovely Neil
Yeah.
made 10 of them for us. after his money, we actually managed to sell them at a profit.
Right.
So
okay.
we have £50 here to hand over.
Oh,
all for you.
Oh, grand. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's most unexpected.
Any ideas what you might do with it?
Yeah, several things, but I think it would be nice to take mother-in-law out for a bite to eat. Something like that, or a glass of wine, or 2 glasses of wine, you know, something like that. You know.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for dropping off.
That's
and
nice.
thank you for
Great.
letting me have them.
Great,
and
thank you. Yeah,
absolute
thanks
pleasure.
very much. Yeah.
Nice to see you.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Well, I was really impressed with what Neil managed to do with those old Hessian sacks, and I think Keith was quite impressed too. And he's taking his mother-in-law out with the 50 quid. There are brownie points to be had there.
Neil stuck to his budget of £12 per bag and produced 10 at a total cost of £120. The job lot of bags sold for £170, giving Sarah £50 to hand back to Keith. So, thanks to Sarah, that's 3 items saved from the skip. The bootload of old apples became delicious crumbles. The tattered card table was given a glamorous new lease of life. And the smelly old Hessian sacks are now stylish garden bags.
Well, it's been great handing over money and meeting lovely people, but I have to thank Daniel and Neil for doing such an amazing transformation on their items. Otherwise, they'd have ended up in a skip. Oh no, I like the look of your rubbish.
How do you make money for nothing?
I love a little rummage.
The answer could be hiding in the 30 million tonnes of household waste we throw out every year.
I think that I might be able to make something out of that.
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
That's wartime. I'm a passionate buyer, user and maker of old stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I make new stuff out of old stuff and I sell it for a profit.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers...
That was brave.
All the potential.
No!
She can transform her finds into desirable,
Work of art.
valuable and hopefully saleable items.
Holy moly.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
Thank you, I'm astonished.
Today, Sarah's in Ultringham, south of Manchester, where thousands of locals come with their rubbish, rain or shine.
People throw away all sorts of goodies. All I've got to do is make sure I get my hands on them before they go in the skips.
Sarah has special permission from the powers that be to have a good old rummage around.
No TVs. What? No TVs? Remotes? There should be something here.
Grammar policewoman Sarah is on the lookout for a trio of transformable trash. And Trevor has some rotten old wood.
Is that out of your garden?
It is, yes.
What is it?
Hawthorn. It was a tree that I cut down because I wanted the fencing was bad at the back.
God, it weighs a ton, doesn't it?
But it's gone through 3 chainsaw blades. Just blunt them straight away.
It looks to me like there's enough left in it that I might be able to do something with it.
I'm not sure that Trevor's too convinced, to be honest.
I shall take that away, and if I manage to make a chopping board or a little spoon, can I come back and show you what I've done with it?
Of course you can, yeah. Take it with my blessings.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Hawthorn is one of the hottest burning woods, so if Sarah can't come up with a plan, at least they'll make a nice fire. But what does Trevor think she'll make?
There's some good wood there. I'm sure she'll get more than spoons out of it, but it's going to take a lot of hard work. Oh, she's got sharp tools because it's very, very dense.
This may look like dirty old chunks of wood at the moment, but I know exactly who to take it to so I can clean up and have a real chance of making some profit.
With the first item found, Sarah knows just the people who can tackle all that wood. Say hello to Josh and Ollie, designer makers, business partners and best friends. These boys use natural and recycled materials to create handcrafted furnishings and high-end interior pieces.
I'm Josh and this is Ollie and we're Forge Creators.
I think the main thing we love is designing new products and new furniture where you've got that idea and you come into the workshop and just see it come to life. The sort of thing we'd like Sarah to bring us would probably be something with a bit of character, a bit of age to it. I think we like something with a bit of a story.
Like a rusty bit of metal or like a weathered bit of wood, something like that. It's got a bit of history and character to it.
Well, they're in luck as Sarah's Hawthorn stumps are definitely old and definitely weathered. Back at the tip, things are hotting up for Sarah.
That is not the only busy bee round here. This place is buzzing.
Sarah's spoilt for choice, but she's honing in on Lydia and her chair. You after a sit down, Sarah?
Oh, I love this.
Oh, thank you.
Have you had it for long?
I've had it for a long time, yes. It belonged to my family. It was passed down to me, and it was actually my great aunt's.
So you've had enough of it? It's not fitting in at home
well,
anymore?
Well, it's been in my garage. I'm kind of quite sentimental about these things, but I've just been trying to clear out. Today was the day that I thought I'm going to have to do something about it, so I brought it here.
Who's got the white cat?
It's me.
She's like a modern-day Sherlock Holmes.
I would love to be able to take it away and see if I could do something with it. Would that be all right?
That'd be wonderful. It really would.
Well, that's lovely. Thank you so much for letting me have that.
Thank you.
Really nice to have met you.
Nice and you.
Sarah certainly seems pleased with her jolly green armchair, but what do Lydia and Kate think will become of it?
I suppose in some ways it's kind of quite a blank canvas, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, so
maybe some really nice fabric and just completely modernise it.
Yes. I haven't a clue really.
Such a sweet little chair. It's got loads of period detail, lovely little cabriole legs, fat, chunky arms and a really good look. I've got just the person in mind who will give it the real kick that it needs to turn this into a moneymaker.
Anthony Devine is one of the UK's most talented teachers and practitioners of upholstery skills.
First thing I see in a room is a chair. When I go around to people's houses, I look for quality, I look to see what I would do differently. Some chairs look like they're almost kind of destined for the tip, but if you see 1 ounce of kind of potential, then save it. I suppose it is a bit of a love affair I have with chairs, and they're very beautiful things.
That's maybe the case for some chairs, Anthony, but you've not seen what Sarah's saved for you. Sarah's third and final find will be the one she works on herself.
Nothing to see here.
Perhaps Michael can offer up something of interest.
Is it dead? Is it not working anymore?
No, it works perfectly well. It works perfectly well. The motor's very, very good.
Right.
It's just that the blades are blocked. But somebody who knows anything about it could do it. It's in quite good condition.
I've never thought about taking a lawnmower away from the dump before.
You're very welcome.
How old is it?
I don't really know. I would think it's 10 to 12 years old.
Okay, so it's had a good use.
It gets serviced every year.
Yeah.
So it's good.
If it still works, there's potential I may be able to make something out of it. So I'd love to have a go at using the parts or doing something with it.
You're very welcome.
Thank you so much for letting me take that away.
Okay.
Can it go backwards?
This is not looking promising.
Don't have it on that. That'll
Oh, that'll stop. Okay.
I've got a new lawnmower, but I haven't got enough room in my garage for both of them. The old one works perfectly well, apart from the gears have locked.
Sarah does look confident that she can mow up some moolah. But what does Michael think she could do with it?
I'm sort of quite fascinated myself. Somebody with a little bit of mechanical knowledge or imagination can do something with it. I'm sure the motor can drive anything, really.
You probably think I'm gaga taking this old garden mower, but it's been really well looked after and the engine still works.
That may be so, Sarah, but I still can't see what you're going to do with that, other than cut some grass. So that's all 3 items scooped up. Josh and Ollie will turn that hawthorn into something spectacular. Anthony will strong-arm that armchair. And hopefully Sarah will get motoring with that mower.
I would say, on balance, it's been a great day here at Ultringham. I've collected a classy cluster of cracking future collectibles, all of which I know will make some money for nothing.
In the West Sussex countryside is the headquarters of the dynamic duo of wood wizarding, Josh and Ollie.
Sarah could bring us anything. Hopefully it's something with a bit of potential.
I'm hoping for maybe like a raw material. So something that we can start from scratch and create something with.
Yeah.
Well, they don't come much rawer than this.
I'm really hoping my humble collection of hawthorn logs is going to come good, because I need to make something out of these, and at the moment, it's not looking that hopeful.
There's a real danger that Sarah's exuberance at the tip might have a rotten outcome.
Hello.
Hello. Hiya.
Come and see what I've
Okay.
got for you. I need a hand.
Oh, wow, some logs. Nice.
So I think they're hawthorn.
Okay.
Fairly chunky, aren't they?
Yeah, they're nice. There's a lot of nice colour in there. You can see it already.
Yeah, it feels really heavy and really hard, so hopefully it should have quite a crisp look to it. Is that,
Yeah,
will that
it's definitely
translate?
a dense timber.
What kind of pieces could you get out of these sort of size chunks?
Well, I was just thinking ornamental pieces, because the wood hopefully will be quite interesting in the middle. So whether we make some kind of vases or yeah, some kind of ornaments out of them.
Okay, if you really think you can get something out of it.
Yeah, we'll certainly give it a go and try our best, see what we get out of it.
On closer inspection, it turns out one of the chunks is not quite so solid in the centre after all.
I think it's got creatures inside it.
Has it? Sorry.
With this one, we'll just have to wait and see how much of it is just rotten soil. If we get time, it could be like a sculptural piece.
I think that might be code for, dunno.
So budget, this set aside, how about those 3 bits?
We've got maybe either one big vase or maybe 2 vases out of that. There's maybe another small vase there. And then if we get time, it could be like a sculptural piece, but we'll see how it goes with that one. So I reckon 250 for these 3 bits. And then if we can make something that you sell for thousands out of that, then we'll call it £2,000.
I love an optimist. Okay, well, 250 quid on the table for that. Good luck with getting on with that. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
I have really left those lads with a challenge this time, because they're going to have to dig really deep and use all of their creativity to turn those old stumps into hard cash.
But Josh and Ollie aren't easily daunted.
I think they will be really nice, because there's clearly some nice wood in there.
Just need to get in there and get cracking with it.
Josh and Ollie are looking for £250 to produce a set of vases and possibly some ornamental pieces. I just hope that wood holds together. Manchester is a northern powerhouse of art and culture. It's also home to master upholsterer Anthony Devine.
So my buddy's coming back, and she's got another item. She promised me this is a good one, and I believe she's giving me free rein on it. So I'm very excited.
Well, who else was I going to bring this little beauty to? It's come to Manchester for a makeover. We've saved it from a skip, and now I want it to look lovely again. Let's go and see what he thinks.
I just hope he likes it.
Anthony?
Here
Hey, how are you
she
doing?
is. Nice.
It's good, isn't it?
Yes.
Should we get it in?
He really does love chairs, doesn't he?
Not too bad.
That's good. Good sign of quality, good weight.
Yeah, yeah.
It's good.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good.
I have had some ideas about it. I was wondering about making it look like something else. Not too radical, but a bit of a play.
Yeah, because of the style of the chair, and it's going to sit in a corner of a room and the rest of the house might be all nice and safe, there's an opportunity to give it a little bit of something. Just leave it with us. We'll do a sympathetic restoration underneath and something big and bold on the top of it.
Sounds like this chair is in for a special treat. But just how much is big and bold going to cost?
500 quid as a budget
Okay.
would be like kind of get it all done. If it takes more, it's not going to be much more. If it's less, you can have it back.
500 quid, you know, I trust you implicitly.
Absolutely.
I know you can do something bonkers with it.
You never know.
Well, I do know because I've been here before. You slash things, you stab them, you spray paint them, you know. I just can't wait to see what you can do with it.
Me neither.
Deeply worrying.
Absolutely, I've got this one in the bag.
As a trusted member of the team, Anthony's earned his creative freedom with this one, but will Sarah live to regret it?
Today, modern interiors, they're all just getting a bit bland and boring and it's all very tonal. We want something to be in the corner kind of screaming and shouting, look at me. And probably you would never sit on it, but we want you to appreciate it, and that's what we're trying to do with this chair.
I'm really intrigued about what he's going to do with that chair, and I can't wait to come back to find out if he's had a good idea or not.
A budget of £500 for a chair which, when finished, will look like, no idea. I just hope that whatever Anthony does, Sarah can sell it. At home in Sussex, Sarah has already begun the mower project by having it taken to pieces into its many component parts.
Well, who knew if you took a lawnmower apart, you get so many pieces, and there's some fantastic bits here. There's lots of lovely nuts and bolts I think would make some lovely jewellery, but the standout feature, I think, has to be this fantastic cutter blade. It's such a sculptural thing, and just looking at it makes me think, I want to make something out of that, and I think lighting is the best thing. Lighting is really commercial, very saleable, and actually quite a simple make if you've got something as lovely and strong as this. So with the help of this off-the-peg lighting set, I'm going to make a lamp with this bit as the base. But before I can start, I've got to get the hacksaw out to get this out of that.
Of course, the simple way to remove the blade from its casing would be to just undo the bolts.
Money for nothing, they say. It's hard work making money for nothing.
Before lawnmowers were invented, grass was cut using scythes. It wasn't until 1830 that an English engineer, Edward Budding, patented the first lawnmower. I'm pretty sure he didn't envisage his invention being used for lighting.
That was a lot of hard work, but that is every part as sculptural as I'd hoped. And this bit, another part of the lawnmower, it's going to make the best base for it. I reckon put it in that way up. Looks like a light already, doesn't it? I've just got to clean it up and see if I can get the wire going through the holes that happen to be there already. And that's going to look amazing.
Sarah gives the blades a thorough clean with warm, soapy water to remove old encrusted grass and mud. Next, in order to remove any sharp edges and make the blades safe, Sarah uses a coarse sandpaper and a whole load of elbow grease. Finally, the little bits and bobs are given a thorough wash.
I'm just cleaning up these two pieces because these are going to help me connect this to that. I love the way that design evolves when you're reusing pieces like this because that is a really chunky, lovely bit. And it adds so much by putting it on there, and you probably wouldn't design that unless you'd just found it.
Well, unless, of course, you're Edward Budding, inventor of the lawnmower. Then you probably did design it.
Okay, so on to the final stage, which is wiring up the lamp. And I've got this fantastic lighting component, and loads of lighting shops have these now. So you can choose the kind of bulb holder and the flex that you have, either the colour or if it's twisted like this one.
and it makes a really quick and easy way of making a light. So I've just got to get this wired up, and I think it's going to look pretty cool. So I think we go from the top.
Sarah's costs for the lawnmower lighting are £60, which includes the cost of the flex, light fitting, bulb, and also the services of a qualified electrician to make sure everything's safe. But will she really be able to create a desirable interiors piece from a bit of old lawnmower? Back in Manchester, Anthony has an extra pair of helping hands in the form of his assistant Tom, who specialises in making furniture frames.
So what I'm thinking for this chair is quotes. So, the wise words of Winston Churchill,
yes,
British and all, icon, never, 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 not Rick Astley, give up. So Winston Churchill.
Yep. I like it. Maybe a cigar holder to go in the arm for extra
authenticity.
Yeah, Churchillicity.
Anthony plans to use the paper stencils to work out the placement of 3 well-known quotations.
Give us a B.
Whee! All spoken by one of Britain's most influential leaders.
I mean, this is possibly the worst job in the world for me. I cannot spell to save my life, but these are all good words. I'm all right with this.
Winston Churchill became Prime Minister on the 10th of May 1940, and the quotations Anthony has chosen were all spoken during a time of conflict. They helped to inspire the nation on to victory in World War II.
I've managed to spell hell wrong. Hell is spelt with 2 L's, E's.
Heel.
If you go through heel...
If you're going through eel. Right, go on.
It's a place in Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Once the boys know the quotations will fit on the chair, the next stage is to lay them out on brown paper that will later be photographed and printed onto fabric, giving the appearance of the chair being wrapped. The quotations are being sprayed onto the paper to give a stenciled graffiti look. This is the alfresco part of the operation. Has it worked?
Yeah. Yes, that's what we want, isn't it? Yeah, that's all right. Okay, good job. Good job, me.
In Sussex, Josh and Ollie are getting familiar with their hunks of hawthorn.
Okay, well, I'll start working on this piece and make some vases.
Yeah.
And
I'm going to have to figure out what we can do with this one, because it's looking pretty
rotten.
Yeah.
Looks like Josh has drawn the short straw here. Stage 1 is to investigate, which seems to involve pretty much every method of chopping up wood. As hawthorn is so dense, Ollie's breaking out the big guns. After all that chopping, is there anything usable left?
Yeah, so I got some all right bits out of the log in the end. There's a lot of rotten bits, so you can see there's loads of bits that aren't so great, but I think there's some good wood in there.
Josh is going to make a set of ornamental trees that are a speciality of theirs, while Ollie will make a star on one of the vases.
So I'm just trying to adjust this and trying to get it to sit well. Obviously it's going to be shaken around a bit, but just do the best to get it balanced. It's just a case of slowly getting it rounder, and then we can speed up the lathe and get cracking with it.
Time for the boys to get spinning. Even though these lathes can spin the wood to up to 1500 RPM, it'll take some time for Ollie to get that wood down to a round piece. Josh's smaller ornaments are quicker to create.
They've turned well and they've come out all right. It's really characterful wood. It's pretty cool.
Meanwhile, Ollie's making progress with his vase.
Yeah, it's getting there now. It took a while to get it rounded off, but it's looking more like a vase now. Next is to, just carry on kind of getting the shape that I want and drill the hole in the middle, sand it and take it off to finish it.
But Josh has hit a problem while making his third tree.
A lot of it's all right, but then there's just little patches of That bit's just really squidgy. At the end of the day, you know, you've got a bit of rotten wood, haven't you? I mean, there's not a lot I can do. I can't get rid of all of it, but I can just try and work around it.
Working with rotten wood is certainly a rotten job, especially with Ollie turning what turns out to be fine timber. In Manchester, Anthony and Tom have successfully managed to spray the Churchill quotes onto paper. Having been photographed, the finished fabric is now back from the printers.
So this is printed onto a moleskin velvet. So this is an upholstery grade fire retardant fabric. In terms of happiness, I love it. I mean, I actually genuinely love it. Yeah, we've blitzed the budget. It's always daunting because we have absolutely no room for error. And sometimes we can play around with things, but this time the printers are already closed. Sarah's due in the morning. It's going to be another late one.
Anthony's known for his last-minute makeovers, but this is perhaps his most ambitious. He's already stripped the chair, but has to build it back up and cover it, making sure the quotes are positioned inch perfect. No room for error on this one.
Okay, have a look.
That is a solid 7 out of 10.
Thanks. I don't know why you gave me a job in the first place, to be honest.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, boss.
Yeah, right, you're welcome.
So this is elasticated. And this gives us the suspension.
With the fabric secured to the arms, Anthony now has to rebuild the seat and the back of the chair. He starts with the elasticated webbing.
So basically, because the tension that I'm pulling this under, to get the kind of suspension in the back, this rail is starting to twist. So it's going to have to be changed. So where's the right quote? Here we are. Never, never, never give up. And if you're going through hell, keep going. So the danger is, obviously we'd have done this before we'd have got any of the fabric on, but you never quite know these things until you get them. It is late, the printers are closed, and Sarah's coming. Normally, in normal circumstances, we'd leave this for a few hours to dry. We don't have seconds, let alone hours, so we'll clamp it and just work around it.
I think another famous wartime quote is apt at this point. Keep calm, Anthony, and carry on. At home in Sussex, Sarah is busy putting the finishing touches to the mower transformation.
Right, that's all the dirty work done. Time for the last adjustments. Straight. Time to get this illuminated.
When Sarah took possession of the mower at the tip, its days of trimming lawns were over. Sarah's used the dismantled mower's sculpted blades to create a unique table lamp. The surfaces have been cleaned and waxed, and it's finished off with a contemporary colour-matched flex and a classic-style bulb. The finely finished article is certainly something to behold.
Well, I hope that looks like it's gone from cutting grass to cutting edge. I'm going to get some pictures taken of it, share it around, see if I can turn a profit of it.
Once those pictures hit the net, I'm sure there'll be a stampede of enthusiastic gardeners looking to illuminate a dark corner of a room. When Sarah spotted Michael at the tip, initially she lacked motivation.
I've never thought about taking a lawnmower away from the dump before.
But it wasn't all bad news about the mower.
The old one works perfectly well, apart from the gears have locked.
So what do you do with a mower with seized gears? That's right, strip it down and turn it into a lamp. The lamp was snapped up by an interior design shop, Sarah Hughes in Marlow, run, funnily enough, by Sarah.
It's got sort of memories of old-fashioned lawnmowers, which I rather like. It's the sort of thing your grandfather used, and you imagine them pushing them along.
Our Sarah has travelled to Sale near Ultringham to show Michael what happened to the lawnmower.
Hi there. Hello, Michael.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
I said at the tip that I wanted to keep in touch, so here I am.
There we are.
I took away your old lawnmower, but your lawnmower was still slightly working when I took it away from you.
It was. It still worked, but it was jammed, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I have made something out of it, but have you thought what that might be?
I had no idea. Apart from a lawnmower again, I couldn't imagine what you might have made of it.
Well, it was a bit of a puzzle, and I did have quite a long think about it. But in the end, I've made a light out of it, and I've got some pictures here to show you.
Go on, I'll put my glasses on so I can see it clearly.
Your old lawnmower, I used a little bit of it, and it turned out like this.
Wow, how on earth did you do that?
Well, actually, it was really easy because your lawnmower blade had all the right holes in it.
Oh, that's the blades, yes.
Yeah, had all the right holes in it and all the right pieces in just the position to make it into a lamp. It was
That's your interior design expertise, isn't it?
Well, it did look quite striking. Your lawnmower blade has gone on to be bought by a shop down in Marlow. And they have all sorts of very smart things in their shop, and now they've got your lawnmower light. And I've got a little bit of money to share with you. I've got a £40 profit to give to you for the old lamp made out of your blade.
That is incredible. That is absolutely incredible.
What might you do with that?
I know what I'm going to do with it because in the 90s I was a bank manager, and I don't tell people that very often but we were better then, I think. And I opened a little bank in the Royal School for the Deaf where they had multiple handicaps, and we had dinners for them and raised money. And we opened this little bank and they all came and banked, so I'll give it to them.
Oh, well, that is a fantastic place for it to go. Really good to catch up.
That is wonderful. Wonderful.
Absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
A total of £60 was spent creating classic lighting from the lawnmower. Sarah managed to sell the lamp for £100, which left her with a profit of £40 to give to Michael.
Well, I think Michael approved of my cutting-edge design, and the money is going to a really good place too.
Sarah's back in West Sussex to collect Josh and Ollie's work.
Well, I left Josh and Ollie with 250 quid and 4 logs. What on earth are they going to have made out of that?
Well, they're pretty confident in their creations.
I think she's really going to like these. We've got some original designs, so yeah, I think she's going to be pleased.
Sarah left Josh and Ollie with a pile of rotten old hawthorn stumps. Now they've created a set of beautiful hand-turned vases and ornamental wooden trees. They've carefully squeezed every usable inch out of those logs and made a virtue of the wood's imperfections. The vases are bursting with character with a delightful finish. And those little wooden trees are an exquisite set of curios that put the texture of the hawthorn front and centre.
Hello.
All right.
Wow, I'm really well. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Look at those. Let me come and have a look. I can't believe it. Aren't they beautiful? Were you pleased?
Think so. Yeah, we're really chuffed. Yeah, they came out really nice, and the wood's amazing.
It is unbelievable. It feels like marble.
Yeah, it's really dense.
These vases are a triumph. They're stylish and beautiful, and you can tell they're handmade, and they have this just fantastic feeling. How was it to work with them? How have you made this out of those logs?
Yeah, we had to do a lot of chopping and splitting because there was a lot of rotten stuff in there.
It looks like you made a virtue out of the faults because I can imagine that might have been quite tricky to work with. It looks beautiful, doesn't it? They're beautiful and
a little forest as well.
Now these look like fun. They've got this beautiful mid-century look to them. They're just so tactile, aren't they? Really lovely and so surprising given what you were left with. I left you with a slightly flexible budget at around 250 quid. How have we come out?
I think, yeah, we were right. I think that is it. We did have another piece that we were going to try and do something with, but it was just too rotten.
Okay.
So yeah, 250 is.
Well, I think you've made something very special out of something that was really not very special. And I reckon we can make money on it as well because they're beautiful, beautiful pieces. Well done.
Good. Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Thank you. Yeah.
Great job.
Cheers.
Let's get them packed up.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think there are many people who could have made all of those beautiful things out of a load of old logs. Massive credit to the lads.
The wood, it had lots of splits in it, a lot of it was all rotten, so I think we managed to get something pretty good out of it in the end.
We were really happy with the shapes, and Sarah seemed to be really chuffed with it also. Yeah.
At the recycling centre in Ultringham, Sarah unearthed Trevor's hunks of hawthorn and he was after a full cutlery set from them.
There's some good wood there. I'm sure she'll get more than spoons out of it, but it's going to take a lot of hard work.
Josh and Ollie did their best to help Sarah prove that sometimes money really does grow on trees. Sarah advertised Josh and Ollie's wooden creations online, and just like real trees, sales began to grow slowly. Sarah has come to just outside Ultringham to visit Trevor and to show him what became of his hawthorn stumps.
Morning, Trevor.
Hi, Sarah. Nice to meet you.
And you, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, very well.
Good.
Now, I can see from your immaculate garden why you might have been throwing away those hawthorn stumps. Had they been lying around for a while?
No, I actually dug them out just a few weeks before.
Well, I took them to some lovely guys who are based down near Goodwood, who actually got quite enthusiastic about them. But did you think, I wonder what we might do with them when we take them away?
I thought if anything you make a lamp out of it of some sort. That's all I thought. Yeah.
Really? Well, that was actually part of the discussion. The guys I took them to are called Josh and Ollie, and they both actually got quite enthusiastic because hawthorn is a wood, because it's got such a slow growth. It's a lovely dense wood with lots of colour in it. So I've got some pictures. Do you want to see what we did?
Yes, please, yeah.
Here are your tree stumps.
Wow, that's really good, isn't it?
So what they did is the big chunks of them here, they've turned into beautiful vases.
Mm-hmm.
So they've got all the character of the hawthorn and all the lovely colours and shapes that come out of it when you cut through it.
They look fantastic, yeah.
And also, they've turned 9 beautiful little trees out of them.
That's fantastic, that's really good.
Really, you approve?
Really good. Yeah, I approve of that, yeah.
Well, they were really pleased with them, and they are lovely decorative things. Those little trees sell for about £12 each, and the vases are significantly more than that. And they have been for sale, and I've been selling them really well, but I haven't tipped over into the profit point yet.
Well, I'll buy one if there's any spare.
Really?
Yeah, I'll have one, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, I'll definitely be in touch then.
Oh, good.
Hopefully with a small tree and a bundle of cash.
Oh, that's good. That's very good, that, yeah.
Well, lovely. Trevor, thank you ever so much.
And thank you
yes,
for that,
I shall
yeah.
be sending something your way very soon.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Josh and Ollie charged £250 to transform Trevor's hawthorn into beautiful wooden vases and ornaments. Sarah has so far managed to sell 1 vase and 1 tree for £67, which means, as things stand, there could well be a potential loss of £183.
Well, it's always great when you make something and the original owner wants it back. So Trevor's getting a tree and I'm going to be in touch with profit soon.
Sarah's now returned to Manchester to see the bold makeover Anthony's been promising, if he's managed to finish it, of course.
This chair, as complicated as it was, that was kind of our own doing. We could have went simple, but we chose to basically utilise all the skills of all the staff here. Everybody's loving it. Everybody loves it for the impact. Yeah, so hopefully when she arrives, she's going to love it too.
Well, Anthony was being really quite secretive about my little chair when I dropped it off, so I'm dying to see what he's done with it. I've left him 500 quid worth of budget, and I know one thing, it won't be dull.
When Sarah collected the old chair at the tip, it had certainly passed its best. As Churchill himself said, there's nothing wrong with change if it's in the right direction. And Anthony has certainly changed the direction of this old chair. Covered in iconic quotes, hand-designed and digitally printed on velvet fabric, this chair is a one-of-a-kind masterpiece. Anthony promised bold and he's delivered. But will Sarah like it?
Hiya.
Hello and welcome to the war bunker.
How you doing?
I'm very good.
Where is it then?
It's...
What have you done to it, dare I look? Hey! Anthony Devine. What an original piece of design.
Basically, we wanted to do something. Just something. You gave us a bit of artistic license, and we gave you this back. So we went from taking the chair and we positioned all the letters up, stenciled it all out, worked out roughly where it's going to go. Then we went and stenciled and sprayed them all up, and then had it all photographed, sent it off to our printers, and then out she popped, or he popped.
This is a lovely transformation, but 500 quid? Have you blown that out of the water?
Well, let's just say the 500 quid, we owe another 20 quid just to the fabric printers.
Right, this isn't sounding,
No,
very commercial.
no, it is. I'm just going to say 750. I already said it.
How much?
I mean, 750 quid.
Yeah, a little bit over budget, but I can tell why. And I appreciate the fact that you really went to town on it, because it is very cool.
Thanks.
It's really good. Love it.
Sarah seemed to take that very well, considering it's £250 above the original budget.
Well, that chair is anything but dull, isn't it? And beautiful. Not cheap, but that's because of all that hard work that's gone into it. I love the fact that Anthony's had free rein to create something that's unique that could have ended up in a skip.
When Sarah spotted Lydia dropping off the old green chair, it certainly had some history.
It belonged to my family. It was passed down to me, and it was actually my great aunt's.
Sarah chose to save it from the skip and allowed Anthony free rein to do whatever he liked. The inspirational armchair was quickly snapped up by Nick Smith, a regular client of Sarah's who's an online vintage and retro retailer.
Oh, it's nice and comfy.
Sarah has returned to the Ultringham area to show Lydia what became of the old green chair.
Hi, Lydia. How are you doing?
Nice to see you again.
And you, and you. Beautiful day, isn't it?
Oh, gorgeous.
Now, last time I saw you, I loved what you were dropping off at the tip when I saw you.
Oh, I'm very pleased.
So your old, was it your, did you say it was your great aunt?
Well, I thought it was my great aunt's, but actually it was my great grandparents, which was then passed on to my great aunt. So yeah, it's got quite a lot of history. So I'm really intrigued to find out what's happened.
It was a lovely shape, your little chair, and it was something that didn't travel very far actually.
Oh.
We took it to Anthony Devine, who teaches upholstery and is a fantastic upholsterer in Manchester.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, so he loved it. I've actually got some pictures here to show you.
Oh, brilliant.
Would you like to have a look?
I can't wait to have a look.
Well, you said that it had a lot of history to it. Well, he's added even more because your chair is now looking like that.
Oh, wow. It's fantastic.
So he took Winston Churchill as his inspiration. He created all the fabric.
Oh,
he stenciled
wow.
it all himself.
That is amazing. That is so good. That's brilliant. I love the kind of history link as well. It's fantastic.
Excellent. Well, I'm really pleased that you like it because as a family piece, there's always that worry that we might do something to it that you might not approve of.
yeah.
So good news is that other people did too, and it sold.
Oh wow! Oh, that's brilliant. That's me.
I have £75 here, which is profit from your armchair.
Oh, that's super. Thank you very much. Oh, that's brilliant. I'm going to give it to an animal charity. You know, that's what I'm going to do. Definitely, I've got one in mind.
Really?
I am,
that's
yes.
lovely. That's really, really sweet. It's a little chunk of money that hopefully will be useful.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Thank you so much for letting us have it.
Thank you very much.
Oh, it's an absolute pleasure and a lovely cause for that. Thank you.
Lovely to meet you.
And you. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Anthony charged £750 for the transformation of the old green armchair. Sarah managed to sell it for £825, which left a profit of £75 to return to Lydia.
Well, Lydia loved Anthony's Winston Churchill historical connection with her chair, and that animal charity has a very generous £75 donation coming.
Sarah salvaged 3 unwanted items from the Ultringham Recycling Centre. Michael's old mower became cutting-edge lighting, Trevor's hawthorn stumps became sideboard essentials, and Lydia's old green chair was rewrapped and covered in Churchill quotations.
It takes a lot of talent, plenty of imagination and lots of good old-fashioned hard work to transform every item that we save. But it's definitely worth it, especially when we get to hand over some money for nothing.